vehicles here trying to set up, determining where exactly to go. You can see LAPD is working and talking with the National Guard right in front of headquarters, right in front of LAPD here. So it's really, like I said, an incredible sight here to see two very different groups, peaceful here, but both have a message. You can see now, if you want to listen in,
these are our streets.
This man is saying, "This is America, these are our streets," and more people are joining in now. I'm going to let you listen in on the chant.
This is America, these are our streets. This is America, these are our streets. This is America, these are our streets.
And we'll send it back to you for now.
Well, it's such a visual there to see the people there on their knee or sitting so peacefully, yet with that very strong chant there. As you see the National Guard now well deployed within Los Angeles, we saw it in Santa Monica as well. We saw it on Hollywood Boulevard. So no doubt, no surprise, no doubt that the National Guard is here well in place. And I still am moved by those masks, because keep in mind, it is the time where we're supposed to be still doing social distancing. And you see the crowd there. It looks to me like many have masks on, but probably not everybody there.
And since this is the top of the hour, we should also mention one of the other headlines of tonight, which is that President Trump spoke and addressed the nation for the first time in several days on this issue, saying that he strongly encouraged governors to send the National Guard like what we're seeing here. And he said if they were not successful, he would send military into the streets of different American cities to try to handle what he sees as the looting problem. Clearly, there is a looting problem underway in several of our cities. So that's another headline of the evening.
Coco, I don't know if there's somebody that is near you that you feel comfortable extending a mic to get their perspective as to why they came out, why they chose the downtown location, and where they're from. I'll toss it back to you, and if you feel comfortable, you can. If not, you can just give us more of what's going on there.
So I'm going to approach a couple of the protesters here to ask why, if anyone's interested in speaking with us. Hi, we're live on Channel 11. Would you be willing to speak with us about why you came out here? I'm okay, actually. I'm okay. Okay, no problem. Thank you. So she didn't want to speak, but we're going to look and see if there's someone else. Excuse me, we're live on Channel 11. Would you be willing to share why you decided to come out here?
Yeah, here to support the black community. It's my family, and this is wrong. Everything that's happening right now is wrong. And they need change. We all need change. We need more love and less hatred.
And what are your thoughts on the National Guard being deployed here? You're kneeling right in front of them.
Kind of in shock, to be honest. But I'm here to support, and that's what matters.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. So as you can see, this is emotional for a lot of people. A lot of people are coming out here to express their feelings. Earlier, it turned into a session of expression of sorts. People got on the megaphone. They were telling their personal stories and uniting under the message of George Floyd. And like I said, this has still remained a peaceful protest. It's just very interesting. Now, if you take a look here, you can see that protesters are almost moving in on the National Guard, so to speak. And the National Guard is moving back, which is quite an interesting sight. But if you look at here, you can see that the National Guard is outnumbered. There are more protesters than there are the National Guard. So you see the National Guard retreating here, Christine.
All right, Coco McAvoy, thank you so much. Now we go to Phil Schuman, who is in Anaheim in Orange County, where more protests are underway. Phil.
Alex, Christine, we're at the corner of La Palma and Harbor Boulevard. There's a couple of thousand people here. They were in the park across the street, La Palma Park, for the past couple of hours. And then just as we came on the air at 5 o'clock, they started moving down towards what they said was downtown Anaheim. There's probably 1,000 people walking down the street, chanting, carrying signs. We come back over this way. No problems that we've seen or that we've heard. The police are keeping an eye on things, but so far letting the folks do their protesting. Remember, there is a curfew that's supposed to go into effect here in Anaheim at 6 o'clock. It's not clear whether anybody here knows about that. So again, Harbor Boulevard and La Palma Ave, a protest that had started at about 4 o'clock and grew to a couple of thousand people. You hear the horns honking, and a lot of support for the protesters here in the community of Anaheim. You're outraged by our protests. We're outraged by your silence. One of the handwritten signs here. Alex, Christine.
All right, keeping a watch on that, Phil. Thank you so much. We're going to check in with our Laura Diaz, who actually is going to bring us the coverage we saw earlier today with law enforcement coming together to speak out about this. Laura, go ahead.
Yes, Christine and Alex, it was a show of solidarity in downtown Los Angeles today. As we heard from the various leaders of city and county law enforcement, they stood shoulder to shoulder and they spoke with one voice. Let's listen. The group included the LA County Sheriff, the County DA, the LA Police Chief and City Prosecutor, and the police chiefs from smaller cities. They all want to restore peace, and here's what they had to say. Some merchants are asserting that all the focus went to the protesters rather than to protecting their businesses, and as a result, their businesses were looted and vandalized, and they may never recover from it.
Yet at the same time, while we were trying to make arrests and control that group, ultimately, given the size of it, we ended up pushing it and dispersing it. And in the midst of that, we then began seeing looting. On Friday night, we began seeing cars being black and white search targets. And our efforts were to protect the businesses. And while we weren't able to do that entirely, Saturday night, it accelerated even more. And our efforts were to protect it. The reason the National Guard is here, the reason we decided on Saturday for that, and also to mobilize the organization, was we recognize and we fully want to protect the businesses.
Your question about zero bail is important for the public to know. Looting is especially exempted from zero bail by the Supreme Court Justice's order. So those who are charged with looting are going to be in on bail. And it's a strong possibility, if they are part of an organized group, that it will be a felony.
Well, we also heard from the police chief of Santa Monica, who wanted to make the point. She said some people had complained that their businesses had been left and they had been looted and vandalized, expressing frustration that they hadn't been protected. She said some of those pictures don't tell the whole story, that if they had not been able to protect where they were, that the looting and the vandalism would have been far worse and that more people could have been injured in the process. From downtown Los Angeles, I'm Laura Diaz reporting live. Now back to you.
Laura Diaz, thank you. Now to Kevin Takumi, who's in Skyfox with more protesters on the move. Kevin.
Yeah, there's a couple of groups that are started in downtown LA. There was one group that's still over by City Hall. There's this other portion of the group here that started walking south on Spring Street. They're coming up on, they're going through 5th, you can see right here. It's about 150 to 200 people. Everything down below is being reported as being peaceful. They're just moving, they're making their way south here, but we'll keep an eye on this as it goes through the evening. Back to you in the studio.
Right. Kevin, thank you much. Haley Winslow in Riverside. Haley, you have an update for us.
He's good. He's good. We're not gonna do nothing.
Hi there,
I just want. I just want to say, wait, hold on. Can you get majority of your officers to just do a quiet meal with all of us? We're gonna have everybody quiet. We will just step back. We'll back them up. And then you guys can get in the line and just kneel with us. No, I know. We're about to calm all that shit down.
Okay. Everybody quietly.
There's a bit of a scuffle going on with the sheriff's office and the protesters, and they're trying to make peace, and they were trying
Hey, moment of silence, bro. We're going to take a knee.
So this is the sheriff of Riverside County, Chad Bianco, that we're looking at out there. You see him
to take a knee with them.
Interacting.
Everybody take a step back. Take a step back. Everybody take a knee. Take a knee, bro. Look,
we will see if the sheriff joins. We have seen different police chiefs and sheriffs around the country that have decided to join or walk in place with the protesters. You see there, one of the members of the sheriff's department is taking a knee. We will see if Sheriff Bianco himself decides to join in that or not.
Wow, so you saw law enforcement coming together with the protesters there in discussion, and there you go. You see him take that knee as they talked about
take a moment of solidarity.
Yeah, as they talked about how they were going to handle this moment, the protesters in direct conversation there with the sheriff. Just soak this moment in for a second. Riverside County, look at all the law enforcement officers there that have taken a knee as organizers are getting everybody there to take a knee.
something. Here's where the problem's happening.
So look at them there in discussion.
I can.
All right.
Appreciate it. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Give them space to take the knee.
Hey, back up.
Give them space to take the knee.
Listen to somebody commanding the crowd, saying, "Give them space to take the knee." Look at the officer. They're even recording this moment.
What does this mean to you?
The unfortunate part of this is everybody. This is a huge divide. There's no working here, voices be heard. It's just a big, huge divide. And the leaders of this have to work with us to make a difference. And if this is what starts it, then this is what starts it.
You're working with them right now by taking an answer.
100%. 100%.
What is your message to the community?
The message to the community is this does nothing. This does nothing. Your voices mean everything. Actions do not. Actions are contrary to what our voices say sometimes. And if we all, the leaders of us and all of us together, want to come together to make a difference, especially here, then the only way we're going to do that is together, not individually on, I mean, all you got to look at their signs. You look at their signs and yet somehow it's supposed to demand respect. Respect gets respect from us to the community, from the community to us. If it has to start right here in the middle of the intersection, then it does.
Sheriff Bianco, what change would you like to see, not only in this community, but in the nation?
It's about relationship. It's about everybody says that everybody else is wrong. Why can't we all work to make something better? It's just about me telling you you're wrong or you telling me I'm wrong. It really isn't about how we're going to fix this. Right now, it's about everybody pointing fingers at everybody else. And we got to get past that. We got to get past that.
How do we get past that?
This is a start.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yes.
That was Sheriff Chad Bianco. Okay. They are trying to come to terms. When this all first started, basically the protest had ended, and one of the protesters had his arms up next to the sheriff, basically trying to make peace together. That's what they're trying to do right here in the intersection. Thank you, Sheriff, for your time. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Quite a moment there, Christine.
Yeah.
And quite a moment, Haley. I mean, it seemed like when the sheriff did take a knee, it seemed like it de-escalated the situation there a little bit, and we saw some actual conversation between people instead of just screaming.
Do you have a message for the public that you would like to get out in response to that?
To Sheriff Bianco?
Yes, sir. I don't know if you heard what
I heard exactly what he said.
What would be your response to that?
You know what? Just him taking a knee with everybody and him saying what he said speaks volumes. We can't control what happens in Minnesota. We can't control what happens other places, other cities, but we can't control what happens in Riverside. And that sheriff taking a knee is huge. I don't need all the rest of the deputies, all the rest of the undersheriffs. The sheriff took a knee with us. That means he's standing with us.
This is painful. All of this is so painful to watch across our country and in this community. What do we need to do? How do we find the answer? How do we change things for the better and move through this?
See, that's the thing. Dr. King tried it with nonviolence, and we saw where that got him. Malcolm X tried it with violence, and we saw where it got him. So when we all can come together as one collectively, from the ground up, and ball that fist up, I think that's where we need to start. We need to start in the mirror. We can't point fingers. There's too many fingers pointing going on right here.
Seeing the sheriff take a knee, is that emotional for you? It was emotional for me, and I'm not out here protesting. I'm out here delivering the message that everyone has.
All right, Haley, we're going to go from you to now Christina Gonzalez, where there's some action in Van Nuys. Go ahead.
Let me tell you what's going on. We have been following a group of looters, and we've had to be back because they're threatening us. But we followed them here, and if you see that black box, that's a safe. Now, officers just made an entry because they're still in there. There's about 6 officers that have just gone in there. Let me see if we can go from this side over here, because I do not want to get in their deployment, but I want to try to give you a picture of what's going on. These are looters who are ahead of the group. And let me see if we can give you a shot from back there is your better perspective. Go ahead. Let's just, I don't want to disturb officers, but you're going to see them come out in a minute. Let's come behind this car over here. In any case, there's a group of young men who are dressed with, they look just like protesters. And that is a safe. They broke the front of the place, which we'll show you in a minute. I just don't want to move from here because they were asking, you might be able to see an officer. Here they come. Is it clear, sir? Are we cleared? All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I've been talking to, there's nobody in there, though.
Oh, no, but
okay,
it's like the third pharmacy in this area, and people rely on these things.
Yeah, you see, and they're one after another. But that is the safe of the pharmacy that you see over there. They're trying to secure it. If you come with me to the front, you'll see what's happening. They're breaking window after window. They're just staying ahead of the officers. And I've seen them loot. We have video of them going into the back of a market. They're targeting their stores that are actually, there's a store with the windows with signs saying, we have no cash, we have no phones. I see an arrest right there. They caught him right over there. I don't know if you can see it, but they are taking some people into custody.
Yeah.
And that looks like one of the guys that we had been following. Like, again, we had to stay back because they knew we were looking at them, and we were just kind of, let me show you the front now as we go through this way. Come on. So this is the front of one of the businesses. This is an eyeglass store, an optical center, and you can see. Oh, thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, they actually got in there? Yeah.
They got in
Okay.
through the hole here on the right.
Oh.
And how many? Is it like nonstop right now? I mean, what is going on?
What we're seeing, the protesters themselves are pretty peaceful. They're even getting upset with the agitators and kind of policing themselves.
I saw that.
It's just a few agitators that they basically attach onto these groups after the fact, and then they go and do this. They start looting. They start going different directions. It's unfortunate. We're doing the best we can to get a hold of them. I think we actually did catch one that tried to steal a safe. So,
and that is a safe that we saw there.
That's a safe.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. What's going to happen tonight after the curfew?
We'll see. Hopefully people obey it and things get calmer. It seems like the MO is to keep going to different parts of the city. Seems like when they hit one part, they don't go back. They go somewhere else. So we'll see. We'll do our best to stay one step ahead.
I think you've got a deployment right here getting ready, so I'll let you go. Thank you.
Okay, no,
Christina, thank you very much. We're now going to go to the mayor of Los Angeles. Usually at this time he would talk about coronavirus. Today he's talking about the crisis in the streets.
Of his life and the purpose of America that day was met with something fundamentally un-American, inhumane, and that cries out for justice. This morning, George Floyd's brother came before us at the site to speak to America. Passionate, pained, powerful, prayerful. He spoke to us about what happened to his brother. Terrence Floyd said that no one's grief could match his, and how blowing things up and acting out won't solve anything. We won't move the needle in the direction of justice, and certainly won't bring his brother back. And his message echoes for all of us, and to anyone who might hijack this moment and this movement to their own destructive ends. As he put it, let's do this another way. Let's stop thinking that our voices don't matter, and vote, educate yourself. That's how we're going to hit them, he added, and finally said, and there's a lot of us. I spoke yesterday about the common ground that we found in the midst of our pain. The common ground that African Americans in this country share because of the devastating legacy of slavery and racism, but that every American must own and feel, and I believe we did and do. The good police officers, together with the good people, those who spoke out in a way I had never seen in the history of this country unequivocally, to call it murder, to say that it was wrong, and demand not just justice for George Floyd and his family, but for America in the days moving forward. The Floyd family knows the truth, that the cause of fairness, the drive for equality, the fight to end structural racism, the real reason so many are demonstrating right now on our streets, none of it is advanced by the violent acts of the few. Like you, I've been out there in the streets and I've seen with my eyes, whether it's on TV or on our blocks, that those of us who cry for justice have gone out and overwhelmingly and peacefully, if painfully, express the change that has to continue to come, just as we have in years before and decades before. And this city's evolution has written many of those pages of forward momentum, of a day when the police chief was more powerful than the mayor and couldn't be fired, and spoke about how black people had different veins and that's the reason why they were dying in chokeholds. That was where we were 30 years ago. But now, as we look at the progress we still need to make and the progress that we have made, it is with that spirit that George Floyd's brother gave us that we must move forward, with that mission not just in our hearts, but also in our actions. And I want to say clearly, we are going to continue to do everything we can to restore peace and to keep this city safe. We're throwing everything we have at maintaining the peace. And we're going to throw everything we have on promoting justice. And nobody out there need pick between those two. A curfew will again be in place tonight in our city and our county. It starts, I know it's a little confusing for some, at different times in different parts of the county, but here in the city of Los Angeles, in conjunction with the county-wide one, it begins at 6 p.m. You may have received a different alert from your phone, and that might have been sent from a different city when you're in the city of LA. But our curfew requires that people within the city of Los Angeles stay indoors from 6 p.m. until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Then there's a curfew in effect across Los Angeles County. This is not a step that anybody takes lightly, but it is done for all of our safety. It's done to protect protesters, it's done to protect families, it's done to protect businesses and workers, and you know what? Most of us fit into many of those categories. So please stay indoors, and please stay safe, and obey the law. You need to go home. For days, we have witnessed demonstrations in over 140 American cities, including ours, and protests are part of a proud tradition of change in this country. We've seen this in Los Angeles in years past to promote the rights of immigrants, of women, of African Americans, to stand up for science and our environment, to do the things that do move our country forward. And if we didn't have those voices or lived in an unfree country, we could not have seen the progress we have made. And I will always put in this work. I told you during the COVID-19 crisis that I and your city government would never stop working for you. And we're not today either. Not just to work for you, but to work to end racism, to address poverty, to make sure that inequality in our city is not a model in this country, but that we erase those things that can divide us and find the ways forward. You've been there alongside, supporting things we've done from raising the minimum wage to making community college free, to making sure that we have independent investigations of police shootings, to train our officers and folks who have served time together, to spend time together mentoring our young people in this city. And there is no question we are not at the peak yet, but we are not at the base of the mountain either. And we have to continue to find the peace in our city that will allow us to take the next step up the mountaintop. Our city has to be clear, though, because we too have been too hard hit in decades past of when violence and looting and the destruction of ourselves happens, it sets us back for years. After the peaceful protests end, when looting and vandalism begins, we have seen this too often. Here, across the country, in our neighboring cities here in the Southland, and our city and our police department will continue to do the work with our partners to make sure we have a city at peace. Our police department will defend this city from the crimes being committed by those who seek to exploit this moment. Arrests are being made every single day as we speak for anybody who breaks the law, and anybody thinking that it's getting easier out there or that they can get away with it, you're wrong. And I would say to you, don't be dumb. Don't make a mistake that lasts much more than today, but that can stay with you for months and years in your life. Don't do it. We will not stand for violence, for looting, for arson, not today, not ever, no exceptions. Not only because it's wrong, not only because our businesses are barely starting to stand up and those workers that work there need to get a paycheck, but we also know the danger to human lives, and thank God that so far we've not seen in this city the loss of life, but we've come close already. And that can happen to innocent people on the streets, it can happen to our peace officers, and we have to protect life. If, as we've shown in our fight against COVID-19, every life is sacred, let's prove that right now. And we are here as a city to preserve life. Small businesses were hurting long before any looting and vandalism visited them. Employees at these businesses were counting on conditions improving. These businesses are the bedrock of our neighborhoods, our main streets, of building community wealth that doesn't just go into corporate hands, but into local hands, in communities of color, in low-income communities, with immigrant-run businesses, and those businesses that have been in families for a generation or more. They were reeling, they are reeling from the effects of the COVID-19 crisis. Many of the more than 100 of the 120 businesses impacted by the destruction of the last few nights had just brought back their employees and opened their doors to customers for the first time in months. They were beginning to drum up the sales they needed to see a future, to survive. And now they have to contend with property damage, lost inventory. But I want to say that we are here to help, even in these tough moments. The Los Angeles Department of Building and Safety has been conducting safety assessments of buildings to anyone who requests one at no cost. Some damaged buildings may need only to repair glass, and they get a yellow ticket, and that means as soon as it's repaired, you're good to go. And there will be no permits required for those repairs. Others, a much smaller number, have fire damage, and they need a permit when making more extensive repairs. And the Department of Building and Safety will make sure that any plans that are submitted to repair damaged buildings are assigned to a plan checker on that same day and given priority processing. If you're one of those businesses and you don't know where to go, please go to buildla.lacity.org, and we are here to get you back on your feet. Additionally, we will be waiving the certified construction and demolition hauler requirement, so businesses don't have to pay to have debris removed. Our sanitation department will be providing roll-off and dumpster services to help clear out debris quickly. Many of you saw and thanked those city workers that were out there the next morning downtown and in the Fairfax area to provide a seamless and no-cost demolition process so small businesses can rebuild faster. And finally, in the coming days, I'll be proposing to the City Council additional financial assistance directly to businesses so that you can bring your employees back, get your stock back, and get back to business. We need to bring our economy back for our businesses, for our workers, for our neighborhoods, for us all. In addition to helping businesses recover, we will support every resident in this city. While many Angelenos wore masks this weekend, I encourage everybody going out to a protest, wear a mask, keep your social distance, and please get a free COVID-19 test. These are available for everybody who's been out there. coronavirus.lacity.org/testing is our site. And the city and county have now provided more than 500,000 free tests with or without symptoms. But if you've been out there, you may be at higher risk, so please sign up. And our largest testing center at Dodger Stadium will be open again tomorrow with thousands of tests, as well as the walk-up location at the Kedron Community Health Center in South Los Angeles. Other sites will remain closed. This is because our testing operation is led and run by volunteers. Those volunteers have not yet signed up to come back, given what's happening in the city. But thanks to the fire department and volunteers from our city staff, we will continue making sure that most of the capacity of those centers will be met at Dodger Stadium and in South LA. We know there are more protests today, and my hope is that they will continue to be peaceful and powerful from beginning to end. And I know the worst things sometimes get on the news, but I saw beautiful images too of engagement and of restraint, of the ability to exercise our pain and our anger, of police officers who took a knee with protesters, of folks who gave hugs to our National Guard and others. We need to find each other even amidst our pain, and I believe, again, that common ground is something that we hold together. That everybody in uniform and with a badge knows that what happened in Minneapolis is wrong and is committed to not only pushing for justice there, but being part of a coalition of justice here. But for those who are acting criminally, destroying property and stealing, we see you and the police will arrest you. Those who are peacefully protesting, we see you and thank you. The city is stronger because of you. With that, let me turn it over to our Police Chief, Michael Moore, to give an update on what has happened here today, and then we'll hear from Chief Terrazas, and after that, we'll take some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as to a status check today, where we're at, as for the safety of Los Angeles, last night we saw the full impact of the curfew with our ability to police areas of downtown and particularly and also the west side, but also the valley, where we saw roving groups of individuals that were not compliant with the curfew, and we believe were out to loot and prey upon businesses in our community. And our officers' actions were able to to identify those individuals and make a number of arrests. Last night, just under 700 arrests. And within those 700 arrests were 70 individuals who were either burglarizing or looting, victimizing businesses further. So what that tells me is that two things. We didn't have protests last night. We had criminal acts. We didn't have people mourning the death of this man, George Floyd. We had people capitalizing. His death is on their hands, as much as it is those officers. And that is a strong statement. But I must say that this civil unrest that we're in the midst of, we must turn a corner from people who are involved in violence, people who are involved in preying upon others. The actions last night, I am encouraged for Los Angeles, but I was discouraged for Santa Monica and Long Beach. This morning was a bright morning. It started well. A protest in the Van Nuys area with a group of students that was largely peaceful. Then through the course of that protest, others came involved and looted, attempted and broke in 3 stores. Officers were on scene, made arrests. But again, a protest that we are efforting to support and ensure that people's voices are heard. Social justice that needs to occur, that we can't hear because of the violence. As we move through the evening and presently in the late afternoon, we have a series of unpermitted, some planned marches and groups in various parts of the city. I'm aware of the one on the west side, where at the federal building, it moves onto the freeway. When you move onto the freeway, you jeopardize not only yourselves, but the lives of so many others. And as they're back on the streets, we will be interacting with that crowd, that protest, and that protest is now unlawful. The actions of endangering others creates an unsafe circumstance that just doesn't be simply turned on or off. In Hollywood, we have 3 groups in various parts of Hollywood that are protesting and largely peaceful. It's my hope that they'll continue. But if they do not, we have ample resources around and about them, monitoring them, and that we will act. Lastly, we had a protest that started here at our headquarters, our police headquarters, and then moved to City Hall. Unfortunately, I was actually at a press conference with our law enforcement leaders, which I'll speak to in a moment, and was unable to be there because I understand they asked for me and they wanted to speak with me. And I wish I could have been there. As soon as I left that press conference, I went there to meet with that group. Unfortunately, they had left and they had moved over to a different location. But I met with the leadership from LAPD that was there. And what they told me was that the group, recognizing that I wasn't available, asked for those, if that leadership would take a knee with them, not to them. And nor were we asking them to take a knee to us. But we saw each other. We had a moment, as I understand it, of communication, of recognizing. I saw that, and I've referenced it last Saturday on Beverly, after a terrible aftermath of fire and destruction. But the group that wasn't necessarily, the largest group, not involved with that, just wanted to be heard. And they wanted to hear that we were willing to do that. And once that happened, that march remained peaceful, and we were able to leave. Tonight, as we approach the curfew, it is important that these protest groups end, that their actions, their words that we hear, not be drowned out now by not attending to the curfew. As we move into the evening, we have ample resources to not just protect our critical sites and protect our businesses and retails throughout this city, but also to ensure that those individuals who remain on our streets to prey upon our communities will be held accountable. I joined the law enforcement leaders of LA County today, by DA Lacey as well as City Attorney Fuhrer. And all of us are committed to hearing, recognizing, and acknowledging the failures of our past. But as we move forward, we must assure every member of our public of our unbending efforts to ensure your safety. The presence of the National Guard, the Safer at Home Directive, and now the curfew, and the mobilization of LAPD are control factions to restore that. But I'll last close with what my remarks were this morning in another media engagement. And that is to these organizers, is for them to join with us in calling for peace and showing the volume of their power to be that agent that restores peace in our community, not by policing power, but by their power of talking to the community, those advocacy, those groups, of needing social justice, of let's achieve that through peace. Tonight, as I close, I wish us a safe night, and I thank the men and women of LAPD and LA Fire and all of our first responders for their sacrifice, their dedication, their valor. I was able, and I'll announce, to meet with and see the release of a young officer whose skull was fractured Saturday night during one of these protests that turned violent. After metal plates and stitches and staples, by the grace of God and the power of surgery and medicine, he was able to survive those injuries and is now resting safely at home. I am thankful for his survival. I am grateful for his service, as I am to every member of this of LAPD. Thank you.
Chief Terrasas.
Thank you, Mayor. The men and women of the Los Angeles City Fire Department continue to protect the lives and property of the people of Los Angeles. We've been able to respond to hundreds of fire and medical calls in the protest areas in the past 4 days, while simultaneously responding to our daily average of 1,400 emergencies throughout the city. We've also sent firefighters to our fire service partners in the cities of Beverly Hills and Santa Monica, who faced civil unrest this past weekend, and we're prepared to continue that support as needed. And we have done so without incurring any firefighter injuries. Our firefighters also continue to support the city's only active drive-through COVID testing site at Dodger Stadium, for which we have raised the capacity to 7,700 people per day. You can schedule an appointment for testing at coronavirus.lacity.org/testing. As I said yesterday, it is critical that our firefighters and paramedics are able to respond to emergencies to do their jobs without interference from protesting crowds. We respect the right to protest peacefully, but I ask you to make the right choice. When a fire engine or ambulance is trying to get to the scene of an emergency, to answer the call for help. Seconds count when a person has a heart attack or their home or business is engulfed with flames. Any delay of our firefighters can truly result in a life or death situation. The LAFD remains ready to protect the people of Los Angeles, and I ask everybody to abide by the 6 p.m. curfew that has been set for the city of Los Angeles so we can continue to do the very important job of keeping Los Angeles safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Chiefs. As we know, we're fighting more than one battle right now, one for justice and for peace in our city, but also the other with our ongoing struggle against the COVID-19 crisis, which even in these hard times does not let up. For 2 minutes, let me update you on that. Today we saw, I think as some may know, but many may have lost, the number of new cases went up under about 1,000, 978 today, a 1.8% increase. And deaths, we had 22 more announced to reach a total of 2,384 fallen from COVID-19. I also want to confirm that now we have 3,510 beds available, of which nearly 3,000 are occupied with more than 3,000 people who are experiencing homelessness to have shelter in this emergency. And we have 331 isolation rooms as well. We also have sufficient hospital beds, over 1,216 ventilators available, and the 100,000 N95 masks that came here that we are sharing with our hospitals at cost are now in our warehouse. We've administered nearly 500,000 tests, as I mentioned, spent nearly $50 million to date on these tests. And we have been doing that both at the testing centers as well as on Skid Row and with people experiencing homelessness, and in now all of our senior skilled nursing facilities. Finally, we've handed out nearly $20 million in cash assistance through Angelino cards. We've also had business ambassadors who are working hard and through what we saw, the unrest, to be able to help
businesses. We've been listening to Mayor of Los Angeles, Eric Garcetti, along with the police chief and the fire chief of Los Angeles. Now we go to the streets of Hollywood. Bob DeCastro, where some of those protesters are on the move. Bob.
Yeah, it's interesting because the mayor talked about 3 separate protests in Hollywood. We've been following this one particular protest as it started at Sunset and Vine. This is just the tail end of the protest, and it's kind of splintering off a little bit here. So now we're at Sunset and Bronson, and some people have stopped. They're no longer following the group, but the group going south now on Bronson. It's really interesting because I probably saw 3 different instances that the mayor was talking about, or maybe it was the chief of police. I heard someone talking about her earlier. It was at Christina's location where they were talking about that there were protesters that were actually helping officers in terms of when people got a little too agitated, that they were stepping in, telling people to calm down, telling people to take a step back.
Fuck that! The cops just told me I was gonna get down.
Yeah, that was one. No, that was one person. Sorry. Okay. Well, that was the one particular person that they told him to go away, but he's still a little heated. But there were a couple of instances when that happened, when they actually asked people to calm down, step aside, take a step back, and at one point, everybody stopped into the streets, and one of the things that they were chanting was peaceful protest, peaceful protest, peaceful protest. And it got me somewhat emotional because I thought this was truly a peaceful protest. And we've seen people from all walks of life here, including families with really small children walking along. It's a protest that's getting larger and larger as more people continue to follow the group all throughout the streets of Hollywood. Lots of these streets completely jammed, as we said, three separate protests here in the city, and you have people here obviously in their cars cruising around, but for the most part everything really peaceful here. a lot of noise, as you might expect, but lots of smiles, I will say, too, from people showing solidarity with one another in all of this.
And Bob, do you think maybe there's a sense of relief and some exhaustion after all of the problems over the last few days, that people really, really want to see this work?
I hope so. You know, I'm not a mind reader, but I hope so, especially when you see the days of cleanup, those wonderful scenes of unity, of communities coming together, picking up the pieces. People have been calling those volunteer groups bucket brigades, and bucket brigades, actually, it harkens me back to 9/11, covering 9/11, when they talked about bucket brigades and people who were standing on top of the pile there at ground zero and picking up piece after piece of rubble just to try to get to victims down below. But here's a case where you have bucket brigades, young people, old people, people from all walks of life, really just volunteering, and people who said that they were terrified at night when all the looting was taking place and came out in the daylight to help out their fellow business owners and to try to help them pick up the pieces and get back afloat after what had been 2 terrible nights. Scenes right now of some more officers coming through the streets of Hollywood. This is something that we've seen time and time again. So they respond in particular to hotspots. So they're mobile, and when they hear of something that's going on, they respond to it quickly. As we said, there's three separate protests here in Hollywood, so they're spread quite thin. One thing I will say is that marching with this crowd here this afternoon, it is not as large, obviously, as that Fairfax protest that we saw there, because this is all spread out all across Los Angeles. They're not confined in one separate group, so you don't have them all concentrated in one area and then sort of splintering off and causing trouble in different areas. So Bob, go ahead.
Yeah, we're looking at a fire right now here in Hollywood. Not sure where the fire department personnel that you were just showing in your shot are going, but they could very well be going to that location there. As we look out across the city there in that one shot, we think of the curfew in effect for people to go home. The mayor just talking about that, to go home. We're back now here on the ground, Bob, as we look at your protest board. That was some visual there, seeing all those LAPD officers come through and the fire department there come through. So I can hear people saying, Bobby D, your fan base there.
Yes.
I'd love to hear from somebody there as to where they're from, because I think of Hollywood, people coming from all over to go to Hollywood. Are you comfortable asking somebody why they came and where they're from?
Sure. Can I ask you, you mind talking to us, sir, really quickly? Just want to know where you're from, why you decided to be here.
Yeah, I'm actually Brazilian. I'm from Brazil.
Okay.
Yeah. And this is an issue that we deal in Brazil as well, you know, police brutality, especially against black people. And it's too overwhelming, you know, to just be sitting here on your home, you know.
Yes.
You can't let this keep going, you know, like without doing anything, without taking any action, you know. And we're trying to be peaceful and everything, and I think these curfews are just trying to silence us, you know, making limit, you know, our voices in this protest. So we just got to be out here.
There's that curfew that they're talking about, because the mayor just talked about 6 o'clock. He wants everybody to go home. What do you think about that curfew and asking people, you know, your voices are heard, they're hearing you, the police are hearing you, they would like people to go home?
Yeah, but I think when you try to limit, you know, like the protest, the way that it's being made, you know, like you're just trying to silence us, you know, in a way.
Did you walk around with this?
There's a lot of people that are just going home because they're afraid of like getting like punished because of they're breaking the curfew.
Right.
And there's, you know, we're just peacefully protesting, you know.
Yeah, and did you walk with this crowd, as I did, all the way from Sunset and Vine all the way around?
Yeah,
the only reason why I was asking, because there were a couple of moments where I saw, and people were chanting peaceful protest.
Yeah. Exactly, that's what we were all doing. We were taking a knee on the crosswalks, and everybody were just chanting, and it was totally peaceful. So there's no point in just like, oh, we're gonna end this at 5 p.m. Why? You know, we're just trying to silence us and take our voice away.
Okay, well, there you have it. Here's one person's perspective, but he agreed with me that there were times and people were chanting peaceful protests, but even with the curfews now in place, 4 o'clock in West Hollywood, 4 o'clock in Beverly Hills, 6 o'clock citywide, and lots of people saying they are not going to go home. We'll send it back to you.
Bob DeCastro in a very loud Hollywood. Yeah. Christine, it was quite something, I thought, during the mayor's press conference with the police chief, and the police chief could barely speak over the sirens because there were so many sirens that were going through downtown Los Angeles near City Hall. Kevin Takumi is in Skyfox, where we've seen a combination of peaceful protesters in Van Nuys and looters in Van Nuys as well. What are we seeing now?
Yeah, most of the protesters have gone home thinking that the curfew started at 5 when it actually started at 6 because there was a little miscommunication that was put out earlier. But this is the last of them here at the intersection of Victory and Van Nuys. LAPD giving the last orders here to clear the intersection as 6 o'clock officially approaches, and then they're going to, like I said, they're going to they've made their last declaration, and they are going to start making arrests after that. They do have several vans en route into this location, as well as a couple of sheriff's buses. They do expect that they're going to have some a mass arrest going on here. They're also working on shutting down the traffic to the area, but now that that 6 o'clock curfew point is coming up, they're going to officially clear the intersection here. Those people that don't go home, they are being advised that they will be arrested. That's the latest overhead Skyfox. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, keeping a watch on that scene. Kevin Takumi and Skyfox. Kev, thanks so much. 2 autopsies. This is a big story developing today. They were performed on the body of George Floyd. Now, the medical examiner performed one. Doctors hired by Floyd's family performed the other.
Marla Tejas, live in the newsroom with 2 different findings. Marla.
Well, Christine and Alex, the key difference between the Floyd family's autopsy and the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's report is the county report now lists underlying health conditions and drug use by George Floyd. The medical examiner lists cause of death as homicide by way of cardiac arrest. The Floyd's autopsy concluded he had been healthy. As for cause of death,
the cause of death, in my opinion, is asphyxia due to compression of the neck, which, as Mr. Crump indicated, can interfere with blood flow and oxygen going to the brain, and compression of the back, which interferes with breathing.
So this is famed forensic Dr. Michael Baden, who also examined Eric Garner's body back in 2014. Baden concluded Floyd died of asphyxiation due to neck and back compression, says Floyd had no underlying health conditions. The medical examiner says Floyd suffered from heart disease and hypertension and listed fentanyl intoxication and recent methamphetamine use. It was 1 week ago that former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin was caught on video kneeling on Floyd's neck for more than 8 minutes, killing the 46-year-old father. Now, Chauvin is facing third-degree murder and manslaughter charges. The official autopsy last week provided no details about intoxicants. Alex, Christine.
All right, Marla, thank you. We are looking live now at those protests in the Van Nuys area. You can see it has thinned out a bit as we approach this curfew, and then you see on that part of your screen the police moving in. You wonder, Christine, how strictly they're going to enforce this curfew order. In nights past, the curfews have not been that strictly enforced, but we wonder if tonight there will be a different picture.
Well, I think people can't say they didn't know that there's a curfew in the city of Los Angeles. There was a little bit of confusion earlier where you had that alert go out for the county that it was 6 p.m. Then some of us, maybe I did, I mean, I don't know if you did, but I did on my phone, came in for 5 p.m. That was for Glendale only. So we got the information again. The curfew is in effect for 6 p.m. So Van Nuys, this is an area where we knew they'd have protests today. You can see LAPD there in those 3 different locations. Obviously, some there in the city of in the middle of the street there are attempting to make a stand that they're apparently not going to leave. But we noticed that, as Kevin Takumi pointed out, that crowd has really thinned out.
Earlier today, we. Okay, so this is Hollywood. This is near the old. This is in the Hollywood area. We are looking at looting on Sunset and Gower. This is near the TV studios, not far from our competitors have a station there. KTLA is near there. The Gower Studios is near there. And we are looking at looting that is underway in the Hollywood area. This is such an unfortunate reality because we've been talking much of this hour with Bob DeCastro about all of the good things that are happening in the peaceful protests in the Hollywood area. But now, while that is underway in one part of Hollywood, we're seeing looting underway in Hollywood, Christine.
And this is one of the types of businesses where we have seen this looting. The convenience stores, the drugstores here, a Rite Aid here, the pharmacies. You know, Fox 11 actually used to be in this area of, okay, wow, look at that
looks like they may have broken through the door.
Yeah. LAPD, though, has been more on Hollywood Boulevard, not Sunset so much. So they're going to have to move officers over to this location because there are a number of restaurants in that area as well, and the very famous Denny's. Been there many times. When Fox 11, when I first moved to LA, Fox 11 are right there, just down the street.
And of course, there were concerns about this happening on Sunset in West Hollywood. There was supposed to be a protest scheduled for today, which was actually canceled because of concerns about protecting the businesses of West Hollywood. And now it appears this business in the Hollywood area has been targeted, and we'll see if it's a sort of open season on the Rite Aid store here on Sunset. So we are going to reset things as we approach the top of the hour. Usually this is the time where we would be beginning our Fox 11 news at 6, and we are going to do that. Special coverage on Fox 11 starts right now.
Here to support the black community from the front lines of the protest in downtown LA.
Everything that's happening right now is wrong. And they need change. We all need change. We need more love and less hatred.
To Riverside County's protest, the sheriff takes a knee.
If it has to start right here in the middle of the intersection, then it does.
To Van Nuys, where police are trying to keep the looters away.
What is going on?
We're seeing the protesters themselves are pretty peaceful. They're even getting upset with the agitator.
And good evening and welcome to the Fox 11 News at 6. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Christine Devine. We thank you so much again for being with us on our coverage here of yet another night of looting and protesting in Southern California. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of our headlines that we've been following today. As you know, LA County has a curfew. It is now 6 p.m. That curfew now in effect county-wide. We saw an amazing scene in Riverside where the sheriff there took a knee with protesters there. Just a really, really important moment there in Riverside. Protesters in Westwood actually got onto the freeway at one point and blocked the 405. Other protests we followed in Orange County and the Inland Empire. And that new information on the autopsy by the family of George Floyd showed that he died of asphyxia. That was counter to another autopsy, this one from the family.
We begin at 6 o'clock, though, with breaking news, which is in the Hollywood area. We are seeing active looting underway. This is at the Rite Aid store on Sunset. Many of you have probably driven past this area. It's a historic area. There are many studios that are nearby. And this Rite Aid right off of Sunset is now just being ransacked. We saw just a few minutes ago some of those looters were able to break through the door, and now they are going in as quickly as they can to try to take as much as they can. You know, you see them walking out with bags of stuff that they didn't pay for.
And you know, too, we're thinking back to this had been a time where people couldn't go to a lot of places to shop or to get medicines or to get, you know, necessities, toiletries. And the convenience stores, these stores like this, like the 24-hour Rite Aid, was among the many stores that you could go to that were open. Many being, you know, these kinds of stores and grocery stores.
So this has been the tactic. This is an organized thing where they will all coordinate, usually either via social media or text message, descend on a particular area, have a bunch of cars ready, block a particular area, and then load up their cars with material. Sometimes they go in multiple ways, and now we're starting to see the LAPD show up in force. So let's see if any of these guys are arrested. We'll probably see them start running quickly, and we'll see what law enforcement decides to do. Are they going to go after them and try to actually arrest them, or are they just going to stand by to stop this from happening in the future? So we see at least a few of those guys, or a lot of those guys there, are running away with whatever they could get. And they seem to be getting away from authorities, at least for now.
Running or driving, we talked about these mobile hits where they're in their vehicles and they're just able to hit locations quickly. LAPD, though, arriving on that scene, wondering, Alex, if anybody is inside the store that they can make an arrest, at least send a message, at least send that visual to somebody in those handcuffs there.
And then you also wonder about the tactic, like if LAPD could shut down maybe the nearby street or something and see if any of these people driving their cars have receipts for the materials that they just got.
Well, I had an officer give me some information about another agency where they were actually able to stop some of the looters out of Long Beach, that they were able to kind of track their route and anticipate them coming up on their location and then make that arrest because they had all the merchandise in the car and no receipt. So we talked to Kevin Takumi and Scott Fox. He said that there are undercover officers who are working some of these locations, and you have to wonder, is something like a Rite Aid a target? We've seen it elsewhere. We've seen stores like this in Santa Monica, for example, that they would perhaps anticipate that a store like this could be hit if things get out of control, and might they be able to make some arrests?
Rite Aid appears to be a target. Targets have been a target.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they closed down their stores. And you look at, I mean, LAPD got there pretty fast. In days past, we were concerned about, we would see this looting that would go on 15, 20 minutes at these stores. We'd be live and there'd be no police that would get there because they were so overwhelmed. In this case, we saw this start, just a few minutes ago, and officers arrived in force within a few minutes of it beginning. But there clearly were several people that were able to get away in the process.
Yeah. It's proof, though, that they really can't protect every business. And it is sad to see. You talked about this being such a popular area. I'm thinking on a Friday, Saturday night, people go into that Denny's late at night. Such a really neat spot to go to with your friends and kind of, end the evening. And so you have this here, LAPD there on the scene as that store was being looted. Crowds just checking it out.
And so they will continue to patrol. It's interesting to see the LAPD tactics. We have used the phrase of it being a cat and mouse game, and it seems to be a little bit of that. The difference, I think, for today versus yesterday, there was so much more activity yesterday in terms of the illegal activity that today I think police can move in faster, put a little bit more overwhelming force quicker, and hopefully prevent this from being a complete loss for those folks in the Rite Aid. We saw those images out of Santa Monica yesterday and Long Beach, and some of those stores, it took so long for officers to arrive. By the time they got there, everything was gone.
We have a second look here on the streets here of Southern California. You see the National Guard, such a jarring shot. And some say so necessary, and some would say not soon enough. Others, it can be very intimidating. But perhaps their goal is to stop some of the looting there in the Hollywood area before it's happening. And this is the Hollywood Boulevard area that is so popular to tourists. And you think there of the people who come to enjoy our city, and then you see a scene like this. Wow, look at that corner. There's so many of them.
And obviously, there's also some symbolic value of having the National Guard there, too, which is sending a symbolic message that, don't mess with us.
I think we have some arrests.
So we got some arrests. This is our Skyfox picture. Kevin Takumi. This is in Van Nuys.
Van Nuys, okay.
Where we are seeing arrests, and Christina Gonzalez is on the ground in Van Nuys. Christina.
Yes, I am. We are following our group of looters. Let me show you their latest. This is a Big Five sporting good on Van Nuys. This is towards Sherman Way. They were not able to get in. They did break it, and police did respond, and they took off. They were not able to get in the front way anyway, or the back way. Now, what's happening is, let me show you. The people across the street with their bats, those are business people. from the restaurants and the Super King and the supermarket in here. They are sitting there ready and waiting for them, which is the other thing this group ran into. The group ran up this street, and if you see the LAPD helicopter, they're also trying to corral them. It's a group of about 6, maybe 8 of them. They broke away, and they're just staying kind of ahead of them. There's several of these groups happening, and they have nothing to do with the protest, which continues out by the area where City Hall is. Now, I had sent back some video earlier. I don't know if you have it. You can tell me in my ear. But as we were driving up, we saw a man, his car completely trashed with this man in tears. He was attacked on the vehicle. And he was completely and absolutely in trouble. And he said, let's see if we can get the video back to you, but what's happening is people in vehicles are getting attacked. So hopefully when we come back, we'll be able to turn that back to you.
We will get to that in a little bit. Christina, we're now going back to Hollywood. This is sort of the other side of the street where some of those looters we think are scattering to, and we see some police that may be set up to try to stop them before they are able to get any further. So a big show of force right now in Hollywood, Christine.
You know, it was interesting to hear from one of the looters yesterday. Our Bill Malusian actually was able to interview one as he was arrested there on the curb. And he said, why did you do this? Why are you doing this? He said, I just came to get some money. And he came from another county, and he clearly was with a group of people, and he was the one who got caught. I think the others got away, but he just flat out said, here for the money. All right, Bob DeCastro with an update there.
What a picture. Bob, take it away.
No. Sorry, there were a lot of... Yes, I know. Stand by.
Right.
There were a lot of people that were running, and they were running in our direction, and there were some guns pointed in this direction, and so I had to... Just get my bearings here, right, just for a little bit here. So, from what we understand, there had been looting that was underway at Gower Gulch. It's Sunset and Gower, the very iconic kind of strip mall that's been here for a long time. It looked like perhaps the Rite Aid had been looted, or someone was going into the Rite Aid.
Yes.
Now, what's interesting is this is not far at all from where we talked to you the last time near Bronson. So at the very tail end of the protest, that's where the officers are. So there are officers that can respond very quickly to this because they're so close by. But what we're seeing is, and this is when it gets a little sad, is because we followed this protest since the very beginning. It was a peaceful. There you go. See, this is what happens. It turns into a situation where there are agitators that are coming in, and we've seen this a couple of times just over the past couple of minutes, that they have M80s. And they throw them at police officers, and those are explosives. They can hurt people as well. So a very dangerous situation. They're not just fireworks. Some of those M80s also believed to be responsible perhaps for some of the fires that have been caused as well. So the protests that went through here, there were splintered groups that decided to break off from here, and now you have a situation where there's, like we saw in the past, where there's cars of people just driving around. It's one of the reasons why you can see Mayor Garcetti urging people to abide by those curfew rules that have been put in effect to make sure that first everyone is safe, that if there's looting like this that takes place, if things sort of unravel and turn dangerous, that you're going to be protected. But there are some people who are out and about who either want to be part of the action, who want to cause trouble, and people are not going home. And you have those certain amount of agitators who could really turn the situation into something that it was not first intended to be. And that's what could be happening here right now. So at the intersection of Gower and Sunset, let's go to the left again here, Brian, and you can see that intersection there. They've completely taken over that intersection, the LAPD. Go ahead.
Bob, I'm struck by, on our first night of this coverage, we were talking with you, and those amazing images when you were at the Champion Sports Store, and there was just sort of nonstop looting, no police around, and it just went on and on live with you on the air. This is different in that how quickly law enforcement was able to get on this. It seems like it is different today. Give us some perspective as somebody who witnessed so much of that senseless looting.
Well, I think there was a lot of unpredictability that first night, police officers were trying to respond to certain situations, but what they didn't know, and what they started calling it, were these mobile looters. And so they what ended up happening is you had either it was through social media, or they were just simply following the leader, and they would drive around areas, and I think they're using the same tactic now, and we've seen it the following night. They use the same tactic where they just drive around in groups.
Bob, we're going to jump in here. Kevin Takumi actually possibly following some looters. Oh, wow. Kevin, go ahead. Take us there.
Yeah, this started on Van Nuys Boulevard near a 7-Eleven. LAPD airship came in. They got a report of looters in the area of that 7-Eleven. This car, too, was taken off from the area. We've seen it come all the way on Roscoe to the 170 here. Now we're going south on the 170 freeway. There aren't any black and whites behind it yet, but there is a LAPD airship that's above and has been tracking this vehicle the whole time. You can see how fast they're going. They're up to 100 miles an hour here, southbound on the 170 freeway. They know that airship's up there. They were looking up at it the whole time, so they know that LAPD airship is tracking them as we move southbound on the 170 freeway, coming up to Sherman Way here, and still tracking them about 95 to 100 miles an hour. So they are trying to get some black and whites into this, but they took off from that last location that started all the way on Van Nuys Boulevard here, and they were throwing some items out of the vehicle, and they're on Roscoe now. They're in the carpool lane. They're advising CHP of this as well, but this was you can see how fast they're going. We're still tracking it about 100 miles an hour now, southbound on the 170, coming up. Looks like we're going to be coming up on Burbank Boulevard here soon.
Wow, Kevin, this is something to think that LAPD would have to go this far to try to stop some of the looters, to make some arrests, to send a message. We talked about those mobile looters, people that are coming in cars with groups of people. They're hitting stores, grabbing stuff, and sometimes going in 2 and 3 times to make off with merchandise. And the goal was, with law enforcement, if they could make a stop and show that you don't have the receipt, they could make an arrest. But Kevin, really, we think of pursuits in Southern California. This kind of pursuit, this is a first.
Yeah, you know, they've been trying to, this was like one of about 4 cars that left the location that was being looted there, and so they picked this one up. Probably the other ones were reported as black and gray vehicles, but this orange Nissan really stood out, and they were able to get a hold of it, get eyes on it very quickly there, and started following it from the air. They tried to get some ground units into this. They are still trying to catch up, but we're still tracking it at 90 miles an hour, south on the 170 here, coming up on the 101.
Oh. Well,
yeah,
it'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
And you wonder, because if you are arrested with less than $1,000 worth of merchandise, that is considered a misdemeanor. And right now we have a $0 bail situation, so many of these looters have just been released. So, you know, to go from that to this sort of the resources now of actually doing a high-speed pursuit of a looter is quite a difference in tactics.
All right.
Yeah, you know, we've got more of these. Last night they had one out in the Hacienda Heights area. The CHP picked up a vehicle that was going high speed and they tried to bring it to a stop, and they took off, and they took 2 or 3 into custody and found a bunch of stuff with it. So we're still southbound on the 101 freeway at the just past, well, now they're on the 101 freeway southbound here, going to get into some traffic. It looks like there's another car that's pulled up beside it. I don't know if it's one of the other ones that was in a group with the vehicle, but they're moving southbound on the 170, on the 101 freeway now, coming up on Lancashire.
So we are watching, if you're just joining us, the pursuit of looters in the small box. In the big box right now, we are looking at our other chopper, which is up right now in the Hollywood area, where some of these chaotic scenes are starting to unfold after a day of hopeful scenes on the street of Hollywood. You see these people that are all sort of getting out. Technically, it's illegal to be out on the streets right now. That curfew is done. Not sure if these are protesters, if these are looters, who exactly these folks are, but they're walking through the middle of the street right now in Hollywood while this pursuit is underway of some of these other looters. Kevin, do we think that this looter, or alleged looters in this vehicle we're looking at, They're from the Van Nuys area, right? Not the Hollywood area.
Well, yeah, it started in the Van Nuys area. We don't know where the car is from at this point, but following this vehicle started in the Van Nuys area, and then they jumped out and went south on the 170 to 101 here. So the airship's pulling back a bit here because they're going to let it go. They're way out of their area. They got too many other things going on. They've got too many other more pressing matters at this time. So they're gonna let it go at this time. They've advised CHP of the vehicle, but the vehicle itself just stands out here. We're moving still southbound on the 101 freeway, doing about 90 miles an hour here, and that orange SUV just really stands out. Like I said, CHP's been advised of it, but this one just stands out as moving very quickly south on the 101.
All right, Kevin, that's what I was thinking, too. Might be easy to track that car, especially if you get a license plate or get some kind of information on that vehicle. All right, keep a watch on that one for us. We're going to check back in the meantime with Bob DeCastro, who's on the ground there in Hollywood, where that Rite Aid at the Gower Gulch has just been looted, and LAPD with quite a presence there now. Bob.
Yeah, it's a different situation because I don't know how much the looters, if they took anything, how much they took, but certainly the officers are there right now. We've seen instances before where there were no officers around and they were able to have at it, and looters were able to go back in once, twice, 3 times, 4 times and take as much as they want, even with their vehicles nearby, so they were just loading up the car. It's a very different situation here now. The cops were very close by. They got here very quickly, and when we got here to the scene here at Sunset and Gower, we heard some shots that were fired, foam bullets that were fired. People were running very fast in a certain direction, so I don't know if people that were inside were able to get away, and I don't know really if there were any arrests here, but they certainly were able to get people out of that Rite Aid at this Gower Gulch. It always makes me a little nervous though when we're on this side of the line, and this is the side of the line where you see that guns are pointed in sometimes in our direction, and these are rubber bullets, foam bullets, but nonetheless they move the lines a little closer to try to get people a little further away from Gower Gulch, and Bob, there's still people milling about and defying those orders.
We can certainly get back to you if you guys want to move and try to get into a safer position.
Yep. We're good. We've got our security guard here, and she's been wonderful all throughout the day, and we're just trying to stay close to one another so they all know that we're a team here and that we're the media, and we're here to document things. So yeah, believe me, if things really start to unravel, we'd be the first people running.
Bob, we should note, though,
getting
too,
out of here.
Not only are you a great reporter and you've worked in New York as well, covered 9/11 and the aftermath there, but also you served in the military yourself. So to be out on the streets there, to see law enforcement and military presence, I wanted to get your perspective on that.
Well, Christine, that I'm a big supporter of the police as well, right? And we know people who are in recruitment and who really try very, very hard to find the right people, and it's also the people who have the right temperament and who are going to bring this new generation of policing, and so you have a lot of respect for them as well. Their jobs are not as easy as you might think. They're worried about their own lives. They want to go home to their families safely as well, and they want to make sure they and their colleagues are not hurt. And then we saw the situation just days ago when things really did unravel very quickly and businesses were looted, people were hurt, and so they don't want to see that as well. But it takes a lot. It took a lot of restraint, and I agree with the mayor and the chief of police when they say that their officers did exercise a lot of restraint. In many cases, they do, but it's a very tough job. It's a very tough job. But it's strange to see that the world, what we've come to now at this point, that and certainly you recognize the pain, the angst, the suffering from the people who are protesting here, and it really is such a wonderful thing to watch these people exercise their constitutional right to protest, and for the most part, I will say, by and large, very peaceful protests that we've seen here throughout the afternoon. As it gets darker, this is when things started to change a little bit. I will say it still seems peaceful by and far, by most accounts. I think we're looking at a snapshot. We're looking at a snapshot of something that's happening, of one instance that was looted, and they're trying to push people back, but by and large, these are protests, and you're seeing these officers move. We've seen these officers move forward, and I'm so happy to have our security next to us, because she's the one who told me that they're asking people to show your press pass, to make sure that they know that you are an active member of the working press.
All right, Bob.
So I pulled it out.
We're going to give you a break because we want you to be safe. That's priority number one. We're going to go back to Christina Gonzalez. You know, we were showing with Skyfox earlier that car that was being pursued. We believe that there are looters that are inside that car. And Christina, that's on your screen right now, that it stands out. It's that very distinctive color going at 90 miles an hour on the freeway. Christina Gonzalez, we believe you may be with the people who were looted by the individuals in that car?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. We've been following the officers as they have been following the cars that have separated. Now, I'm just up the street from the Big Five. That vehicle that was on the freeway was a vehicle part of the group, according to these people who hit the Big Five and came up over here.
Wow.
How many cars? I mean, explain to me what happened.
It's about like 20, 30 cars, literally just all driving together. And like
Four in a car.
Literally 4 in a car. Pulling up to each shopping center, getting out, breaking the windows, looting, and then all getting back in and then running around to different stores and doing it all over.
Now, were police anywhere nearby when this was going?
They were coming and going. They're in every direction. Coming and going in every direction.
This is the man that has been here.
Closed.
My daughter is 34 years old. He was giving me diapers when I didn't have the money to buy my child diapers.
We've been here for almost 35 years, almost 40 years now we've been here on this corner. So we've seen a lot. These are all the people that live around here, so they're all protecting their corner store basically right now.
And I mean, I'm looking at, you've got some weaponry, you've got your vest on, and you've got her husband's over here. I mean,
wow.
What do you think about having it come to this when we've got so much police around us?
That's just sad that they think this is the right way of doing it, is like robbing mom and pop shops. When really, I understand they want to protest, but then go to the town halls, go to the police stations. Don't destroy and loot. Like that doesn't solve anything.
It doesn't serve a purpose.
Doesn't do anything.
It doesn't serve a purpose.
You know, as an African-American woman, and you understand what they're protesting about, do you think these guys have anything to do with the protest?
No, I don't think they have anything to do with the protest. I believe that what they're doing is trying to get what they can get because of the protest situation. So I have children, African-American kids. He's not African-American. His son's not African-American. But you're not finna come to our city and tear our city up when this man has been here for over 30-plus years and I helped everybody out on this block.
And you're going to stand here tonight?
Who?
You're going to stand here tonight?
My husband is here. That's my brother-in-law right there. My twin sisters over there. They're not moving nothing over here. And then as long as we're around this neighborhood, you're not tearing nothing else up either. Everybody know each other. Why are you tearing stuff up? And at the end of the day, then you're going to come and ask for help. We're hungry. There's homeless people that's out here, and they want to be fed. This young man will feed them. All these residents, they feed them. Why would y'all want to tear up the city? And you know what I've noticed? They didn't come from here. They coming from South Central. That's where they coming from.
So what makes you think that?
Because I have friends. I got a lot of friends out here. He knows a lot of people, too. Nobody's coming to destroy his store. These are people that we've never seen. You ain't tearing up nothing.
Now, one of the things, let's look across the street, because what is happening is people are just boarding up. That is the 98-cent discount store, and they're having to board up. They got hit. It's just so sad,
Christina,
because it's literally just going up and down. Yes?
I have a question, too. For the individuals that are armed, Did they interact with those looters, and did the looters see their guns?
My anchor's asking is, did you have the guns out when the looters came by, or did you bring them out? Did you interact with them? What did they see your guns?
They seen us. Once they seen us, they started running. They're all scared. Like right them, like these people.
Christina, let's go back in time for a minute to the 92 riots, because you and I both saw scenes much like that where you had store owners with weapons just like that. It is a scary scene. It's an eerie scene. What do you make of that?
I make that people don't feel safe. We were in Koreatown, where the Korean, people were on top of their businesses with weaponry. They're not the only ones with weapons up and down Van Nuys, I can tell you that. They're the ones that are talking to me about it. But we have seen quite a few stores feeling that they have to protect. And you heard the officers when we were talking to them back at the location where they took out the safe. They're doing what they can. They're doing what they can, but at this point, this is really difficult. This is really, really difficult. We have been half the day. I mean, you hear the ambulances. We follow the helicopter. There were at least 20 vehicles. That is true. And then they separate. And we'll follow one group. And as a matter of fact, we now have that video, I believe, if we can roll on the first video, because what's also happening...
Christina, someone bailed from the pursuit.
Wait. Okay, hold on. We now have...
Oh, well, that's
let's take
underway.
a look.
Look at all these cops that are coming.
Yeah, well, Van Nuys is under siege at this point.
That woman you interviewed, Christina, was one of the greatest characters we've met in this entire few-day experience. She was really something else to hear her story and about protecting her community.
Yes, she was. And you can see they're beginning to board up.
And I'm also fascinated in that moment that the stare down that these looters see those individuals holding the weapons, and then all of a sudden they decide to run the other direction. Christina, we're going to get back to you in one second. We want to reset things as it's now 6:30 here on Fox 11. I'm Alex Michaels with Christine Devine. Here are some of the headlines that we're following right now. We're seeing active looting in Hollywood, also active looting in Van Nuys. The Riverside Sheriff, Chad Bianco, took a knee with protesters and our Haley Winslow live on our air. It was a remarkable moment that de-escalated some tension in the Inland Empire. We also saw protesters block the 405 freeway in Westwood. That's where our Bill Malugin is standing by. We've seen protests in Orange County and the Inland Empire. Our Phil Schuman is in Anaheim. We're hearing about some potential problems in Anaheim. We'll get to that in a moment. And another headline of the day, a new autopsy showing that George Floyd died of asphyxia. This is an autopsy ordered by the family. And the overwhelming headline has been peaceful protests throughout the day. But as we now are past curfew, LA County now under curfew orders, we are starting to see problems.
And I was going to say, Alex, I don't know how many people out on the streets today saw the family of George Floyd speak out, but his brother Terrence went to the site in Minneapolis. It was very emotional. It was very overwhelming. Lots of flowers on the ground, people taking a knee. It was just a very emotional moment, almost a calming moment, as he called for people to show up to vote, to speak your truth, but pretty much not to commit violence and crime and loot. So I don't know if that's a calming effect, but I sure watched it, and it certainly was for me. So we're watching now the Hollywood area. We have Bob DeCastro there on the ground. Bob?
Well, this is super, super interesting now to me. So there was a looting that took place here. We know that they went inside the Gower Gulch. I don't know if anything was taken, how much was taken. They ran out. Okay, I guess we'll send it back to you guys.
Christina, Bob, we're going to get back to you. Christina Gonzalez, some developments where you are in Van Nuys.
Let me tell you what's going on. So these guys in the vehicles, let's get a little bit closer. This vehicle and those guys over there got out of the other vehicle. There's a gold store in the parking lot, and they were heading to it. And these guys came out and they said, "No, you're not."
Wow.
And he's with us. They're having a standoff here.
Oh my God.
Arguing about why they're not being allowed to break into the place. So I'm going to kind of let you
guys
listen to this.
So these are looters
Yes.
squaring off with community members
Maybe.
holding weapons on the street.
Yes.
And where are all those cops
Now
that just drove past you?
They're 3 blocks down.
Yeah.
This is really something here to see those store owners who want to protect their own business, yet they're by a business that is so vulnerable. Okay, so that's her family telling her to go back? Yeah. Christina, go ahead.
Yes. Telling her to, because the 2 vehicles, there's actually 3 vehicles. And what is happening is that, they parked in front of if you see the Buy Gold sign, there's a place for it inside the parking lot. And they don't want them to go in there. They were heading that way. They did not get in, but they don't want to be told what to do. So it's a standoff. Now, the officers they went down the street past us, and you can see probably the lights about 2 blocks down. But right now, they're just going to... Hold on. Let me put my microphone near. Let me talk to him.
Of course, we've got to be careful about some language here.
It's my family business. Stop. We're closed. We're closed. We're closed. We're closed. We're closed. We're closed.
Were those guys going into the gold store?
Huh?
What, those guys? What's going on?
Dude, we're closed, bro.
Okay, they're kind of busy, but that's what we saw.
Gosh, Christina, it really just seems so scary and so dangerous there. Please be safe. But I wonder how
we're
much...
okay. I think, here come the cops. Here comes the cops. They're trying to flag them down. We're trying to flag down the cops.
Oh.
Hold on, let me flag them back here. They're driving past us.
Oh.
Stop.
It just goes to show you perhaps how overwhelmed the police department is right now.
This is one of
They have gone up and down the street. At least, okay, they're turning around. There they come. There they come. They just saw me.
In 3 days of surreal moments on TV, this is one of the most surreal moments we've seen. What is underway right now in Van Nuys. All right, so here come the police officers to help these community members.
The guys on the other side are in cars. All right, here they come. The guys here are trying to stop over there from looting in the cars. All right, now they're telling them, no, they're fine.
They're good.
Oh, gosh.
Oh,
gosh.
No. Whoa.
Oh, my God. Joe, to your right. Come on.
He's with us.
He is with me. Press. Sir, they're... Okay, sir. They're the store owners. They were protecting the looters, sir.
Whoa.
They're protecting the stores. Their looters are over there.
Stand down for a sec, please. Relax.
You're losing your looters. They're going down that way. These are the people in the stores trying to stop.
Point.
All 3 of them.
Okay, we're putting those in handcuffs right now.
Dude, no, they're not the looters.
One person talk. Where's the looter? Where's the looter?
They're protecting this building.
Okay, where'd the looter go?
They were...
Okay, description. Black, white, Asian.
African Americans.
Okay.
They're in a gray vehicle. The other gray vehicle is parked in front of the Buy Gold store. A group of 6 of them. 6. We have video.
Okay.
African.
You talk to me.
Okay.
Okay.
They have nothing.
Talk to my partner, please.
They have nothing to do.
Okay, I need you to relax and tell me. Okay.
These people were protecting the store.
I don't care about them. The looters that walked away. Looters that walked away. Which way did they go?
Your officers are following them. They went south.
Okay. Car. What kind?
Gray-colored vehicle was one of them.
Is it like that or is it like that?
Like that kind of colored vehicle.
That. 4-door or 2-door?
2-door.
2-door? How many people?
Between 6 and 8 African Americans.
6 and 8 African Americans. Okay. That's okay. I'm trying. I know.
And you're on live TV right now.
I know. I'm trying to find out. I'm asking you stuff. If you can't tell me who they are, I can't chase them.
Okay.
That's all.
Your officers are chasing them.
Okay,
that's one of them.
Okay. They're chasing them.
Okay.
Good. Okay.
So what happened is...
There we go.
These people are the people from the liquor store.
Okay.
They're protecting their business.
Okay,
3
that's
vehicles.
fine. That's fine.
And they live here. Now, 3 vehicles drove up in front of the Buy Gold. And they told them, get away from that. And they started arguing about it. And after they started arguing about it, that's when we started flagging you down. And that's when they ran. Some of your officers went that way. And that's what I was trying to tell you.
What I'm trying to say is because when these things happen, I know you want to say everything, and I appreciate that, but it's like I need the brass tacks. How many? What?
Between
what
6 and 8.
I know, and that's what I needed. Okay, that's why I was trying to get upset. Okay, because everybody's trying to help, and I understand that. But how many? Where they went? What color? And what did they look like?
I got it. And you guys, it's hard.
No,
I know.
I understand.
And it's hard. Be safe.
Thank you.
But these people have nothing to do with that. This is unreal. But anyway, they're putting this lady in handcuffs.
What?
I've just told them. You see, and here is where...
This is some of the systemic issues that maybe some of those protesters are upset about.
Yeah. I mean,
right?
it's kind of surprising. And granted, I am excited telling them the story, but at this point, they lose the looters.
Okay, looks like they're taking the handcuffs off. Christine, looks like they've taken the handcuffs off. They've gotten the picture that these three were the good guys there here at the business. So that's been cleared up. It just goes to show you how easily and quickly things can go wrong or can be misinterpreted.
Wow.
Christina.
This is one of the wildest things I've ever seen. And then to see that...
now they're taking the woman from the car. She's not involved. She just stopped to look.
Okay.
I think she is with these people. And she came over to get her mom because she saw it on TV.
Well,
I think that's what's going on.
That shows you how quickly a situation can escalate.
Yes.
How adrenaline can be a bad thing in some of these situations. People immediately go from 0 to 10, and the challenges for a lot of people in these situations. Obviously, it's a high-pressure, intense situation for police as well. But that was so. It's upsetting, Christine, to watch that woman that we all had just seen as sort of the hero of this situation be taken in handcuffs. Thankfully, she's been released, and police are trying to figure this out.
You make it harder on us.
I'm the security, our security guard. They're trying to because he doesn't have an ID. I'm getting so. We need to move back. Yes, we're going to move back. Can we get in our truck and move it back?
A little further down.
This is our truck.
Down to just to the corner.
Okay, sir. All right, so now they're moving us back.
Well, Christina, you can imagine as police arrive and they see their store owners with their guns and people outside the store, hard to differentiate who...
I'm sorry?
Go ahead, Christina.
Explanation to them?
I tried. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so
there is somebody here from the police department.
That's Andy Nyman, who we've known for years. That was Andy Nyman, right, Christina?
Yes, that is Andy. Andy just arrived, and he said, "Did you get to tell him what's going on?" Who is that? You can go ahead and explain.
Yeah, he's the head of media relations for the LAPD. He's a familiar face that we've known for years. Somebody who would know and trust Christina's word, as compared to some of these officers who just rolled up onto the scene in the heated moment that just happened.
Yes. And I understand, look, I mean, this has been happening all day. We have had a few encounters with law enforcement because they're trying to do their job. And we understand that. Sir, I think you dropped something. Right, officer, there you go. You're stepping on it. That came from your pocket, sir. And I think we're all trying to be as courteous as we can with one another. And people have different personalities, including police officers and media. I am very familiar with these guys, and they're from, well, a lot of the old-timers know me, so we've been okay, and I don't take it personally. But I just hope that we should know,
Christina, the old-timers know you, but you've been in management here at Fox 11 and not on the streets for several years, so to some of the newer officers, you might not be necessarily as familiar as to those who would know you as a solid veteran journalist here at KTTV.
The thing that I think some people will see, though, was that
on and you do the best you can.
I have you with me. I mean, you guys, this is overwhelming. We've been following them, and to their credit, they're trying to do what they're trying to do, and that's why I was just trying to explain to him. He did his job. We're all doing our job now. What is going on? I mean, we've got store owners with weaponry. We've got bands of different vehicles, and we got, what is that, a flashbang or flashbang, right? And I know they were following them over there. I mean, what can you tell us?
Yeah, it's, this is just basically you have individuals who are set on basically destruction and theft and just nothing but criminal activity, and they're taking full advantage of the protests and the message that's trying to get out about the injustices, that need to be addressed, and we all agree with that.
Yeah.
Everybody in law enforcement agrees with that.
So in the scheme of having, we're going into our curfew, and it's nightfall.
Correct.
And you guys are running up and down, doing a great job. Are we planning on bringing in perhaps like some National Guard or something to help you guys out?
Well, the National Guard, as you know, are already deployed. And today we also heard the president make a declaration. So we hope it doesn't get to that. We hope that the public will band together. They'll talk to their relatives, their brothers or sisters who may be partaking in this illegal activity and just stop the chaos, because it's not helping anybody. It's just creating more chaos and more pain and suffering for everybody. So.
And it's interesting because if we can go see over there, one of the things, and you and I were back here in '92, and we remember, but I never saw, whenever you see officers today, you see people gathering and confronting them, which I had not. Usually people ran away from the line.
Right.
Now, wherever you guys are gathering, you actually have people coming up and yelling at them.
Well, again, we have nothing but support for people that want to express their First Amendment. And a lot of it is angry First Amendment expression. So we understand that. When it becomes violent, when it becomes lawless, then we have no other choice but to take action and try to stop that, because nobody wins. And the message gets lost in the violence and in the anger.
Christina, I don't know if if Andy can answer this, because he wasn't here when it happened, so it's unfair to put him but there are a lot of people that are watching that would have just seen an African American woman who was a hero in her community, working to protect the community, who literally waved down the police for help, and then moments later she's taken into handcuffs. They assumed that she was a suspect. That is a very bad image for a lot of people who are literally in the process of protesting systemic racism within police departments. Can he talk about that, or can anybody there talk about that?
I'm going to ask him about it, but I do think that's the reason he rolled up. I think that's what he saw. And what, our anchors are asking is, you see, we had been here for a while, and the African-American woman was talking about protecting this place. When the officers rolled up, they put her in handcuffs, and that's an image that is a very difficult one to see. And once we figured it out, I don't know if you were here when that happened, but can you speak to that? Because that's sometimes what people see.
So you were here, and I was watching your live broadcast, and that's why I came from my station.
Thank you.
Because I saw the confusion. But that's what officers are faced with all the time. They have citizens that are flagging them down, which is what was occurring here, not knowing what's going on. And until they sort everything out, they don't know who they're dealing with. They don't know if they're good guys, bad guys, and so we have to get it under control first, and then sort everything out.
And one of the suggestions, perhaps, for our viewers and people, I think the guns is what actually set off the mindset. The guns that were legally owned by the liquor store owners, but still. Yeah,
we really discourage citizens from arming themselves and protecting their properties with guns. I understand it, but you can see what happened here. This could have been very tragic, where our officers are approaching. They see people who have shotguns and people who have been waving them down, thinking that maybe there's a robbery here, maybe somebody just got shot. And you got store owners who think they're doing the right thing and are entitled, but this is where great danger is. And
that's the problem, because we've talked to people who their places have been trashed today, right close to where we had a protest, and a lot of officers, and they're feeling like they have to arm themselves.
I understand, and I feel for them. And we have to really be cognizant of the fact that, our officers are doing everything they can. And when they come upon a scene and people have guns or weapons, one individual had a knife, a very large knife in his waistband, we don't know what's going on. And so until we control it, and oftentimes that means pointing our weapons at them to get them to comply, disarming them, searching them, and then figuring out what's going on.
I think, and hopefully that will be something that, because I know people are listening, and that's something important, because a lot of people are armed up and down the street. I've seen it, you know it, and I don't want somebody to get hurt, and neither do you. Do you have any other questions for Andy before he runs off? Because I know he...
The first instinct, though, is to handcuff a woman. I mean, that's where I think a lot of people will be lost in this.
I think the first instinct, they're asking if the first instinct is to handcuff a woman and people.
So if we don't know what's going on in this lawlessness right now we're under curfew. So technically everybody that is out here is subject to arrest, which means that we can lawfully detain you, which means we can handcuff you, search you, particularly when there's weapons that are visible. So that is going to happen. What we would encourage everybody to do is to avoid that. But if the police do approach you and you've done nothing wrong, just cooperate. Don't explain until we get you controlled. Then we will ask you the questions and contain you and figure out what's going on.
Does that, can we let him go now?
Yes,
okay,
please pass on our thanks and regards to Andy, who we both like
I know you have to run.
Appreciate very much.
Be safe.
And our friend over the years.
My apologies. I should have my mask on and when talking to
that was one.
If only we could have, the LAPD higher-ups watching every scene that plays out across the city and be able to intervene like that and
to have Christina literally with video evidence of what just happened. That was
I
one of the.
kind of tried to stop them.
That was one of the wildest.
In my loud, fast Cuban way.
Yeah. God bless you, Christina.
I didn't want them to.
All right. We're going to give you a moment to breathe after that wild experience. Kevin Takumi, you're also seeing quite an experience in Van Nuys and not far from where Christina is.
Yeah, we're just down the street from where Christina was. That's probably why she heard so many sirens going by up and down Van Nuys Boulevard here. This is the Walgreens at Van Nuys Boulevard and Sherman Way. You can see a group of looters went into the Walgreens. LAPD was here very quickly, and they've got about 15 in custody at this point. They've also got at least 3 or 4, maybe 5 that are injured from breaking and going through the broken glass at the time, and also when they were exiting here. But they have about 15 in custody here. You can see that. They've got jail vans ready to go for them, but they've moved in on this Walgreens very quickly. Right, surrounded the building, didn't let anybody get out of there, but you can see how many they took into custody. So they have their mobile field forces out here, and they are trying to stop the looting and take as many people into custody for all of this.
Well, this is quite the visual, Kevin, because with the looting that we saw the past 2 days, with police not necessarily being in sight in time to catch people like this has got to be a welcome sight to people who have a business, who have a store, people in the community, to see that LAPD is able to respond. But people are trying to break in here to a drugstore, one of the sites that we've seen in different locations. We saw the Gower Gulch location as well, same kind of business. But to see those people in handcuffs there, and to see those people who had some injuries because of the glass in the fire department there, is really some kind of sight there, Kevin.
Yeah, you know what? They have been trying. I've been listening on the radios. I've been hearing the airship guiding these field forces coming in, try to surround. Anytime they have a break-in, they're trying to get their units over to those locations very quickly as possible, trying to nab them. Most of these people or not the smash and grab people that we've seen in those vehicles. So that one vehicle we chased all the way down into South Los Angeles. Down there we had a woman bail out of the vehicle, and then the car kept going southbound all the way into South LA there. But this is not the kind of group, though, that have been doing the smash and grabs. They were still inside the store when the LAPD arrived. But the LAPD is trying to catch up with those smash and grab crews that are hitting all of these protests. So they are working hard. This is a welcome sight that they are taking a significant amount of people into custody after looting that Walgreens.
All right, Kevin, thank you. So we've got one chopper up where Kevin is at. We've got another chopper up in the Hollywood area at Argyle and Selma is the area we're looking at from our other chopper, Bob DeCastro, on the ground in Hollywood. Bob, how's the situation changed where you are?
Yeah, it's really super interesting, to be honest, because there is a huge police presence here, much different than what we've seen from days ago. In fact, take a look at the number of officers that were out here. About 15 minutes ago, the CHP came here to supplement the LAPD that was here. I don't think I've ever seen the CHP in riot gear before. I mean, it looks completely different than what the LAPD looks like. So they're here supplementing their officers here, and they actually brought in those buses from the LA County Jail. So I can only surmise that at some point, if this evolves into something else, if this goes south, then there will be some arrests, and they're ready to put people inside of those buses. What I will tell you is that there seems to be a sort of a dispersion in the protesters, and so you see the officers came here, that at every intersection here, they're stationed there, and there's a line, and there's protesters there. There's protesters on this side of Sunset, and then there's protesters over here on El Centro, and look, they just walked away. So they've been dispersed. There's not large groups and masses of people who are squaring off against officers, and so the strategy, at least at this point, appears to have worked. They showed a big show of force here, or at least the presence, and they were calm. There were rubber bullets, I heard, that were fired really early on when the Rite Aid pharmacy at the Gower Gulch was looted. Again, I don't know if any arrests were made, and I don't know if anything was taken, but they came here, descended upon the scene really quickly, and for the most part, what I have seen, at least at this particular location, is that the protesters are simply walking away, and walking away really slowly. So who knows where they go next, but these officers are moving very quickly and responding to any reports of hotspots. So they're out and about this morning, and I guarantee you there are more assets here on the ground than ever before.
So, Bob, you've been out for a couple days now covering different locations. It's certainly got to feel very different tonight as police are trying to get there ahead of things.
Yeah, I certainly think that's the case. First of all, there's not like one particular hotspot. So on Saturday, they were dealing with the Fairfax area, and the epicenter being Fairfax and Beverly, and then it kind of just spread out there. But it was really concentrated in that one area. I don't think that they really were prepared in that particular moment that it was going to escalate that badly, or they didn't have the supplemental National Guard here. They didn't have the CHP out here as well. So now they've got additional resources here that they could use, and these are smaller protests in several different locations throughout Southern California. So these are smaller protests, and it seems like they could get a better handle of the smaller protests here, especially if you have these outcroppings of looting or vandals that take place, like the Rite Aid. As the group came by, the protesters came by, those people hung back and took that opportunity to try and target that Rite Aid store here or there, and the police were right here. They got on it very quickly.
Well, you know, also, you heard from the chief earlier, the chief of the LAPD, say, we had hoped that the protests here in LA would be peaceful. We had hoped that we wouldn't see the looting that we're seeing, the mobile looters that are coming from other areas into a location to hit it. But once you see what we saw on Melrose, the Fairfax area, and Santa Monica, police now would say maybe we have no choice to respond like this quickly.
And I'm not sure just because we saw this one incident of looting in this particular location that means there's widespread looting all across the Southland, that this may be one particular or small incidents or just a small amount of incidents that are going to occur. That does not mean that as the night continues to fall that we're going to see more instigators, more people that are going to come and try to cause trouble. But I think there are certainly more resources on a night like tonight where they can handle these a lot more quickly and respond to it in a rapid fashion. But it does look like it's almost like the officers are pushing these various groups a little further. So they're almost in a way separating these groups.
Wild to watch.
And I have to say, even in this instance here, when you have when you have the officers and you have some of the protesters and there's a face-off, if you will, the officers are always very stoic. People are screaming and yelling at them. There's a little less of that. There appears to be a little less of that. So a few moments ago, it was like a scene from the 70s when you have a guy here with his shirt off, long hair and glasses and strumming a guitar. And, I was waiting for him to come and start singing Kumbaya to people. But, people are carrying flowers and things, and it just seems just a little bit different. It's not the same in terms of the sort of confrontational nature that we were seeing the other night. Again, at least at this location that we're seeing at this particular moment right now.
Well, Bobby, you're talking about different locations. We have this information in about the metro train. Because of protests in the downtown area, the train actually, the metro line from Santa Monica, is they say turning back instead of going on to the 7th Street Metro Center station. And
Whoa.
Here we see...
Is this live?
Yeah.
So this is, they're just breaking the windows in Hollywood. Looters once again at work here in the Hollywood area. Many of them...
Look at people, though, protecting the store. They're saying,
wow.
Get back. They're not trying to... they're trying to intervene there and stop the looting there.
But somebody just broke one of the windows, broke another window there. Is this a CVS pharmacy?
Walgreens, yeah.
Walgreens.
You saw one man there, all in black, with that big stick there, bash the window. And then look at these people here. Just soak this in for a moment. These people, how brave they are to stand up to the vandals that had that big stick there to break that glass. They're trying to take back that store and say no to the looting. And perhaps law enforcement can get there in time to prevent that. But how very dangerous, how very courageous and dangerous. Wow.
Wow, but it looks like they were able to do it. I mean, instead of that entire store being taken, stuff taken from it, they just have 1 or 2 broken windows. That's amazing. I mean, this story of the night seems to be the story of the community trying to take the streets back and saying, enough, we're not going to have it here. Well, not going to happen in my community.
The chief of police said it's going to take more than just law enforcement on their own, that the community is going to have to play a role in this. But gosh, that is very scary to see these people who are so bent on breaking into. Look at them taking video and trying to document their pictures there of cars speeding away. You have to wonder if those were potential looters that people are saying, no, we see who you are, and we're going to document that.
There are just so many surreal images that we've witnessed, especially in the last half hour here. After a day of peaceful protests throughout Southern California, things have started to get kind of wild here in the last half hour on Fox 11. We believe this is Highland. Yeah. And then we see, hopefully these are peaceful protesters that are making their way right by where that potential crime happened. I mean, breaking of the window is a crime, but...
That Trejo's Donuts right there.
Yeah, Danny Trejo's place. All right, as we approach the top of the hour, this is usually where we do our Fox 11 special report, but tonight we are doing special coverage of the unrest in Southern California.
I'm here to support the black community.
From the front lines of the protest in downtown LA.
Everything that's happening right now is wrong. And they need change. We all need change. We need more love and less hatred.
To Riverside County's protest, the sheriff takes a knee.
If it has to start right here in the middle of the intersection, then it does.
To Van Nuys, where police are trying to keep the looters away.
What is going on?
What we're seeing, the protesters themselves are pretty peaceful. They're even getting upset with the agitator.
What a day of development here in Southern California. Thanks for being with us. I'm Christine Devine. The curfew is again in effect on this Monday night.
And I'm Alex Michelson, and we truly can say we do not know what's about to happen next here tonight on another historic, unpredictable, and historic night in Southern California. Let's take a look at some of the headlines at this hour. Looting is now underway in Hollywood and Van Nuys, and community members chasing off those looters in Van Nuys. We watched that unfold with Christina Gonzalez live. We saw the police come in. They arrested some of the people that were trying to, or detained some of the people that were trying to chase off those looters. Thankfully, it was all sorted out, but it was a wild display that just happened live. And then Haley Winslow had her own experience that was pretty memorable as well, Christine.
Yeah, she had the sheriff there, Riverside County, who was in talks right there with one of the protesters as he was leading the protest. And they came to a moment where the sheriff actually took a knee. Other law enforcement there in Riverside taking a knee alongside the protesters. It was quite a moment there. And then the president, we heard from President Trump today, threatening military force if violence isn't stopped. The president is saying basically he's authorizing the National Guard. We'll deploy the National Guard to areas that haven't called for it. Basically said we will deploy the military if needed.
And then finally, that new autopsy today showed that George Floyd died of asphyxia. That was an autopsy ordered by the family of George Floyd. We see protesters on the move. This is the streets of Hollywood. Not far from there, we saw some looters trying to break into the CVS. They broke up earlier into the Rite Aid. And now we see these peaceful protesters on the move. Bob DeCastro has been with them throughout the night, and he continues to be on the move there. But we go now to...
We should mention, though, too, there is a curfew in effect.
Yeah.
So you still see this, but curfew is in effect.
Now let's go to Christina Gonzalez, hopefully for some more information on a scene that I think we're all still trying to process that happened within the last half hour.
Yes, we actually moved out. The area where we were at, which we're going to show you in a second what happened, is right behind those officers. They have created an area around the liquor store where we had stopped to talk to some of the owners who were armed and some of the residents in the area who were trying to protect it from looters. And then 3 vehicles of possible looters had stopped in front of the Buy Gold store, and they tried to tell them to get out of them, and it turned into a standoff. We flagged down some police, and let's just show you what happened. Let me tell you what's going on. So these guys in the vehicles, let's get a little bit closer. This vehicle and those guys over there got out of the other vehicle. There's a gold store in the parking lot, and they were heading to it. And these guys came out and they said, "No, you're not."
Wow.
And he is with us. They're having a standoff here.
Oh my God.
Arguing about why they're not being allowed to break into the place. So I'm going to kind of let you listen to this.
So these are looters
Yes.
squaring off with community members holding weapons on the street.
Yes.
And where are all those cops
Now
that just drove past you?
They're 3 blocks down.
Yeah.
This is really something here to see those store owners who want to protect their own business, yet they're by a business that is so vulnerable. Okay, so that's her family telling her to go back? Yeah. Christina,
Yes.
go.
My family business. Stop. Let's go. We're closed. We're closed. We're closed. We're closed. We're closed.
Were those guys going into the gold store?
Huh?
What, those guys? What's going on?
Dude, we're closed, bro.
Okay, they're kind of busy, but that's what we saw. Here comes the cops. They're trying to flag them down. We're trying to flag down the cops.
Oh.
Hold on, let me flag them back here. They're driving past us.
Oh.
Stop. Okay, they're turning around. There they come. There they come. They just saw me.
In 3 days of surreal moments on TV, this is one of the most surreal moments we've seen. What is underway right now in Van Nuys. All right, so here come the police officers to help these community members.
The guys on the other side are in cars. All right, here they come. The guys here are trying to stop over there from looting in the cars. All right, now they're telling them, no, they're fine.
They're good.
Oh, gosh.
Oh,
gosh.
no.
Whoa.
Oh, my God. Joe, to your right. Come on.
He's with us.
He is with me. Sir, they're... Okay, sir. They're the store owners. They were protecting the looters, sir.
Whoa.
They're protecting the stores. The looters are over there.
Stand down for a sec, please.
Yeah, relax.
You're losing your looters.
We're
They're going down that way. These are the people in the store trying to stop.
Point.
All 3 of them.
Okay, we're putting those in handcuffs right now.
They're not the looters.
One person talk. Where's the looter? Where's the looter? Where's the looter?
They're help protecting this building.
Okay, where'd the looter go?
They were...
Okay, description. Black, white, Asian.
African Americans.
Okay.
They're in a gray vehicle. The other gray gray vehicle is parked in front of the Buy Gold store. A group of 6 of them. 6, we have video. Okay,
that's all.
Your officers are chasing them. Okay, that's one of them.
Okay.
This is unreal. But anyway, they're putting this lady in handcuffs. I've just told them. You see, and here is where...
This is some of the systemic issues that maybe some of those protesters are upset about.
And we're back here live. They did eventually understand that the lady in the blue was not a looter. They took off the handcuffs from her and the people at the store. Now, what's going on right now, and the reason they moved us is because they're trying to find some of those people. And actually, I didn't want them to see our faces, and they didn't want us in the middle of this anymore. They have blocked up Valerio and Van Nuys. And what they're doing, you'll see cars that try to come up. They're going to move them and turn them all around. People do need to understand there is a curfew, and there's an awful lot of people in vehicles trying to use Van Nuys, which is usually a big thoroughfare. But this is, if you're coming down this area, this is not going to be where they're going to let you through. And so they are stopping this area, looking for those suspects. And at the same time, they're also trying to tell people to go home at this point. It is a curfew, but I see a lot of cars,
Christina,
a lot of vehicles and people.
I just want to get back to that video because it was such an intense moment to see the whole thing play out on live TV, where law enforcement arrived there and had to sort out who were the guys they were actually looking for from, I think that was actually, there were customers that were friends of the business owners. They'd been going to that store for a long time, and they wanted to help support the business owners. But my question, too, is about those business owners who are standing there armed with their weapons. They were able to retreat inside the store. Have you talked to them? What's the update on them? Christina, can you hear us?
The people, yes, I did. I'm having a little issue with IFB, but yes, the people with the guns, they are okay. They were just wanted to make sure that those weapons were legally owned, but they do understand that they are the owners. Now, if you look above here, these are all owners of the businesses that are standing by. And let me tell you, a lot of these people are armed, which is why I had the PIO talking to people about, and there they are. They're actually waving at you again now. But these are the people who are telling the police officers, hey, we're here, we're the owners of the businesses. Many of them are armed, and I just get worried. This is very reminiscent of 92.
Yeah,
this is where it really does become, because we had a lot of business owners who had weapons, and people, it just got really tense. So if you're watching us, and I know a lot of people want to come by and say hi, stay home. Stay home, because things can go south real quickly.
Were you able to talk to that woman at the center of this? Were you able to talk to her after all that happened?
No, they pushed her away down this way. I'm going to go. I have a feeling that as soon as they go and they clear this, she will come back and maybe we'll try to talk to her.
Well, she was amazing. Yeah, she was such an amazing supporter of those business owners, and she was there with her husband, I think another family member. But so everything got sorted out. But it just goes to show you, Christina, when law enforcement arrives on the scene, they didn't have the perspective that we all had with the setup of everything. We saw the set. We met the people. We met the woman. We met her husband. We met the store owners. That was something, though, to see the different perspective and what it's like for law enforcement to arrive on the scene and not know. Thankfully, it all got sorted out, right, Christina? Everybody is okay. It's calm. It got sorted out. So far. Yeah.
I will double check, but at this point, when I moved away, everybody was out of handcuffs, and I will go check it out. Like I said, I'm letting them figure it out because they're trying to bring, I think they got 1 or 2 of the guys, and they didn't want us there for obvious reasons. But I do want to go talk to her because I do want to, and part of it is this. That woman is very agitated already, and just like I am. We get very excited about stuff. And sometimes that comes across in a way to law enforcement that may be a little bit threatening, for lack of a better word, but I'm just guessing at that. And I know that she was very vociferous. So when people are vociferous, sometimes law enforcement kind of, they just want you to be quiet, put out your hands, get those handcuffs on you, and then sort it out later. Right? And that's usually what they tell us to do. It's just that I was just trying to have them not have that image on live TV. Because I know how powerful that image is, but it speaks to what happens sometimes.
Right, and that image is already going viral online. A lot of people all over the world that are now talking about that moment. Seriously, it's become sort of a moment that I think is going to be discussed. One of the questions that we asked Andy Nyman, who is the head of communications for LAPD, why the decision to handcuff right away, and what he explained, and we want to give their perspective, is that, look, you're going into a situation, it's past curfew, so you're not supposed to be out on the street anyways. There's people holding weapons. They didn't have that much information, so they wanted to try to get everybody ascertained and figure it out. Thankfully, they were able to do that. But I think it's an image and a moment that we will not soon forget. Christina, we will let you take a breath and try to talk. Last word, real quick.
You know what? One of the things, and we were talking to the officers about it afterwards off camera, is sometimes it really would help if, and I know that they're under a lot of stress, but the first default is the handcuffs and the thing. And I know they want to be safe, but it's just sad that that's the first assumption about everybody you see. And sometimes that works against them, for whatever that's worth.
All right, Christina Gonzalez, thank you. We want to bring into our conversation now Mark Ridley Thomas, who is one of the LA County supervisors. He's been a long-time community leader, back, of course, to the days of the LA riots, and has done so many different jobs in leadership since then. Supervisor, I don't know if you were able to watch what just happened. I'm interested in your perspective on what just happened.
Well, it's clear to me that things can get out of control very easily, even in limited ways. That interaction, assumptions are made, and from there it begins to fly. Fortunately, that was managed in a manner that was moving toward a good result, and the individuals should have been released of their handcuffs were, but it's the indignity that is associated with being handcuffed when in fact you have done nothing wrong. So in circumstances where things are tense, we should expect that a bit more.
So as law enforcement is trying to handle a lot of different situations across our city, most scenes don't play out like that with the camera rolling on live TV, where we had the luxury, I would say, of the setup of it all. What is your concern as we proceed throughout a very, very difficult chapter right now in our city?
Well, the concern is simply this, that we make the distinction between those who are engaged in peaceful protests, which they obviously have a right to do, those who are engaged in unlawful activity, including rioting and the like, and a third group who may be engaged in acts of civil disobedience and are prepared to accept the consequences of doing so. Law enforcement has a tough job in terms of making the distinction. I just wish to say that those who are engaged in looting and setting fires and doing a range of those activities, they just simply need to stop or be faced with the consequences of breaking the law. This is not about this. There's no way that honors the life of George Floyd. Racism is tough enough. The killing of unarmed African-American men is already difficult enough for this nation to come to grips with. It seems to me that we should do all that we can constructively engage in the kind of social change that will make a difference. I do not believe that destroying people's property and the like is one such way.
Let's talk for a moment about what you think is the kind of change that would make a difference. I know you've been in this fight for decades. Some of the iconic images of '92 were you pleading with the community back then. And in this moment, what would be one specific, substantive, tangible change, either at the county level or the national level, you think that would make a real difference in terms of fixing this sort of situation?
Law enforcement has to come to grips with shooting unarmed African-American men in particular. The pattern of this has long-standing, and it has to be confronted, needs to be called for what it is, and to the extent that it happens with impunity, makes it even more problematic. It adds insult to injury. So that's what needs to be confronted. The whole nation, the whole world saw Mr. Floyd with a knee on his neck, pleading for his life. And why it was the case that the officer didn't relent and 2-3 other officers didn't intervene is precisely what has to be dealt with. And it's not an isolated instance. And until that happens, I suspect we will continue to face these sorts of conflagrations, and it is absolutely unacceptable. And I believe that we do much better than this, and law enforcement is called upon to do precisely.
Well, we thank you so much for your time and your wisdom and your leadership here in our county during a very difficult time. Thank you so much, Mark Ridley Thomas. We appreciate you. We are looking right now here at some arrests being made. It looks to me like they are peaceful arrests during a curfew, and you saw some people kind of applauding as in they were willing to be arrested, and they were supporting one another in being arrested as they were staying out past the curfew. We're going to check in with Bill Malusian, who is now in Van Nuys, moved from the Westwood area to Van Nuys. Bill, what do you have?
Yeah, Christine, so we just saw what happened with Christina. A lot of business owners having to take their business defense into their own hands, and that's exactly what we have going on here at Mendy's Gym in Van Nuys. This is the owner, Mendy, here. Not only does he have a 12 gauge right here, take a look at these dudes. Who's going to mess with these guys? Take a look. Well, apparently a group of looters swung by about an hour ago, and you can imagine what they ran into here. Mendy, explain what happened.
I mean, you know, you got to understand, I'm a small business owner. You know, I have insurance, but regardless, it's going to take 6 months if they torch my place. And, you know, I worked hard. I'm a 5-time world champion lifter. I have 66 world records. I bench over 1,100 pounds. I run teams. I'm a pro arm wrestler. So I have a lot of guys that count on me, besides my family. You know, so this isn't just a job. This is my life. This is my everything, you know. So I'm not just going to sit around and let some guys throw rocks and, you know, break my windows when it's 10 grand to redo the front of my place. There's just no way I'm going to do that. So, you know, some of my guys that are, you know, die hard and they, you know, this is their home too. They're helping me protect it.
And you were telling me, look, you're a 100% supporter of the Black Lives Matter movement. What
100%.
this is all about, but not where they cross the line.
Look, my thing is the way George Floyd died was disgusting. You know, there's no excuse. There's no anything. Everybody's 100% right. You know, and I mean, look, it's a human life that was taken. You know, and it's not a light thing. That cop needs to go down, and he needs to have justice in the right way. You know, because they're not going to take it, you know. But the looters that are intermingling in with the protesters, that's not what I like. You know, my thing is, you know, you're going to destroy something that somebody worked so hard to build. Well, you know what? Maybe you should be put down. You walk through my door, you threaten my life, I'm aiming for the head.
I believe you, my man. I believe you. So, you know, this is what's been going on here on Van Nuys Boulevard. This entire street, we've seen looters going up and down. Police can only be so many places at once. A lot of places have been tagged, broken into. There's graffiti all over the place. You can take a look down the street. LAPD they're stretched pretty thin, but they're doing as good of a job as they can. Further down the street, we saw a bunch of tear gas or smoke being used earlier. But when we were driving up here from Sherman Oaks, we saw an AT&T store broken into. We saw a Verizon store broken into. So these looters are effectively walking up and down Van Nuys Boulevard, and you know, the police can't be everywhere at once, which is exactly why you see this gym here standing up for themselves, taking matters into their own hands. But guys, I was listening in my ear the stuff that was going on with Christina. There's a lot of chaos out here. There's a lot of people having to take their defense into their own hands. We saw this starting in Santa Monica last night, and you better believe, and we heard some sort of a pop there, you better believe all of these business owners, they were watching TV last night. You saw what was happening in Santa Monica.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I watched it. I knew this was coming. You know, it's just something that, you know, it's a gradual thing. And, you know, it's not like a normal riot like what happened 30 years ago. This is a nationwide thing. City after city after city, people are going down, losing their lives. I mean, you know, people, I'm telling you, come to your senses. Governor, Mr. President, come to your senses. Let's get this all together.
Some important words there. Unfortunately, we got to interrupt that and go to Haley Winslow live in Riverside. Haley, what's going on there? Can you hear us? Maybe she had to put her photographer had to put the camera down. Clearly, there's some tension arising in Riverside. Not sure if Haley can hear us yet. We will go back to Haley in a moment. We're now looking from Sky Fox. Where is this picture, guys?
Pull our heads out of her.
Okay. We obviously there's a lot going on in a lot of different parts of the 5 different counties that we cover, all happening at the same time. It appears that to be a police scene. Haley Winslow, you ready now? Can you hear us?
Yes, Alex, I can hear you. We just had to duck behind this tree. There's fireworks going off, screwdrivers being thrown, water bottles being chucked at the sheriff's deputies. It's been very peaceful for the last couple of hours until now. And all of a sudden, there was a break in the line between the sheriff's deputies and the protesters. So this all started at 4 o'clock with a protest, very peacefully, through the town of Riverside. And then at about 6 o'clock, when they were told to go home, they even gave them an extra hour. They didn't say go home until 7. And then all of a sudden, they refused to go home. Everyone started yelling, and then there was it was just a domino effect of people just falling on each other. And so this is SWAT coming through right now. They've been on standby behind the sheriff's deputies, and they're coming in right now. Watch out, there's a firework. You saw earlier today, Alex, and I'm just going to talk while this is going on. There was a really powerful moment between the protesters and Sheriff Chad Bianco. You know, they kind of met in the middle in an intersection at Orange and 10th, and they said, let's come together, you know, and there was a lot of heated discussion, and the protesters saying, I'm being told to move back, I'm sorry, the protesters saying, you know, we want to end police brutality, and then the sheriff saying, you know, we're on your side.
So what happened since then?
So basically, since the sheriff took a knee in solidarity, it has been a standoff, a peaceful standoff between the sheriff's deputies and the protesters. And they've just been, it was kind of like the calm before the storm. I think everyone was waiting a lot of tension, just kind of waiting for this moment. And we are also hearing that the looting has started as well. I don't have that confirmed, but I've heard that they are looting the CVS in Riverside. But all of a sudden, just in the last couple of minutes, here it comes again. Watch out, Justin.
Uh-oh.
God, that was right on top of the sheriff's deputies.
Whoa, so
right behind the SWAT.
That was the protesters through that?
Yeah, here it comes again. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you can see the water bottles. There was a screwdriver thrown at the sheriff, at Sheriff Bianco. Honestly, this has been so different than all the other protests. This has been peaceful. It stayed calm. It was
finally, like, they were getting their message heard without the violence and without the looting. And I was so proud of the way that they were handling this in Riverside. And now it's just, they're not letting up. They're not going home like they're supposed to.
Let me ask you this question. You were talking with the one organizer there who was talking directly with the sheriff, and they all got on their knee together. There was conversation, there were handshakes. Do you see that gentleman, or has he left, and is it just a different crowd that's kind of taken over here?
I can't even explain what happened other than it was like the running of the bulls, Christine. Like, all of a sudden, there was just this mad rush, everyone falling on top of each other. I have no idea where that guy is right now. We're behind the sheriff's deputies, and the protesters are on the other side of the intersection on 9th. It was just... sorry, what is it, Justin?
Sheriff
okay.
And the police chief.
Maybe we can try talking to the sheriff really quick. Do you want to... Justin, you want to come...
I don't know if he's going to...
This is the sheriff and the police chief. Okay, they want us to stay back. So
right now, yes.
Okay, no problem.
Right now.
That's okay. All right, thank you. So that's Corporal Murphy. Are you able to talk to us about what's going on?
We're going to have to ask you to either go back around or go on the other side.
Okay, no problem. So, yeah, they're in
Haley,
tactical formation right now, and so they don't want us to move. We're going to stay behind this tree.
And obviously your safety is our first priority right now.
Yeah, we're fine right now. We're behind a lot of sheriff's deputies, but they don't want us to move. We're actually on live TV right now, but we can move right after that.
Yeah,
it's okay. Okay, thank you. So, kind of taking back what happened, Christine, to answer your question. So there was, the sheriff got down on one knee. There was shaking of hands. It seemed like they had made peace, and then all of a sudden, they just started yelling again, and then there was this kind of peaceful standoff for about an hour between the sheriff's deputies and the protesters. And then this all of a sudden just happened out of nowhere. The fireworks started, and we kind of knew something's coming, and then a couple minutes after the fireworks, it was that mad rush that reminded me of the rain.
We've been hearing a lot about restraint seen in Los Angeles. We're going to show that video of that moment, the sheriff right there of Riverside County, and a couple of the organizers there of this protest saying, take a knee, take a knee. You see the one deputy there, take a knee. And look at this moment as they're connecting, and the sheriff there takes a knee, as do other protesters.
Justin, watch out!
Okay,
Justin,
let's go live.
That's a live firework right there. I just want to make sure that's live. They're throwing fireworks all over the place, and I just want to make sure that my photographer's okay. We're going to go to the right really quick. You just never know when one is going to fire off. We're behind all the deputies right now. I'm going to go on this side. Justin. We're going to come up. Justin, come up. Okay, so you can see they've made a line right here. You know, I have to say they've been really good, and they've been really, really understanding with the protesters. I mean, they've been shouting in their faces and rightfully trying to get their message heard, but I mean, you know, I think they've been very respectful, and now it's just it's turning into the same thing we've been seeing all weekend.
Well, Haley, I hope you're able to stay behind the sheriff's department, and hopefully they'll help to protect you in this process too, and don't get on the wrong side of that line.
No, they haven't. Tell them they haven't.
What was that, Justin?
They've moved us outside their line.
Say that again, Justin?
They've moved us outside their line.
Oh.
Yeah, so we're outside of the sheriff's deputies line right now. You know, from covering this the last few days, I think the common denominator that I've come up with is everyone's after peace. It's peace from the looting, peace from the violence, peace from the police brutality, peace from not feeling like your voice is heard or not feeling like you matter. And that's what everyone is saying at the same time. I mean, that's what I've come up with, and I thought we finally reached that common ground when the sheriff and the protesters took a knee together and shook hands, and you know, we're even seen laughing together for a moment, and then all of a sudden it's this again.
Well, you have obviously people who want to defy that curfew order, that curfew time. It's now 7:30 here in Southern California. You know, law enforcement, they don't like when projectiles are thrown at them, or when, you know, things go awry that can be dangerous for them. They all want to go home to their families as well. So you see them taking a different stand here in the two intersections there. You know, Haley, you've been out there all day. You've seen it change from a peaceful protest to honor the life of George Floyd, to honor him and to remember him and to mark his death.
And it was so beautiful, Christine, earlier when Haley was talking to those protesters as they were walking together, and they were explaining some of what they had to say about what they view as systemic injustices and changes and unity, and many of them were calling out the protesters, or the looters, I should say, as not being representative of them. And you had such a great dialogue with the people out there for hours walking the streets of Riverside today, and now to see this.
I don't know if you guys can still hear me. We just got an emergency alert on our phone.
What is that saying?
So I'm going to bring it up. I just took a screenshot of it. I think it's just saying that the curfew is in effect. That started at 6, but here it is. Emergency alert, countywide curfew, now until 6 a.m. tomorrow. Go home, stay home. And this was supposed to happen at 6 p.m. And like I said, they gave them another hour to try to get their voices heard. And like I said, it was peaceful. It was different than the other ones we've seen that had turned violent. I was so proud to see that this one was peaceful, and now it's
Haley,
starting to turn otherwise.
We're going to let you stay with your scene there. Stay safe. Keep us posted. Right now, we're going to go to another pursuit. Kevin Dakumi overhead in Skyfox. Kevin, what do you have for us?
Yeah, you know what? They were chasing this vehicle. It had had a television sticking out the back here. We got two people now just bailed out here, and they're running. Their airships above. There's got one person running around through the Jack in the Box. Drive-through down below there. That they have that one person in custody. They have a second person that was taken up running, and they just put their hands up right there. Oh, no, they're not the ones. All right, I was watching them before. They're still going out to the east here. There he is. So now he's running westbound on Sherman Way. It just ran into a building right here, or between a couple of buildings. And he's between the couple of buildings right there. You see officers, they spotted this car going down the street with the passenger door open and a TV hanging out the back rear passenger area there. So that's what they were chasing there, is going high speed down. And they finally turned off at Woodman there and came around. And the guys, they pulled into that parking lot back there and bailed out and tried to run away from there. But you can see they have two people in custody here, and 2 people in custody. We'll go back to the car and show you where the car ended up, and the TV that was hanging out the back over here, which right here, ended up over here. And they kind of rolled. After they bailed out, it kind of rolled, but you can see how that passenger side, rear passenger door is open, and the TV is hanging out the right side. They were going down the street at about 70 miles an hour here.
Wow.
But it all came to an end here after they bailed out in the parking lot, started running. LAPD's got both of them in custody here, the car and the stolen items also in custody.
That was really wild there, Kevin. Thank you so much. Thanks for that update, and I'm sure that's welcome news as people see those 2 arrests there. All right, looking now at the headlines that we're watching tonight here at 7:30 in Southern California on a Monday night. The areas of protests and looting that we've seen tonight have been Hollywood and Van Nuys. Some drugstores were hit. Community members, though, chased off looters at one Van Nuys drugstore location. That was quite a sight to see, people waving them off and kind of protecting that entrance. In Riverside, we've also been following that location all day, where the sheriff there took a knee with protesters. We're going to continue to show that video, I'm sure, for a long time, because it's not something you see every day. Alex?
It was a beautiful moment, and meanwhile, we also have this new autopsy that shows that George Floyd died of asphyxia. That was an autopsy ordered by his family. Let's go back to Haley Winslow. She's in Riverside, which has been tense for the last few minutes. Where are things at now, Haley?
So you're looking at a line of sheriff's deputies that are holding batons, ready for anyone who tries to go past them. They gave fair warning, then they got on the megaphone and said, it's an unlawful assembly now, go home. that's when things got heated. Somebody threw a screwdriver right next to the sheriff's deputy's face. It didn't hit him, but water bottles thrown, fireworks all over the place. I mean, they definitely had to have these fireworks in their pockets ready for this, and it was just only a matter of time. It started at 4 o'clock. It was very peaceful. It was very different than the violence we've seen at the other protests. They walked around for about an hour and a half, and then they met the sheriff's deputies in a line in the middle of the intersection at Orange and 10th. And that was a really powerful moment that that we keep showing with the sheriff and the protesters. And it was just a moment of where they were unified. And the sheriff said, we're on the same team.
Haley, I'm going to interrupt you. We're looking in the Hollywood area. These are some looters at a Pavilions. The cops are chasing after one of them on foot. We'll see if he's able to get it. There's a bit of a foot chase underway. Now,
a new officer with fresh energy joining in, yeah.
Will the guy go down? Now they get him down into a car. I hope his head's okay.
Wow. Proof that this is going to be a long night here in Southern California. You saw there, Alex, the one officer who was running for some time, and then a car pull up, an officer, I would say, with fresh energy, able to go in and take down that suspect.
Well, you got to feel for the LAPD tonight and the extraordinary challenge that they have, and not just the LAPD, all the law enforcement across Southern California, the extraordinary challenge that they have in all of these hotspots that open up, and it happens so quickly, and to have to go from place to place, and many of them working on very long shifts, day after day. I mean, it's got to be just an exhausting, challenging process. You don't know who necessarily you're dealing with, and that was some good police work there.
I'm thinking too, Los Angeles, we're such a fit society, such a fitness conscious community, that to see these officers running and chasing will look to be like fairly young people with a lot of energy, and to be able to catch them was really something there. The Pavilions in Hollywood is where we were on the top of your screen there. We're looking live right now. What's going down here in Riverside? Haley, let's bring you back into the fold here.
Hey, yeah, we're moving again with the sheriff's deputies. They're saying, hold the line, hold the line. While things are a little calm, I'm saying that with bated breath, I want to go ahead and pitch to the interview that we did with the sheriff when he was with the sheriffs, with the protesters, and took that knee. Do we have that sound? We may not have that sound. Let me know if we have it, and I'll just keep showing you.
In the meantime, we're still looking at your live picture as you have law enforcement moving forward. Can you tell where they're trying to go or what they're trying to accomplish here? You have protesters, I assume, ahead of you.
There are protesters ahead. They're not anywhere where I can see them. Right now, we're actually in between the sheriff's deputies, the police department, and SWAT. Now, I have been told by the chief earlier today that the National Guard, they've got that in motion, because he said that it sometimes takes between 12 and 14 hours to get the boots on the ground. So if the National Guard, if it gets worse, the National Guard will be here in Riverside next. Meanwhile, they're trying to control this themselves. I can tell you it's a bit strange, different, because there aren't protesters around. Now they're going to the left.
So as we keep an eye on Riverside, and we let Haley and her photographer Justin O'Brien maybe catch a breath here as they are on the move, we're going to check in with Ed Lascos for the first time. He is in Hollywood for us tonight. Ed, where exactly are you at?
Yeah, this is Hollywood. We are on Argyle. Sunset over there, Selma over there. That's the cross streets. This is a block away from that protest that splintered off about an hour ago. Remember, Bob DeCastro was showing us some video where some of the looters went into the Rite Aid drugstore, the pharmacy, and then LAPD, CHP units moved in and they dispersed. This is one area where they had a big crowd of protesters move in. Some of them turned rioters. This CHP and their tactical support here, these are folks who are under arrest, we're told by police. They charge at this point is breaking the curfew. The plan here here, it seems to be, by CHP. And it's also interesting as you look at some of the video going on, these live pictures. When's the last time you saw some of the CHP officers, the ones who patrol the highways, the freeways, in their tactical units and tactical gear like this? It's impressive to see. They've joined the battle to bring peace to the streets, and their plan is to really control and take away some of these blocks where you have a lot of people joining in the active protest and moving in from block to block, seeing a lot of the damage we've seen the last couple of nights. So the plan is to seal them off and to enforce the curfew. That's what they're doing here. At least 24 arrests so far. This is a big apartment complex that they're actually stopping people as they're pulling out and arresting them because they're breaking the curfew. Up top, you can see a lot of folks in their balconies leaning over with their cell phones, watching the show, the police show down below. That's a live look. That's northbound over here on Argyle. Next block, 2 blocks up, is Highland, getting closer to Hollywood Boulevard. And this whole area has been buzzing the last couple of hours because of the protest that was moving along Sunset through mid-afternoon, and then it turned a bit violent with some of the looting at the drugstore an hour ago. And now these CHP officers are moving block to block, trying to seal off and enforce the curfew and keep any more people from moving into the area like Hollywood and Highland, where there's been some more of the protesters moving on. And I think we saw in the last hour, half hour or so, an attack, if you will, one of the windows broken on one of the metro trains that were going through there. So that's the battle we're doing here, but at least it's a bit of a plan that we're seeing here for the first time, I am anyway, on the streets of LA, where they're beginning to go block by block, grid by grid, and try to eliminate the people who are out breaking the curfews, people who could potentially turn into protesters, looters through the evening as it goes on, and now taking them under arrest and enforcing the curfew as it took effect here at 6 o'clock.
Right, that curfew did take effect. People are out on the streets there, as we've seen in many different locations. Ed, I want to ask your perspective as you've been out on the streets for a couple of nights now. Do you feel it seems any different? Ed, getting some information here, I think there. I don't know if you can hear me right now. All right, so we're watching the scene there as Ed has joined us now for our coverage here at Fox 11. Ed, looks like you can hear me now.
I can hear you. I'm not sure you can hear me, but
yes, go ahead.
Okay. I don't think you can hear me. I think we've lost our mic. Bruce, we've got some technical problems we got to deal with. Why don't you guys come back to us in a few seconds?
You got it. All right, so it looks like it is getting to be dark here at night at 7:45 almost here in Los Angeles. We're going to check in with Haley Winslow, who is down there on the ground there in Riverside. Haley?
Hey, yeah, we're running through the street trying to get on the other side of the sheriff's deputies to make sure that we're safe. I'm sorry about that. They are basically coming in on the protesters. I have seen children on the next block in the middle of the protesters. There are rifles drawn. They have arrested a few people. And yeah, things are getting heated, but they're being very strategic with their line, moving very strategically to get these protesters to go home. They've given them the chance to speak their mind. They've given them fair warning, and now things are getting violent. And it was just a matter of time with their fireworks in their pocket.
Yeah, that's got to be a little alarming, Haley, because you were right there as those fireworks were kind of going off there. Give me your perspective. You're behind the line of law enforcement and that's going off. What does it feel like to experience that and hear that?
Well, first, Greg, I know you're in the booth right now. If we do have that interview, I want to make sure that the sheriff's message gets out more than my own. So let me know if we have that so that we can play their side of things, trying to unify this group. But yeah, of course it's scary, but you know, this is part of the job, and we want to make sure to get everyone's message out, and that's the sheriff's side of things and the protesters' side of things. And I think everybody's after the same thing, and that's peace.
All right, Haley, we're going to check back with you. Thanks so much in Riverside. Dr. Drew Pinsky has been joining us for our coronavirus coverage, but we're bringing you into the conversation now. You've been covering some of the issues regarding this as well for us. Your thoughts as we're seeing yet another night of protest. What's your takeaway tonight?
Well, let me just say my first thoughts are congratulations to you and Alex. I feel like I spent every minute of this weekend with you, and you and the reporters in the field and everyone at Fox 11 is just doing an extraordinary job. So thank you for this. You've taken us right into the middle of this. My only other thought, and Alex, I miss you. I'm used to seeing you in the studio, and this is
I'm just going to say, Alex is tracking something right now, so he might be joining us soon. But go ahead. So what is your takeaway?
My takeaway is this is something you have to remember. I was thinking about this tonight, that you heard the word shows of force a lot tonight. And shows of force are actually a good thing. People are contained when there's a show of force. And in fact, the larger the show of force, the more overwhelming it is, the more peaceful it can be. This is a concept all the way back to early in the use in psychiatric hospitals, the idea of escalation and de-escalation. People, when they're angry and their emotions are flying, they will continue to escalate until something contains them. And containment can prevent the escalation and help people de-escalate. I know it's hard to watch all that armor on the streets, but that is actually how we get people to contain themselves and get this unrestrained behavior tied down.
Dr. Drew, you couldn't keep me away from you for very long. So back as part of the conversation, and of course, miss talking to you at 7 o'clock in person. Let's talk. What we have talked about for several months now is the mental health crisis that has come as a result of the coronavirus and as a result of everybody being locked up and young people and hormones and unemployment and all of the various issues that come with that. Do you think that that in some way has contributed to this moment, the intensity of this moment?
100%. I would call it sort of the accelerant. Just like if it didn't light the fire, it's not the fire, but it's the accelerant. There's so much pent-up energy from people having been locked down for 3 months. I mean, that's an extraordinary thing we did these last 3 months. We don't even know the full consequence. It's not surprising that people would have a discharge of energy. Again, appropriate, focused. We're all in line. We all agree with the peaceful protesters, but there's a parasite on board, and we have to figure out how to manage that parasite.
Dr. Drew, I just want to understand your perspective as a doctor, if you have any perspective on what we're seeing when it comes to the looting. We understand that there are a number of factions, a number of factors that play into that, and a number of different kinds of people who are doing it and why. Just wondering your perspective as you're seeing it.
You know, it's funny. You've heard the word criminal applied to that group almost without exception. Leo Terrell did it, the sheriff did it, the police chief did it. And it's interesting to me, there's a difference between people that have a motivated position and people that are criminal. And it seems like it's mostly criminals taking advantage of a situation. And that's the saddest part about all this. It diminishes the impact of, just look at what happened in Riverside with the sheriff having knelt this afternoon. This could have been the moment that things turned, but people exploiting that situation make it fade into the background.
So how do you fix that? How do you stop that? How do you get into that mindset and make this end? That part of it.
You were focused on something when I was talking about this earlier, but it's about, you have to contain.
Right.
And containment requires not force, a show of force. At the point where people are clear that this can't go anywhere.
Dr. Drew?
Well, we're seeing that show of force right now, Dr. Drew. Now let's go back to Haley Winslow. We'll talk to you more in a second, Drew. Haley, take it away.
We just dodged a massive firework. We're getting out of the way. I'm sorry. You're looking at a line of sheriff's deputies moving in on the park where this whole protest started. And somebody just yelled firework about 2 seconds before you came to us, and it just went off. So I'm walking around seeing people with fireworks in their hands, ready to, you know, just like they're a candle or something, ready to throw them, and they are throwing them at any minute. So you're looking at SWAT and sheriff's deputies moving in, trying to get these protesters to go home. The ones who are being obedient and who are being nice have gone home, and now it's the people wanting to cause trouble.
So we are watching things. Yeah, go ahead, Haley. You can take it.
Yeah, Justin, if you can pan around to the protesters, I'll show you. They're just waiting. They're teasing them, trying to get them to come after them. I mean, you almost feel like you're in a video game. We're running through the streets, and as soon as they come towards them, they just keep running the other way. And this is what's left. We had thousands of protesters earlier with an important message, and now they've gone home, and what's left are the troublemakers.
Oh, what a shot, too, and an artistic shot from Justin of that sunset. And usually darkness in these situations does not make the situation any better. And with that man there, what an image. The sun setting, his hands up, and the police and sheriff in place as well. Wow.
It does go to show you,
What a
though, you
moment.
have the different perspectives of those who welcome a curfew, welcome a calm to the streets, and those who are feeling it is their right to exercise their free speech and to be out on the streets. But we should note that there is a curfew in effect, which does give law enforcement the authority to make arrests. They've said that they will make arrests. We've also been hearing so much about the restraint that people feel like they've been seeing for the most part by law enforcement. And you've been seeing this here in Riverside. Haley, have you seen any arrests yourself there in Riverside?
Yes, when there was the big mad rush of people falling on top of each other after they shot off the fireworks, there were a few people arrested. We do have video of that we can queue up for later, but
we're not going to let him win.
What was that?
We're not going to let him win. This is bullshit.
What is your plan? Okay, we're
To
not
show
on
him.
live TV, so don't
Oh,
cut,
I'm
okay?
sorry.
Okay. What is your plan?
Plan to show that we can do this peacefully, because this is ridiculous. We don't have to fight. We can show them that we can do this without all this crap.
Don't you feel like you guys did that in the protest?
And we tried, and honestly, this is what they come to, and now we're trying to show them that we're not giving up. We're all still here. We're still doing our thing.
What about the curfew?
Honestly, screw the curfew. It's not even about that anymore. It's
What is it about?
them just trying to gain more control. I mean, we're all trying to show that this is the land of the free. We're all able to do anything. We can be with whoever we want. We can do whatever we want. And there's still people, like, including our president. Honestly, I have no words to say other than, like, bad words, so I'm just going to keep it like that. But
What change would you like to see?
honestly, like, just stop the racism. You know, like me personally,
Well,
like...
what about the sheriff getting in the intersection, and telling you that we're all on the same page and that it's not about the racism, that he's with you and that we're all in this together? Do you believe him? There seemed like there was some peace there, and then
Yeah.
all of a sudden it became chaos again.
I mean, honestly, like, there are some good cops there. I have family members that are in the police force in Corona. I care about them. They're good. It's just certain ones that just make it worse for everybody else. And this is what it comes to.
And what was your personal experience? You were saying, I'm sorry.
I was just walking around, and the cop just stops me just because he thought I looked suspicious. And, you know, it's one of those things that, like, I wasn't even in a bad neighborhood or anything like that. It's just, you know, things like that, or when you're being followed by, like, certain people in the stores and stuff. I mean, it's ridiculous that it's still happening today. I mean, the best we can do is do this peacefully, and we're still here at the front line, holding our hands up, not trying to start anything. Nobody.
Are you gonna stay peaceful?
I'm going to stay peaceful, yeah. There's no need for violence, and that's what we need to tell everybody. There's no need for violence.
There you have it.
Haley.
I don't know where my photographer went.
Haley, I thought that was very interesting to hear from somebody who has family in law enforcement. I'm wondering if you were to ask them what they would think of him being out there on the streets past curfew, what they would say. But obviously we all have a right to our own position and opinion, and he'll face the consequences or not, or eventually go home.
And I will say, too, that I take back what I said, that they're not all troublemakers, that this man I just spoke to is determined to do this peacefully. Even though they are breaking the unlawful assembly curfew, he's not trying to cause any problems. So they're not all throwing fireworks, and they're not all trying to cause trouble. There's a lot of peaceful ones, too, that just want to continue to try to get their message out.
Okay, Haley, we will get back to you in a moment. We want to go now to Van Nuys. Kevin Takumi in Skyfox. Are these more arrests that we're looking at, Kevin?
Yeah, there are a couple of females tried to break into this clothing store here on Sepulveda, just south of Sherman Way. LAPD moved very quickly in. Either the alarm went off or they are patrolling this area, but they moved in very quickly here, took them into custody. One of them has a cut hand from the broken glass down there you see below. Medics are en route to take care of that, but it goes to show you LAPD is taking it very seriously here. They are cracking down on the looting that has been going on. They have multiple field forces roaming all over the place, and they are moving very quickly. As soon as a call comes out, as soon as a citizen makes a call and says that there's looting going on, they are moving very quickly throughout the valley.
So interesting to think that the very person trying to cause damage and destruction to break in to a building is going to now need the services of the medics as they come to aid this person. That's what the medics do. That's what the paramedics do in the fire department. All right, so thank you very much, Kevin, for that thought. Dr. Drew, let's go back to you. You know, normally you'd be covering the coronavirus. Let me just ask you that question. Are you concerned about that?
Oh yes. Oh,
yeah,
very seriously.
Okay.
So California, some new data came out just before the weekend, and California has remained stubbornly plateaued. It's really not gone down the way we suspected. I actually have this feeling that we closed so early that we left the population sort of unyet exposed, that other states had actually been willing to had them exposed. The fact is, all these people on top of each other with their mouths open, some with masks, but mostly not, touching each other shoulder to shoulder, there's going to be an uptick. There just has to be. How bad the uptick is remains to be seen. It's out of doors, so there it's much less likely to be a transmission outside. It's in the sun, again, less likely. But the numbers of people and the magnitude, the kind of contact they're having, and the fact that we have been sort of stayed stubbornly plateaued here in California, I don't see how we don't get a little uptick here.
Because we talk so much, Dr. Drew, about outdoor transmission. I know you have expressed some doubt about whether outdoor transmission is really a thing. I guess we're about to get a real test of it, huh?
You're our test. This is science. We've been talking about science for a long time, but this will be science. I didn't say it wasn't a thing. I said out of 300 cases, outbreaks in China, they could only find one that occurred out of doors, and it was a 1-to-1 transmission rather than 1-to-3, as is typical of coronavirus. So as this occurs, it's not going to be super spreading, but you wonder how many of these folks are going to be asymptomatic, how many they're going to bring it home, how it's going to spread in the communities when they go back. That's the part we have to worry about.
Do you think that young people feel like perhaps they're not that worried about it? Because when we think of most of the fatalities and most of the concern, it's been elderly, nursing homes, people with some kind of medical condition that's pre-existing. Do you think
absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Absolutely, there's no doubt in my mind. Whenever in the past, let's call it reefer madness, whenever public health officials have overstressed a consequence from a behavior, reefer madness was the best example that I know of. We did the same thing during the HIV epidemic. We really overstated it. And when people sort of look at their actual risk and start thinking on their own, they look back and they go, wait a minute, I don't think I needed to be so scared. Maybe I didn't need to be locked down so long, and they get angry, and then they stop listening to everything. That's the risk. That's the problem.
And are you concerned also that maybe it feels like this thing is over because everybody's outside now, walking on the streets,
right.
And it just, you know, the feeling is symbolically like we don't have to worry about that anymore.
We've literally forgotten about it. It's like it went off in the past somewhere, but it's gonna come. This could have happened in other states, and we'll see how other states do, in fact. And I suspect other states are going to do better than we do. We just have a little stubborn problem right here, and we were just about to get it really locked down. I don't mean us being locked down. I mean, if we just worn masks and done our distancing and done it diligently, we would have been fine. We know that masks work. They work as well probably as lockdown, but there's a lot of people not following the rules right now.
You know, and not everybody is out there protesting. Many are at home. Most people are at home, especially with this going on. But even as we were about to open restaurants and go to hair salons and barbershops, people were, though people I know were still very cautious. They weren't trying to go out in droves on a, in a mass way.
Well, but imagine now if there's not much of an uptick or we don't see much spreading from the result of this, people are going to become a little cavalier, aren't they? And this could be a squandered opportunity. That's my fear, is that the uptick causes us to, I don't think we'll ever need to lock down again, because I was signed up for it, but I felt it was excessive. But we're going to have to be really, really careful going forward here.
Well, let's hope that there isn't this giant uptick after all of this. We've all worked so hard; it's cost us so much money.
I don't think giant uptick. I don't think it's going to be giant, but I think it's enough for people. It's going to get people's attention. I suspect, and that's unfortunate. Especially, I mean, think about what we were just giving businesses some hope, and then now they're shut down again for a completely different reason.
And I'm not thinking just of Southern California. I'm thinking around the nation. Do you expect any certain regions to have a higher problem, a bigger issue?
Well, I wonder about New York City, and I wonder about Minneapolis, and Florida. They've done okay, but they've just escaped trouble. We'll see. Again, there's areas where there's still potential for some problems, but when I look at the data, California sort of stands out as the one that I'm most concerned about.
Okay.
Dr. Drew Pinsky, always a pleasure to talk with you. Missed seeing you in person today, but grateful to have your important voice. Thank you very much.
Amazing job this weekend.
Thank you very much. Just, great to have your voice as part of our
living with you guys for 2 days. Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Thanks.
And as we approach the top of the hour, what would usually be Fox's primetime programming, tonight we are staying on the air with special expanded live coverage as Southern California is in a bit of a crisis tonight, and we want to stay on the air to cover it. So now Fox 11 News continues at 8 p.m.
No, they're fine.
They're good.
Oh, gosh.
Oh,
gosh.
no.
Our Fox 11 News crew gets caught up in a confrontation between police and store owners trying to protect their property.
They're the store owners. They were protecting the looters, sir. They're protecting the stores. The looters are over there.
Stand down for a sec, please.
In Riverside, the sheriff takes a knee with protesters as our cameras roll. Just a few hours later, this happened.
Oh, God. Is that a firework? Justin, watch out. Justin, is that a firework? That's a live firework.
A long night already here in Southern California in the many areas that we are covering. We have reporters in Riverside, downtown LA, Hollywood, Van Nuys. We are actually covering so many areas as the protests have shifted to different parts of our community. Thanks for being with us. I'm Christine Devine.
And I'm Alex Michelson. It has been a day of a lot of peaceful protests in different parts of Southern California, but several of those have now escalated into situations that we have not been wanting to see. In Riverside, which you just looked at some of that video, you saw the sheriff there, Chad Bianco, take a knee, this beautiful moment of the protesters and the sheriff coming together. And here is, I guess, a video of that. You're looking at this moment. Haley Winslow earlier broadcasting live. And the protester and the sheriff there has a moment. The sheriff took a knee. Unfortunately, not long after that, there was then escalation, the two sides going back and forth. And other headlines, community members chasing off looters in Van Nuys, a moment that we saw live on our air, which was quite remarkable with Christina Gonzalez, police coming in. Initially, they detained the wrong people. It got cleared up quickly, but it was quite something to watch on TV. Curfews in effect now throughout our entire viewing area. Don't be outside is the basic rule. And the new autopsy today showing that George Floyd died of asphyxia. That is an autopsy put out by his family.
We have heard today from our local leaders that came together in one room. We're going to check in with Laura Diaz. She's at Dodger Stadium and has that update for us. Laura?
Yes, Christine and Alex, we are here near Dodger Stadium, where you can see behind me a sea of black and whites. They are ready to go when they're needed. But earlier today, I was at that meeting that you just mentioned at the Hall of Justice, where we saw leaders of law enforcement speaking out against the recent violence. This was the scene Friday night when the protest turned ugly in downtown Los Angeles. Looters and vandals destroying businesses in the gentrified city corridor. Today, Chief Moore said air support helped identify roving caravans of looters. How effective do you think it was to have the eyes up in the air and then those on the ground and the ability to try to arrest folks?
The airship was able to identify those caravans and bring in resources. So the air support, the patrol units that are in the air, the reason they're painted black and white is because they're part of our very public safety net. They're critical to our success, and I'm thankful for them.
It was a similar story in Santa Monica yesterday, horrified as vandals, looters, destroyed the storied businesses in the seaside community.
And it appeared from the air to look somewhat peaceful. But what you couldn't see from the air and what we could hear over the radio was that the officers were taking rocks and bottles, and that among the peaceful protesters from the back of the crowd, there were people inciting violence. That crowd was substantially larger than the smaller number of people who looted several businesses in Santa Monica.
The sheriff declaring resolve today alongside his colleagues in law enforcement.
It turns out that the group had circled around to the backside of the Citadel, and they were lying in wait, waiting for people to eventually leave. And we didn't. We showed up with a TST bus, and they did dozens of arrests of these people. They were all wearing the backpacks, the hoodies, that crowd. They're there for only one purpose, and that is to loot.
Law enforcement speaking out about the double hit of the virus, of course, as well as the violence. But they wanted to underscore today to those of us in the room that they fully support people's right to demonstrate peacefully. And I want to underscore peacefully. In fact, Chief Moore talked about the fact that it wasn't that many years ago when there was a huge demonstration in downtown Los Angeles for women's rights, and people conducted themselves properly. I'm Laura Diaz reporting from Elysian Park. Now back to you.
Laura, they also pointed out and wanted to make this clear that this is not 1992. We think back to the LA riots. They wanted to talk also about the many changes that they feel, the progress that LA has made.
So true, Christine. Of course, you and I have been covering the news for many years. We know back in 1992, there were some great difficulties. There was distrust between the police department and people who lived in the inner city. There has been a huge push in the last decade or so to try to establish relationships. Community-based policing is what it's known as. And those relationships are ever so important, especially when times are tenuous. What you have to add in today, of course, is the virus and the fact that people have been displaced from their jobs. They've been isolated in their homes. Quite frankly, they're frightened for their futures in terms of finances and also just their safety on the streets. So there is a double hit happening, and we're seeing some of that aggravation displayed on the streets. Back to you.
Yeah, as a society, we've never seen anything quite like it, Laura, especially to see all of it so close together has really been something. I saw somebody put out on social media, it's like 1929 and 1968 all together equals 2020. A lot of different hits all at the same time. Christina Gonzalez is in Van Nuys for us on a night that she will never forget, and a moment that is going viral all over the world right now. Christina.
Yes, we are on Van Nuys, right off near Valeria area, and you can see you'll hear the sirens. What is happening is that as they get reports of possible looting, things going on, they're stopping. At this point, we don't have a huge flashpoint, but I want to show you some of the images and some of the stuff we have been gathering as we go along. You know, a little while ago, and if we can go to the video of the pickup, this man was driving next to us. His car completely trashed, and he was shaking, and he told us from his vehicle to ours that he had been attacked. They trashed his vehicle. You can see the windows all broken up, and he was not going to stop and talk to us. He was truly scared. So when you're driving out after curfew and this afternoon, be careful, because some of the reports of that are happening. Now, the other thing I wanted to show you, we talked about this a little earlier, is how some of the people get upset, and this is not necessarily a looter. We have a man who took a bat at a Chase bank window. Now, I don't think he was intended to get into the bank at all. I think he was truly upset, and this is one of those examples of people who are just overwhelmed and angry, and they're just going to try to express themselves in whatever can. But I'm not going to try to second guess what he was doing. I just want to show you the images of what is going on in all its different aspects. At the same time, you also have, and I have some video of this, of actual people who were running out of a store that had been broken into. These are people, alleged looters, as it were, and this was actually a market, if we can go to that video, off of Van Nuys. And the reason I wanted to show you those three images is because there are so many images of different things that are going on right now up and down Van Nuys Boulevard here in the Valley. And people are, not everybody is one thing or another, and that is what we're having to deal with. Now, also, a lot of what is happening, if we can come back live, is you can see that people are just boarding up their businesses. They don't feel comfortable. They're just boarding up. You see the people over there at that little store. They were boarding it up, getting it ready. They don't expect this to be over tonight as much as everybody would like it to be. In Van Nuys, again, the situation is what it is in terms of police following possible looters, but it does seem to have calmed down a little bit as the curfew is beginning to take effect. Very few people are out and about, although there are quite a few vehicles. And just be prepared, because police will stop vehicles and ask them, what are you doing out here at some point, although they seem to be busy with a lot of other stuff at the same time. I'm Christina Gonzalez in Van Nuys. Back to you guys.
You know, Christina, I'm guessing you didn't get a chance to talk to the one woman who was part of the incident that Alex referred to as going viral, but if you do talk to her, I just want, people are messaging me on social media commending her for standing up for that store owner, for being a voice for that store owner and her community, talking about how much he had given to the community, and she was there with her husband, I think another relative, wanting to back up that store owner. A lot of support for her from people messaging me.
We're going to go try to find her. I'm just waiting for them to clear that little corner, and I have a feeling she's going to go back to the store. She doesn't live far from there. I want to let her know that. I also want to tell people, because we're getting a lot of tweet messages, and I understand that there's concern that we had flagged down the cops, and perhaps that we had a part in what happened. And I just want to, you know, as much as I would like to personally say that I am not affected and I can look at something completely detached, if I see a situation where somebody's going to get hurt, and I really thought those people might end up getting hurt. The officers were coming back. They had seen us on TV. They later told us. But yeah, I'm going to flag them down to try to escalate it. For those people who are tweeting to us and talking to us, I understand your point of view. I really do. And I mean no offense by it. And we can agree to disagree. But when you see people possibly getting hurt and you see police coming by, she was flagging down the cops. Her husband was flagging down the cops, and I was going to flag them down too to see if we could de-escalate it, just because I know people are watching. Thank you so much. I'm going to see if I can find her.
Yeah,
and let's talk to her.
And I know there's been some people that have asked questions about me asking questions at that time too, and I just want to clarify. We appreciate the cops. We appreciate what they do. We appreciate the difficult decisions that are made at that time. I immediately, when that happened, there were a lot of people that were very concerned because they had just sort of fallen in love with that woman. They saw her flag them down, and then the first thing that happened as soon as they arrived was she was arrested. And I know that concerned a lot of people that were watching. So we tried to get clarity from the spokesperson for LAPD about that. He answered our question. We got more clarity, and we had a nice, productive conversation, and everybody was released. So we're glad that we went through that. It was an emotional moment for all of us.
Yeah. I'm going to go try to find her, and let's see if we can get some comments from her. So let me see if I can go get her.
All right, Christina, we'll check in with you in a little bit. Now we are looking at protests on the streets of Riverside right now, where it is after dark. This may be a firework that's being set or a fire in the middle of the street. We've seen some of these protesters throwing fireworks towards the Sheriff's Department. Our Haley Winslow was on the ground there with the Sheriff's Department when fireworks were thrown towards her direction. Thankfully, she was not hit, but it escalated quickly in Riverside, which has been the scene of a pretty peaceful protest most of the day. Unfortunately, a few sort of knuckleheads left behind. And when we spoke with some of those people, Christine, they seemed, like rational, good, interesting people. But there are a few people that are causing problems there in Riverside.
And even the one young man that Haley talked to, she pointed out wasn't necessarily causing problems, except the problem is there is a curfew in effect. And as you'd hear from yesterday from the LAPD chief, go home. All right, let's go to Ed Lascos, who is following things for us in Hollywood. Ed?
Yeah, this is in Hollywood. We are Melrose and Vine. These are some potential looters that LAPD are picking up and now putting on the bus. They are being jailed. A lieutenant telling me looting possibly, but certainly a violation of curfew. All of this was part of that protest in Hollywood that we've been talking about over the last couple of hours. A splinter group rushes down here on Melrose, and they wind up, Bruce, come over this way. This pavilion was their target. Police say they got a call about looting inside. Hit, about 40 minutes ago. You see the front doors. We get up a little closer to it. They actually ripped the front door off. They the hinges, and then we're told some of the employees inside moved very quickly, or the sergeant, as you can see, it's part of the door that's missing. Some of the employees inside, see all the crates and big water bottles they pushed up there to try to push it back to block the entrance. A lot of the looters were kept out from that because they couldn't push through, and then at that point LAPD arrived, and they picked up at least a dozen people scrambling, running around here in the parking lot. Those are some of the people we just saw put into the bus being arrested. Also, this is kind of a surreal night. Bruce will give you a look. We pulled up here and there were some protesters. You know, they have the look. They've got their faces all covered, and they actually stopped and they have their cell phones out, and they're shooting off taking pictures off to the west. We look up and we see what they actually stopped in the middle of their protest, if you will, to take pictures of the sunset as it's going down in the clouds in that brilliant color. But so a surreal night here. You've got that sunset. You've got the protesters now who moved out of this area, continuing up. We're hearing maybe toward the Hollywood and Highland area, and LAPD. Again, we're seeing this. We talked about that with CHP as well at the last location over at Argyle and Sunset. They're going grid to grid tonight. They've got a plan, and they're enforcing the curfew and bluntly saying, you know, we're trying to keep people off the streets, more people, troublemakers, if you will, from getting on the streets and joining up with these moving bands of protesters and starting trouble. So they're trying to take the fuel out of the fire, if you will. That's the plan. And in some of the locations we've been to here in the last couple of hours, it seems to be working, where they arrive quickly, they seal off the area. LAPD handling this area here at Melrose and Vine, and we had CHP in their tactical gear over at Sunset and Argyle within the last half hour or so, doing the same thing, going block by block. A lot of people were trying to drive away and leave an apartment complex, and CHP at that point in their tactical gear making arrests, curfew violations there. And again, these people, at least a dozen of them here, facing curfew violations, LAPD says, possibly even looting as they try to put the evidence together after this pavilion's broken into. They went inside. There's a pharmacy inside. Some of the police tell me that they don't think any of the protesters actually got all the way into the pharmacy, but they did get into the front door. They did get into the main area where some of the groceries were, and they were grabbing some stuff, running out when the LAPD units arrived. So it's an interesting look out here as we look at how LAPD, at least here in the Hollywood area, dealing with these roving bands of protesters, troublemakers, if you will, with CHP also involved, quickly moving off, sealing off grids, and then moving through almost block by block on the streets in their tactical gear, and basically saying, if you're there, you're breaking the curfew, you're under arrest, no questions asked.
Ed, thank you. We will get back to you throughout the night, but now we've got another pursuit underway. Kevin Takumi overhead in Skyfox. Kevin.
Yeah, this is LAPD Rampart. This kind of started in Hollywood, went down to downtown LA in the 4 level, and then came back eastbound on this direction. We're eastbound on Temple here. They're calling this an assault on with a deadly weapon on a police officer. We don't know exactly to what extent what it was, but you can see this one Rampart unit in pursuit here. The airship's been following it all around, still coming westbound on Temple here at a high rate of speed. It went through passing a couple of CHP units down there that were responding to the Hollywood area. But a white Suburban moving, looks like moving about 45, 50 miles an hour here on surface streets. The airship's still above it, kind of tracking it, but you can see that LAPD unit not letting this one go. We don't know if the ADW or assault with a deadly weapon was the vehicle itself, or if there was some other altercation or something like that that prompted it.
Kevin, do you think this is related to the protests or the looters or the people that are out past curfew?
It may have been, but we're not exactly sure the details on that assault with a deadly weapon. It did kind of start in Northeast Division. The airship picked it up. We don't know if I'm still trying to find out from them if the unit that was following here in pursuit was the officer that the assault was against, or if it was another officer, and then the pursuit started from there. Okay, making a turn now here. And so we're going to track this as it's now going northbound off of Temple. It's kind of going up towards the 101 freeway.
Kevin, I got to ask you, this is what, your second or third pursuit tonight?
Yeah, it is. Okay, now making a turn. I think that's Franklin, and he's slowing down a little bit now, but going through the residential area here. We've had a lot of little pursuits tonight for vehicles and suspects that were looting in the area, and that they were trying to catch up with. And we don't know if this started the same way or not. But right now, all they're calling it is it started as an assault with a deadly weapon on a police officer.
So Kevin, as we watch this, and look how they're driving there, crossing those yellow lines, my question for you is, just paint a picture briefly of those other two pursuits as we're watching this, because one was they were chasing some looters. Do you know what happened with that one?
Yeah, they picked up and they saw the car speeding away from the location, obviously at a high rate of speed, and one of them very suspiciously, because the TV was hanging out the passenger side there, and so the airship got to it first. Units were trying to catch up to the vehicle that was speeding away at a very high rate of speed. And then the suspects finally bailed out near a Jack in the Box and tried to run from there, but officers were right there and took them into custody. You can see this still going about 45, 50 miles an hour here, blowing right through stop signs, and still moving northbound here. And we're going to get up to back at Sunset Boulevard here in a minute or two. Okay, coming up to an intersection, and now making a eastbound turn and going over the 101 freeway, and it looks like zigzagging around. So people are actually
U-turn.
Those were officers that jumped out of the way because they were blocking the on-ramp to the 101 freeway. So now we are headed back westbound on Sunset. Wrong side of running into the middle, going through a fresh green, but this is, we're getting into the heart of Hollywood here.
And this is near where we saw that looting earlier, right?
Yeah, they're right down where that march and all that looting was going on now. So southbound, I believe it's going to be Bronson at a high rate of speed through this residential area here, and they're still going through the. You go through the stop sign there. You got units still right on this suspect's tail here. We're going to come back out down to Fountain and then to Santa Monica Boulevard once again.
It is bizarre to see a pursuit during this curfew where the streets are so open and so empty. We've seen that with the coronavirus pandemic, but now because of the curfew, I don't know if that makes it an easier job for law enforcement. I would think so, Kevin.
Well, at least, the traffic definitely lighter since there is a curfew. Most people have to be staying home at this point. Usually, even on a Monday night, there will still be a lot of traffic out here. Okay, westbound on Santa Monica, making a southbound turn here.
You think they're going to try to do a pit maneuver? It looks like they're getting close to this guy.
Well, they're trying to get up closer, but the speeds have still been way too fast for them to even try to make a pit maneuver here. So, still coming southbound here. They're going to. You can see where the streets are so small here, but luckily there isn't, like you were saying, there isn't a lot of traffic here, but they are blowing through stop signs. Okay, eastbound turn. So eastbound turn here, and that's going to take us back out to...
and this is one of those older neighborhoods in Los Angeles with the smaller streets and the tight corners.
And Kevin, okay, from this... Go ahead. Go ahead, Kevin.
No, you can see there they've got 2 units in this now, and a couple of other units trying to get into position on this. Okay, now making an eastbound turn here.
This is by some of the studios.
Melrose. Yeah, we're right alongside here. This is Melrose going eastbound, just passing in front of the Paramount lot.
Yeah.
You see right there, and so eastbound on Melrose.
So
and
Kevin,
speeds are up to 50 miles an hour.
Wow. As you've been covering this, it doesn't seem to be like we're seeing a lot of people on the streets, or is it just too hard to really see that from this dark perspective?
No, there aren't a lot of people on the streets. There aren't a lot of pedestrians for sure because of the curfew. Traffic relatively light at this point, so that is a good thing for this going right now. As speeds are now picking up to 50, now 60 miles an hour here.
Wow.
Still eastbound on Melrose, blowing through. That was a green light, but you can see going right by traffic here. You're running the center median, that center median there, and then.
And when you see the traffic, you get a sense of just how fast this guy is going because he's just blowing by everybody.
Yeah, he's just going right by. He's just going right by. You can see the LAPD airship is right above it, right on top of it, but still going eastbound on Melrose here. And once again, luckily, there's not a lot of traffic out here because of the curfew. Okay, just past Normandy, and we're going to be coming up to the 101 freeway here, and looks like we're going to jump the 101 south. We're going to jump on the 101 south here.
So given this situation, then, Kevin, do you expect CHP to take over once on the freeway?
Yeah, they'll advise CHP that they're in this pursuit. They'll advise them what the circumstances of this pursuit are as well, and then it's going to take them a little bit to get into position here. But you can see very little traffic on the freeway here as we move southbound on the 101 freeway, coming up to Vermont. Vermont, coming up to Vermont. We're in the Vermont 101 and Vermont split here. But speed's going about 70 miles an hour here. We don't know how many people are on the vehicle. The windows are very tinted, and I haven't heard from the ground units on how many people might be in that vehicle. But, you know, we saw one other pursuit that started earlier today with that orange Nissan, and they ended up letting that one go. There was the only thing it was wanted for was for looting. Speeds were very high. So the LAPD at that point couldn't get any units to get right behind it. It was moving away so fast. They told the airship then to give it up and let them go. We did follow them down into South LA a little bit, but this has escalated a little bit. They're calling, as they are calling it, assault with a deadly weapon on a police officer. Wow. This one they're not going to let go, just because of the severity of that. They are not going to let this one go.
This is not just a minor looting incident. That's a serious charge that can get you behind bars for a long time. Kevin, I'm just wondering for you, somebody who's been in that chopper for so many different years. I mean, just the pace of today and of the last 3 days. What has this sort of been like? Been up in that chopper and going from thing to thing to thing to pursuit to this to that to this. I mean, it must be such a wild experience.
Yeah, it's been a jump around of a lot of things over the past 3 days here. Okay, looks like we're going to take a transition here, and that's going to put us southbound on the 110. So it's going to take us southbound on the 110 freeway here, and into downtown LA, and making that transition south on the 110. One of the things I have to say that is in 1992 I was on the ground out and working then, and I've seen since then, I've seen the archival footage of flying around and seeing the fires back in 1992, the aerial footage of then. Luckily, that's not what we're seeing today. We're not seeing all those fires that were burning in South LA. We've seen a few fires here, but luckily we have not seen like the swath of fires burning entire districts, entire neighborhoods anywhere throughout the city this time. So that is a good sign. Update now, we're southbound on the 110 freeway. We're coming up just about on the 10 freeway near Staples Center. You saw at the top of the screen there were CHP units. They are still blocking off exit from the freeways into the downtown area. They are still doing that tonight as they did last night. But this pursuit, okay, we're going to continue southbound on the 110 freeway. It's staying in the middle lanes here, so we're going to take it southbound on the 110 freeway, coming up on the 10 freeway.
We always question how these pursuits come to an end. Sometimes they go to a neighborhood that feels comfortable to them, familiar to them, where they know the streets, and they just kind of burn it out, and then they either bring it to an end themselves. Sometimes they try to bail. The speeds here are really intense. This vehicle, though, this could actually be one of the vehicles that could run out of gas. Looks like one of those gas guzzler kind of vehicles. Yeah,
it's a larger suburban vehicle. You can see, the gas mileage on this not going to be that good. We don't know how much gas it is or where it came from. A lot of the vehicles that we've seen in a lot of the looting situations, we're getting up to 80, 90 miles an hour here now, southbound on the 110 freeway. We're just passing Exposition and coming up to Martin Luther King Boulevard. You can see how fast he's going, just passing all these vehicles at a very high rate of speed here. So, but we don't know how far it's going to go here and how long that Suburban's been running before it got involved in this pursuit. But very high rate of speed, no brake lights. Once again, traffic relatively light here. There's a few cars here, spotty here and there, but there's also very little pedestrian traffic on the surface streets, thankfully, in the residential areas as well. People are kind of heeding that curfew and staying inside. What's the fact? LAPD, we've been one of their tasks at containing things through the night here is that with that curfew, they can make arrests on people that just being out and violating that curfew. So, but a lot of them we've been seeing, like I said, LAPD has been very good tonight. When they get a call of looting going on, they have a mobile task force move very quickly into that spot, and we've been seeing that a lot. They have been taking into custody looters very quickly. Not a lot have been getting away. They have been getting them tonight. So they've got that down tonight on how to stop the looting. Send the message that if you're looting, you're going to get arrested because we are moving quickly on it. All right, a little more traffic here as we make our way southbound on the 110 freeway, just past Vernon, and continuing over to the right shoulder a little bit here. We'll see if they're going to get off of the freeway. They're coming up to Gage, and they're going to get out. It looks like they're going to get off at Gage here. All right, they're coming to the bottom of the off-ramp at Gage, and through the intersection, through a red light, around a car that was kind of going slow there, making a turn. All right, they did not get back on the freeway. They're alongside a road, a street here, right alongside on the west side of the 110 freeway, and just going through stop signs, slowing down a little bit here. The speeds have dropped a little bit, but the air unit's right on top, and you can see those ground units are always, okay, making a turn here. All right, we're coming into a more residential area here. We're just a little bit south of Gage. Okay, back out now. Oh no, Hooper almost hit a car head on right there. All right, now continuing southbound on Hoover, and it's going to take us up to Florence. A lot more cross traffic here. Got a stale red light. All right, making a left turn, going eastbound. There was a lot of traffic up ahead going eastbound. Now we're going underneath the 110 freeway. We're going across, and we're going underneath the 110 freeway, and we're going east side of the 110.
Kevin, your mastery and knowledge of the streets of Los Angeles and the freeways is truly excellent. You've been doing this a long time, and you really know what you're doing there covering these pursuits. I'm watching this vehicle here thinking it's a clunkier vehicle than, say, a smaller car that would be able to maneuver these side streets, and if they get on them and try to, make their getaway.
Kevin, I'm going to pick it up behind you.
Go ahead, Kevin.
And well, yeah, it is, but it's a little bit newer, so it can handle it a little bit more. But you can see at these speeds going through a stale red there, right through the intersection. Okay, continuing eastbound here.
This is so dangerous.
Going around some traffic here, doing about 65 miles an hour here. Coming up to some traffic up ahead. Going past some traffic, using the wrong side. He's got a fresh green going through right there. There's a car popping out. You can see car popped right out of there, pulled out of the parking space. They got some slower traffic up ahead, going through the intersection, wrong side of the road.
You got to hope that he doesn't hit a red light and just keep driving. This could be so dangerous.
Still moving eastbound. Got a red light hard on the brakes, and he's going to go southbound. Okay, making a southbound turn. And continuing southbound here.
So the worry, of course, as we're watching something like this, is some unsuspecting motorist that gets in the way of this vehicle here, or they fly through some intersection with the red light and a car is coming, and they just get T-boned. So fingers crossed that this one ends peacefully. This car, obviously, no sign of slowing down, though.
And this is a rare night where we have two. Okay.
Making a westbound turn. Okay. All right, okay.
Did somebody meet him on the street?
They're out there running. Okay. We've got at least three running westbound here.
We have two choppers up tonight. That's why we're cutting back and forth between these shots. God, in the dead of the night, it's hard to see him.
They still got the driver. He's running up through here. We got two going through the yards here.
Well, we should let anybody.
The air units right on top of them and guiding ground units in. You got one guy with shirt off.
Is he going up onto the roof?
Looks like he's still working his way back and forth. Now he's back out to the next street to the north here. He's starting to slow down a little bit. Air units staying on this guy. I don't know if he was driver. But the air unit and their spotlight is staying on this suspect you see right here.
Well, anybody who's here
right there.
All right, he just turned the corner here. He's coming northbound. He just turned the corner. And all right, he's really slowing down. He's got his hands up. He's going to the ground. He's out of breath.
Well, you have enough units there that were coming from all different directions, it seems, that probably thought there was no chance to get away.
All right, so they've got that guy, suspect in custody. I'm going to bet that was the driver, because they usually will stick with the driver when they, especially if it was a assault with a deadly weapon by a vehicle, then they're definitely going to stick with the driver. I'm going to go right over back here a little bit here and see what if this terminated with a crash or if they just went and bailed out of it. It looks like they stopped in the middle here. Let me see if there's another car that was involved. I don't see another car that was involved. It looks like they're clearing the car right now. But those three bailed out, and they're looking for the other two right now. But that was the driver they took into custody, and that's the one they wanted the most. So that's why the airship with their light kind of stayed on him the longest.
So as far as you know, only one of those guys is in custody.
Yeah, so far I'm only hearing one of them in custody at this point.
All right, Kevin, we will let you stay on top of that and see if those others are arrested. In the meantime, we want to get you up to date on everything that's going on tonight. Christine.
Yes, as you saw there, a series of pursuits. I think that might be the third one that our Kevin Takumi's been following. Yeah, strange night. We have this situation in Riverside that has escalated after a really positive moment with protesters and the Sheriff's Department. The Sheriff, Chad Bianco, right, Alex?
Chad Bianco.
Yeah, Chad Bianco taking a knee there with the protesters. Then you have community members trying to protect a business, chasing off looters. And as we know, which you can see from the streets being so quiet there, as Kevin Takumi was showing us, the curfew is in effect.
Yeah, so right now, technically, it is illegal to be out on the streets, and you are subject to arrest, or at least the cops pulling you over, asking what you're doing out there. Phil Schumann has moved locations. You're now in Riverside, Phil?
We're in Riverside on Mission Ave. It's a line of Riverside police officers moving what's left of several hundred protesters out of this area. The curfew went into effect at 6 o'clock. They gave them an extra hour, and now they've decided to just take control of the streets and move these protesters, again, out of the downtown area in Riverside. Now, there's fireworks going off. There's a lot of police officers here, but the last group of protesters we saw was probably less than 10. So it looks a little bit worse than it is. We heard one report of a CVS store that was broken into earlier today. I know Haley Winslow's been here. She's in the other end of town, is my understanding. So a strong show of force by Riverside PD here right in the downtown area, trying to get the last of these protesters out of, and they're just yelling at them, go home, go home.
Phil, you've been all over town tonight. Describe some of what you've seen in the different locations you've been at.
Well, we spent most of the afternoon in Anaheim, and there was a huge crowd at a park at Harbor and La Palma, but very peaceful. Then they marched about a mile or so down to Anaheim City Hall, past the police department. There was a rally, some speeches, some shouting. Police were watching, peacefully marched back, and then it sort of deteriorated into an auto show where people doing, burnouts in the intersection there. Businesses were boarded up, though. We've seen that all over the Orange County area. And then driving out here, Alex, imagine going from Anaheim to Riverside. Would have taken, 90 minutes normally. The freeway's wide open. The highway patrol, though, because of what's happening here downtown, all of the off-ramps that lead right into downtown Riverside have been shut down. University, Mission, Spruce. And so this is sort of the climax of it right now. You see this squad of maybe 2-3 dozen police officers with the skirmish line on Mission Ave. And looks like they have things pretty much under control. The protesters that we saw have moved off of Mission Ave.
Phil, it must have been pretty eerie driving through those streets.
It's been eerie driving through these streets for the past, Southern California for the past 4 days. I mean, It's a very unsettling feeling. I mean, helicopters overhead, sirens everywhere. the alarms inside buildings going off, people scared, people, protesting. Yeah, it's been very, very tense.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there you see it. This is downtown. We're familiar with the Mission Inn. We've all been there. We've seen stories on it. The Christmas decorations and so forth. So, downtown Riverside, Mission Inn Ave, deserted. You hear the helicopters overhead. I mean, law enforcement, maybe we've been talking about this for a few days, right? They had a very restrained response starting back last Wednesday night when all this broke loose in downtown Los Angeles, when the 101 was blocked by protesters, and the police response has escalated since then. I mean, I was listening earlier this afternoon to Alex and Christine. I'm sure you remember this. Chief Moore, LAPD chief, apologized for the police response to the looting 2 nights ago in Melrose and Fairfax. I mean, that was stunning to me. So here, as we come back live with the Riverside PD, yeah, it looks like they're sort of relaxing just a bit here. It seems like they made their point.
Well, it's good to see that things, the tension seems to be easing in Riverside, at least in that area.
Watch your back here. Yeah, there's no shortage of law enforcement resources when they decide to bring them in, I'll tell you that. You can question the timing, but once they decide to say, let's go, they're here.
And they can usually make a situation end pretty quickly if they really intend to use all those resources. Although there are consequences to that decision.
Well, right now I don't see any protesters left in this area. So they're sort of advancing through the downtown area, sort of pushing out their perimeter and moving everybody away. Again, the curfew here went into effect about 2.5 hours ago.
All right, Phil Schuman, keep us up to date on where things, how things go there in Riverside in the Inland Empire. We want to get to a moment that happened on our air earlier tonight that I think a lot of people have been talking about online. It really was an extraordinary moment. Our Christina Gonzalez was in Van Nuys. She was profiling this woman who had shown up to one of her neighbor's stores to help protect it from looters. There was a store owner that was there holding a firearm to protect his store from potential looters. Then some looters actually showed up. Here's what happened.
Let me tell you what's going on. So these guys in the vehicle, let's get a little bit closer. This vehicle and those guys over there got out of the other vehicle. There's a gold store in the parking lot, and they were heading to it. And these guys came out and they said, "No, you're not."
Wow.
And he's with us. They're having a standoff here.
Oh my God.
Arguing about why they're not being allowed to break into the place. So I'm going to kind of let you listen to this.
So these are looters squaring off with community members holding weapons on the street.
Yes.
I guarantee you we will get back to that situation in a little bit. If you can believe it, we've got another pursuit. Kevin Takumi in Sky Fox. We're near Dodger Stadium, those tunnels that so many people have gone through. Kevin. Kevin, can you hear us?
And we're staying 110.
Not sure if Kevin Takumi can hear us. We are on the 110 freeway. This is coming out of downtown Los Angeles towards the Pasadena area.
Northbound on the 110 freeway here. We just started with Culver City. We don't know exactly what the want was on it, but it came north on the 110 freeway. Culver City PD is in this pursuit. Like I said, we don't know what the want is on it yet, but northbound the 110 freeway, passing Figueroa, we're going up into like the Mount Washington area. Speeds are running about 65, 70 miles an hour here. Culver City PD is still in on this. CHP has not been able to catch up to it as we go north on the 110 here, but you can see high rate of speed going around traffic. Once again, very light traffic, thankfully, but we're going. Let's see, we're coming up to Avenue 54 here soon, and it looks like it's like a four-door pickup truck, maybe a Ford F-150 or so. The Culver City is staying with it. You can see they've got several units in this pursuit here, almost 5 units in this pursuit here. One of them is a slick top. So that would either be a supervisor or undercover like that. But like I said, we don't know what the original want was on this or why they started chasing it. But at high rate of speed, this all started coming northbound on the 110 freeways where we first heard it is. But it is started here with Culver City Police Department.
Kevin, I think people, if they were to be tuning in right now, would be expecting to see coverage on the looting or the end of protests or the enforcement of curfew, and yet we've had another pursuit, which would almost seem like a bit of normalcy, so to speak, in Los Angeles. But the scary situation is, of course, the sign of the times that we're in right now. So Culver City, not an agency we hear of in pursuits a lot. Right here. No,
it isn't. But you know, within the last 3 days here, it just hasn't. It's not only been the LAPD that it has been that's been cracking down on the looters. They have been hitting some of the smaller cities. I've seen reports where stores here and there have been getting hit. You can see in the back of this pickup truck, there's a lot of stuff back there. So we don't know if they, you know, if that's the reason why or exactly what the want is. But most of our pursuits today, they have been following vehicles that were fleeing from a location. Okay, we're getting into a construction zone here. He's got some traffic up ahead here. He's going right through it. He's got a box. It looks like there was an accident. There's an accident up ahead here that went up on the side. And we went right by that, went through the cones there, went through CHP, and Culver City is still the lead agency on this pursuit here.
And you are northbound still on the 110 freeway?
We are in the northbound 110 freeway. We are coming up. We're in the South Pasadena area here, and we're coming up through the S turns of South Pasadena as the 110 comes up, heading north towards Pasadena. You see, they also passed some other construction vehicles that were working on the 110 there, but speed still 75 miles an hour here as we come north on the 110. We're going to be coming up to Orange Grove and then Fair Oaks up here, and then you know the 110 drops off into Pasadena as you get into the Arroyo there.
Well, Kevin, you have had quite a night covering pursuits. We thank you for being the eyes in the sky there. Again, we're seeing an open freeway due to the curfew. I'm guessing you don't see many cars at all on that freeway.
You know, there are very few cars on the freeway. Looking out the window here into Pasadena, there are very few cars on most of the surface streets as well. So that is a good sign. Okay, we're just coming up 110 freeway. We're about a mile away from the end of the freeway, and then we get into Pasadena city limits here.
All right, we are continuing to follow a high-speed pursuit on the streets of Los Angeles and now Pasadena at 8:46 on a Monday night, a news night that seems to never end with one extraordinary development after another as we continue to watch live. Kevin Takumi, this is his fourth, maybe, pursuit of the night, in addition to multiple different arrests and looting and protests and so many things in Skyfox. We have two choppers, or we've actually been using 3 choppers tonight, and it still hasn't been enough for all of the news that we've been seeing tonight. Kevin,
so yeah, now here, Kevin, on surface streets. Talk us through it.
Yeah, we're off the freeway here on surface streets on Arroyo as we make our way northbound deeper into the Pasadena area here. Speed still going up to about 50, 60 miles an hour here. You can see that Culver City is still in pursuit here. They're still the lead agency. They still have at least 4 or 5 vehicles. They just passed the Pasadena unit down below there that was in the parking lot. And so still coming up, we're going to be coming up to Colorado Boulevard in about a minute here, but we're going by a lot of Pasadena units there. It doesn't look like they're getting involved at this point, but they are also kind of standing by, also looking at, you know, they've been having to stand guard out of a lot of the businesses in Pasadena as well. We haven't heard any reports of anything going on, thankfully, but they are standing guard throughout the city of Pasadena here. Okay, coming up. Okay, we're going to make a turn. And that's going to be I think that's going to be Marengo, and we're now eastbound on Marengo.
Well, again, Kevin, as we watch this here, a reminder that because of the curfew, those streets are so open, you don't have to worry about people being out there on the streets. 8:48 on a Monday night would normally be a school night, so to speak, a work night. So the advantage for law enforcement is that they do have those open streets and don't have to worry about perhaps pedestrians or too many cars being on the streets. Also, it allows that vehicle to go at a perhaps higher rate of speed because they can just fly through those lights and those stop signs, and the street is so wide open.
And, through an intersection, went through, that was a stale red light right there. This truck is driving without its lights on as well, so that makes it even more. Other drivers do not have a heads up. Okay, making a northbound turn here, and making a northbound turn. Then looks like they're going to pull off to the right. Looks like they're going to stop right here in the middle of it. Okay, you got passengers getting out. Yeah, you got doors open. You got driver giving up.
Did somebody else
run? Running here through the parking lot. Driver instantly gave up, and you got a passenger that was in the back gave up and running running eastbound here. And you got two officers coming right up behind them, and that person lying down right there and giving up.
What is that? Is that a helmet? Yeah. What's on his head?
It looks like it's like a yellow cap or something like that, yellow ball cap.
Well, there you go, Kevin. Yet another pursuit that ends with at least both suspects here in that vehicle in custody. The last one also, you got the driver in custody. So by law enforcement standard, they would say pretty amazing work. Nobody got hurt. Oh, running? Oh, what's going on there?
They're coming back. They're coming back. They need to secure the rest of the vehicle here. They have the driver in custody. They have the passenger that bailed out from the back in custody. Trying to see. It looks like they might have. It looks like they're calling somebody else out from the back there. It looks like that's why they were running back to support that. Yeah, there's one more person in the vehicle back there in the back seat. Looks like they're calling out at this point that did not get out of the vehicle. They just dropped something. Something was thrown to the ground. Okay, and hands up, and they're kind of stepping out of the vehicle
hands
now.
Are up.
There it goes.
Possibly a woman with a dark hoodie on there.
Goes to show you, you never know how many people are in a vehicle when there's a pursuit, and it's safety first for the officer. Wonder how they figured out that someone was back there. Could they see, or did the driver indicate? But that one was interesting to see those officers run back and also take, safe cover too, because you don't know if that person is armed or not.
Yeah, you know what? They had so many units. They had so many units here. You can see now their Pasadena PD has picked up with them as well here. But you had just one person that got out and ran there, and then you also had the driver open the door, put his hands up, and stop there. But at that point, that last third passenger looks like stayed in the vehicle and did not get out and run. So it looks like they're going to make an approach here now. Nobody else coming out of the front passenger area, so it looks like they're going to step up to it, and they're going to call it Code 4 here, and that everybody's in custody.
As we wrap up this situation, I have a question about the last pursuit that we covered. We saw the driver was taken in custody. There was a search for some of the other people that were involved in it. Do you know if they were eventually caught?
Well, they set up a perimeter on the area. They made a request for a canine as well. I don't know if they had eventually caught that, because this one kicked off right after that one. Actually, that one might have also been going on just as that other one was finishing up as well. Because if this we picked it up on the 110 freeway, but that would mean they probably came east on Slauson out of Culver City and then got on the 110 north from there. So that's where we picked it up. Right. So it most likely was going on simultaneously while one was ending. This one was already going on.
Would love to hear the backstory on this one in Culver City PD. All right, Kevin Takumi, thanks so much for covering yet another pursuit on this Monday night.
Christine, I don't know if you remember when about an hour and a half ago or so I said, we don't know what's going to happen next tonight.
That's what you meant?
Since then, we've had multiple pursuits. We've had all sorts of incidents. It's like we have no idea what's going to happen next as we continue to cover this extraordinary news night. But perhaps the most memorable moment of this night will be this moment that happened in Van Nuys. We want to show it to you again because it just got interrupted by that pursuit. This is Christina Gonzalez. She was profiling this woman who was in front of a neighbor's store. She was trying to help protect that store, and then looters arrived. And then this happened.
Let me tell you what's going on. So these guys in the vehicles, let's get a little bit closer. This vehicle and those guys over there got out of the other vehicle. There's a gold store, store in the parking lot, and they were heading to it. And these guys came out and they said, "No, you're not."
Wow.
And he's with us. They're having a standoff here.
Oh my God.
Arguing about why they're not being allowed to break into the place. So I'm going to kind of let you listen to this.
So these are looters squaring off with community members holding weapons on the street.
Yes.
And where are all those cops that just drove past you?
They're 3 blocks down.
Yeah.
This is really something here to see those store owners who want to protect their own business, yet they're by a business that is so vulnerable. Okay, so that's her family telling her to go back? Yeah. Christina,
yes.
go.
My family business. Stop. We're closed. We're closed. We're closed. We're closed. We're closed.
Were those guys going into the gold store?
Huh?
What, those guys? What's going on?
Dude, we're closed, bro.
Okay, they're kind of busy, but that's what we saw. Here comes the cops. They're trying to flag them down. We're trying to flag down the cops.
Oh.
Hold on, let me flag them back here. They're driving past us.
Oh.
Stop. Okay, they're turning around. There they come. There they come. They just saw me.
In 3 days of surreal moments on TV, this is one of the most surreal moments we've seen. What is underway right now in Van Nuys. All right, so here come the police officers to help these community members.
The guys on the other side are in cars. All right, here they come. The guys here are trying to stop over there from looting in the cars. All right, now they're telling them, no, they're fine.
They're good.
Oh, gosh.
Oh,
gosh.
No. Whoa.
Oh, my God. Joe, to your right. Come on.
He's with us.
He is with me. Sir, they're... Okay, sir. They're the store owners. They were protecting the looters, sir.
Whoa.
They're protecting the stores. The looters are over there.
Stand down for a sec, please. Yeah, relax.
You're losing your looters. They're going down that way. These are the people in the store trying to stop.
Point. All 3 of them.
Okay, we're putting those in handcuffs right now.
They're not the looters.
One person talk. Where's the looter? Where's the looter? Where's the looter?
They're help protecting this building.
Where'd the looter go?
They were.
Okay, description. Black, white, Asian.
African Americans. They're in a gray vehicle. The other gray vehicle is parked in front of the Buy Gold store. A group of 6 of them. 6, and we have video. Okay,
that's all.
Your officers are chasing them.
Okay,
that's one of them.
Okay.
This is unreal. But anyway, they're putting this lady in handcuffs.
What?
I've just told them. You see, and here is where...
This is some of the systemic issues that maybe some of those protesters are upset about.
We are live now, and as I promised, we were able to track each other down. Monette, she's in one piece, and you were just listening for the first time to the audio of what happened. You hadn't seen what happened in the live coverage. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
You
I'm fine. Hanging in there.
You okay?
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, the gentleman that owns the store, I've been knowing him for over 30 years. So when we saw him come out of his establishment, we asked him, are you okay? At that point, there were people that were trying to run in the store. They were trying to get in the back, and they were trying to loot his property. But because I have known him for over 30-some years, you're not finna loot nothing.
And that's what we talked about before, and then you know, and we talked about that, but then all of a sudden these guys came up in the vehicles, and I guess they were going after the gold store?
They were going after the gold store. But being that me and my family were out in the front with the owner to the liquor store, they just wanted to jump out the car, and they wanted to harass me because I was talking a lot of stuff. And I just turned around and said, we're not doing that. We're not tearing up nothing over here.
And you guys were arguing back and forth.
And we were arguing back and forth, and that's okay, I'm the same color you are. There was another car that pulled up behind them, had a bunch of females in the car. They don't live anywhere around here, and they wanted to jump out. My first thing is, okay, this what we doing? And then when the police, we flagging down the police.
So you were flagging down?
I was flagging down the police with the owner and was asking, can you guys help? And they just kept going. I'm like, who does that?
But then they turned around, they did come over, and then from your perspective, what happened?
I was handcuffed, thrown up against a wall with my husband, my brother-in-law, and I'm just like, the hell? The news people are here. They're telling you it's not her. She's trying to stop the situation. I understand the protest. I understand what this is about. I get it. I understand that. I'm fighting for the same protest. But what we not going to do is we don't want other people from different cities to come and tear up where we live at, because we have to rebuild this. We did this once before. I understand the anger until this man is placed in custody for, even though he's in custody, for first-degree murder. They've done an autopsy, an independent autopsy, turned around and said he died of asphyxiation. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now you got three other police officers that you need to go get. Until you go get them, it's just going to be unruly. And I don't understand. They don't take a rocket scientist. Everybody's seen the video. How much information do y'all need?
And you and I were talking because both of us were in 92 here, and just seeing the parallels of all.
It's just, it's really crazy. And, the same thing that happened to Rodney King years ago is the same thing that is repeating itself. It's really sad for our young black men, our black women, our Latinos. You know what I'm saying? Caucasian people don't get treated like that. So when they turned around and said that the police officer was arrested for third-degree murder, I turned around and was like, wow. Had that been my son and a mutual combat, y'all would have hooked him up 24 hours ago. But it took you 4 days to get who y'all was looking for. And he got 70 police officers around his house. It's not going to stop until justice has been served. That's all we're looking for. We just want some justice. That's it.
Back to the incident and what happened. I know that I was trying to explain to them, and I
thank you. I appreciate it.
And you know what? I feel so sorry if we had in any way, but I think that we were both trying to do the same thing. What got them to take? What were they telling you that because we were kind of telling them to stop, but what were they saying while they were handcuffed?
Well, the officer that was behind me, I was explaining to him, no, we were trying to help. I was telling him the gentleman that owns the store, his name. So once they were kind of like trying to calm the situation down, they was like, okay. And then the owner of the store was like, no, it's not them. They're helping us. They're protecting our store. Then they let us go. But then my son and my daughter, somebody called them and said, your mom is on TV. And they pulled up in the middle of the street, and I'm looking at them like, okay, here we go.
And the cops stopped them.
They stopped them, took them out of their car. Well, they actually got out of the car, especially my son. He got out of the car. My daughter jumped out the car, and they turned around. And I explained it to them. I'm getting away from the police. I'm like, don't touch my kids. Don't touch them. So they turned around, they listening and looking. And they was like, okay, ma'am, just get in your car. Please let me get in the car. We're going to have more than a problem than what we initiated. Just let me get in the car. It's just crazy right now. All we want is some justice, and what you guys are doing to us now is injustice. You guys are shooting us with these little rubber bullets. 2 members of the police department in another state has already been fired for dragging some kids out of their car. They're college students behind a curfew. Matter of fact, it was the mayor in Atlanta that fired them yesterday. And I get it. I understand they tired. They wore out too. We've been worn out. I'm 55. We tired too. The same thing, injustice y'all did to us years ago, and my fathers and my forefathers, you guys are doing to our young black men and our young black women, including Latinos.
Now, the reason we are interviewing you here is because if we go in front of the store, which is where we were, they
in jail.
They already the curfew. Talk to me. What happened when we were at the store?
I was actually going back up there because they were calling me, talking about you guys were looking for me. So when I walked back, I was trying to walk up with my son, and they turned around and said, "Well, you can't come here." I mean, they were just so unruly. I was just looking at them.
This is the police you're talking?
This is the police, and I did I said some unruly things to them too. And I told them, I work at the liquor store. This is where I'm going. The owner of the liquor store was letting them know after that, no, she comes here all the time. You know, she's helping me out. So at the end of the day, they wanted to come down the street just for little old me and a whole line and my son and my daughter and just be like, nah, we just gonna sit you down. What you not gonna do? So he turned around and said, you won't get out of here? Yes, I will. I am from the block. I just don't agree with a lot of things that go on with the block.
I think, were they the same officers?
Yes.
The same people that we were dealing with?
The same ones. They
didn't recognize you?
No, they know exactly who I am. They know exactly who I am. I'm 55. I've been here, God, my oldest daughter is 36. I've been here 37 years. I might have moved different locations, but most of the people on this block and the owners, they know who I am.
Well, that's how I found you. We were looking for you. I wanted to make sure you were okay.
You found me.
Everybody knows you. And now everybody knows you on air because of some of the things you said.
Yeah. I'm sorry that this is going on right now, and this is really injustice. It's crazy that you guys waited 4 days to put someone into custody for a crime that was seen all over the world. Had it been a black man or a Hispanic man, it would have took y'all 24 hours. It has been it.
What do you think is going to happen in the next 24 hours in the city?
They're going to continue to tear the city up. And if they don't arrest the other 3 officers that are involved, they're going to tear it up more than what you guys think. If they don't change the charge that they have given this gentleman for 3rd-degree murder and 2nd-degree manslaughter, I'm just outraged that you guys would even say that. You should be arrested for 1st-degree murder, and you kept your knee on his neck for over 8 minutes. I'm sorry that his family is going through it, but y'all need to care about who everybody else's family is going through it. I tell my kids this all the time. 1 second of your thinking will either cost you your life or cost somebody else their life. This white gentleman that's a police officer that is here to protect and serve, 1 second of your thinking cost somebody else their life, which is getting ready to cost your family your life, and they cause the people businesses. They don't. We're just coming off a pandemic. They don't have money for that.
And that's the other factor. I mean, we're in a neighborhood where everybody, as we're talking, everybody has lost their job or they're
lost their job. My manager and everybody a lot of people on the block. We're a lower class family, and that's okay. We make do. But at the end of the day, if we were getting stimulus checks again, we're not anymore. You know why? Because the government is going to give it to the little small shops so they can rebuild. But then we still struggling. There's still a lot of us that don't have jobs, that can't maintain a household.
You know, you guys, and again, one more time, you're okay. You're all right.
I'm fine.
You know, I thank you so much for.
I thank you for looking for me. You take care.
I'm sorry.
I've watched you for years, and you're something else.
I'm honored. I truly, I'm honored.
I've watched you for years, and you are something else.
No, you are something else.
But you know what? You're the only one that can come into the hood.
God bless you. Thank you. I know you want to go.
You take care, my friend. And you be careful.
No, you be careful, guys. She's okay, all right? She's all right, I promise.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Go in. I know your leg hurts.
Strong thoughts.
Go get sitting down. Go get sitting down. Thank you, love. Your son and your daughter, they're all waiting for it.
Yeah, this is all of them. Yes, this is all of them.
I know, this is the entire family.
No, we can't. No.
No
I don't know
pictures.
how,
No pictures. Okay, guys,
I don't know how we
I'm gonna
top
sit her
that,
back.
Christine.
Get her back up.
That was quite something. One of those, moments, I think, that really strikes a
Guys, I'm going to
chord.
get her back up because she needs to put her leg up.
Okay.
She really does. Thank you.
Okay.
You're
A
tired.
love fest going on
Get
there.
in there, babe. Come on.
All right. Some great work by Christina Gonzalez, who's pretty fearless out there in the field. Quite something to watch that as well.
And she's right. She is one who can go into the hood, no problem. I think there was some really powerful thoughts and some powerful words there for us all to take in, whether you agree or disagree with everything she had to say. Certainly it is one Angelino's perspective. And to hear a conversation in depth after such a striking encounter, and her focus really got back to George Floyd. That's really the conversation that she wanted to continue to bring it back to.
And important to continue to have that conversation because there has been this relatively small group of looters that really have perverted the conversation and taken away from the thousands and thousands of people all over this country that have been marching in the streets, desperate to have that conversation that she just had live on Fox 11. A remarkable woman Monette is, and we're so grateful that we got to meet her tonight.
Even the way it played out with her recalling what happened and LAPD mistaking her and the others as perhaps the suspects before figuring it out, before being able to sort things out and take them out of the, the restraints there for a second. She kept going back to George Floyd. It wasn't necessarily about what she went through, that experience, and reliving it with us. She went back to the whole reason we're under a curfew, the whole reason that there was looting, the whole reason that store that she loves so much in her neighborhood felt like they have to protect their business, and she was there to try to do that. And then you saw LAPD arrive, uncertain as to what was going on and who was who, and it just played out so dramatically. And good to see that she is okay, and the neighbors there cheering her on. Certainly, she says she knows everybody in the neighborhood. Looks like she really does.
Well, and we just want to clarify, and we're both tired, so we just want to clarify, the George Floyd is not the reason for the looting. So we do not want to necessarily confuse those two things. George Floyd, the reason for the protests, not the reason for the looting, in most of the instances.
Okay, very good. Well, we thank you so much for watching our coverage. We're going to take a look at the highlights of the evening because things have been changing so much throughout the night. We talked about the peaceful protests that started out today and gave way to chaos in some areas, and we saw the looting in some areas as well again. The situation that really stands out is the moment where in Riverside the sheriff took a knee with protesters, but then those that stayed behind past the curfew, it did escalate with a lot of law enforcement there on the streets of Riverside. And then we have these community members who are saying no to looters. They basically stood in front of a business and would not let them in. And then the pursuits. We've had, what, 4 pursuits? That last one, I'm told, with Culver City was on a burglary issue. Alex?
Yeah, I mean, it's been hard to keep up with all of the stuff that's happening tonight. Now we go to Ed Laskos, who is live in Hollywood. What's the update there?
All right, he's running. Yes, let's get right into it. This is Hollywood. Bruce, show us. Sunset, Schrader, the cross street here. Big LAPD presence. These vehicles were attempting to loot some of the stores, may have. So the mobile squad here of LAPD sealed them off. One man takes off with a gun. He's on the other side of this building now, running from police. They have the night sun up now. They were just telling us, the sergeant, keep your eyes open, but he's running in the opposite direction. Bruce has a line there. There's at least several dozen arrests already being made in this area. Thank you, sir. Sergeant just telling us they have their gunman in custody. He was one of the drivers of one of these vehicles over here to the right. Look at them, several SUVs and other cars. Police say their job tonight was to go through this area. Several stores have been looted. They spotted this roving caravan, if you will, convoy of vehicles that would pull up to the stores. The windows would be smashed. They'd run inside, grab whatever they could, stolen merchandise, and then take off and just continue through this area of Hollywood. So they have these mobile squads of LAPD, tactical squads. They sealed them off. Basically, really did. They can't go back or forth right here at this intersection, Sunshine and Schrader. They're making arrests now, and the area seems to be easy now because they have that gunman in custody. One of the men who was driving one of these SUVs took off running in the darkness, but they were able to make an arrest and apprehend him. But they are talking dozens of arrests here so far, and as police go through all of these vehicles, they are finding stolen goods, they say, what appear to be looted goods, many of the items coming from Sunset Boulevard, also Highland in the area in the last couple of hours as the protesters move through Hollywood. But Hollywood tonight has certainly been jumping, and we've seen LAPD at this location, California Highway Patrol and their tactical squads in other locations doing the sealing off, the grid sealing off. At the very least, they're making arrests for curfew violations, but this one they say is a jackpot because this convoy of vehicles involved with looting here through the Hollywood area in the last couple of hours, and they say they're finding the evidence and making the arrest. So this is one of the hot spots here in Hollywood tonight, and that's been something that LAPD said they really wanted to do tonight from Chief Moore on, to go and target the troublemakers, the looters. The protesters sort of have moved off, the ones because the curfew hits, and now you've got the people out tonight who are out breaking into the stores, and that's why they're trying to seal them off. And as the one sergeant was telling us a little while ago, it's tough to do because in these little convoys they just take off and drive down one of the side alleys, and just like that they can get away. But tonight, with all the added patrols out, the job is to just really seal off the intersections, stop them right in their tracks, get them out of their vehicles, sometimes at gunpoint. We have seen that as well, and make some arrests. And Alex and Christine, if I can tell you, Alex, another part of this is some people are getting more than what they've been bargaining for on Schrader here, a block off Sunset. It's a dark parking lot. Police went in there. We watched them with their guns drawn because there was a couple of SUVs back in there, and they made arrest, but it wasn't for looting, sexual activity, prostitution going on, sometimes right in the act. So a lot of craziness out here tonight, but police, at least tonight, I got to tell you, not that I'm saying that they've been not serious the last few nights, but tonight you can tell they've really ramped up and have targeted the troublemakers, the looters, and not fooling around, swooping in very quickly, lightning speed, making arrests. And as Bruce has been showing, there's at least a dozen vehicles here. Now they're waiting for tow trucks, and they've got maybe about 50 arrests here, they've already said. And some of the officers, you could see them in the back going through and sort of categorizing all of the evidence, the stolen items that was taken from some of the shops that we're going to try to make a run for along Sunset, along Highland. That the windows are smashed and a lot of merchandise have just been taken away.
So, Ed, you're saying that possible prostitutes were walking the streets and dealing with potential Johns in the middle of a curfew, in the middle of the pandemic, in the middle of all of these problems?
Well, what we saw as the arrest went down, the activity was already in the vehicles in this dark parking lot in SUVs. So I have no idea if how it originated, if they were actually on the street corners. But in any event, these folks were screaming, saying we're not looters. And as the police got closer, they realized, well, there was something else illegal going on, and they made arrests as well. And in one of the cases we saw was actually the police came in on an SUV and caught what was going on right in the act. So it's been a crazy night here. And all of that was taking place about half a block away from this scene, where this scene materializes. So the people in that parking lot heard sirens, I'm sure, and had no idea that in a matter of seconds they were going to be right in the middle of a major crime scene.
What a scene!
Here comes some more arrests here. I must have counted at least 3 or 4 dozen arrests already in my eyes, enough to fill up these buses from the LA County Sheriff's Department, and they've just asked to bring in a couple more buses. So that's how many arrests they're making here. Again, potential looters is what the lieutenant was telling us, and he said it's a score because we've been making the curfew arrests, but these people are the alleged looters.
And they look especially young. Have any of them been talking? Have you heard from any of them?
Oh, they've been talking. I can't really tell you what they said, not on air, but you can imagine. They've at least been pleasant to the police, for the most part, as they've been arrested and led away. But to the media, no, they don't seem to be too kind.
All right, Ed Laskos, best of luck out there. Thank you for your reporting. We're looking, unfortunately, what appears to be more looting. Is this in the Hollywood area? We see some folks running out of a building here. Is that a police dog there? It's trying to shoo some of these folks away as people run out of a building. Trying to get an exact location of where this is happening. You see what looks like what was a boarded up window that's been smashed, but we're looking at a picture of more problems in the streets, trying to get an exact location of where this is happening. I'm sorry, This is not Hollywood. This is in St. Louis, Missouri. You see people running out, and this is an indication that these problems tonight are not unique to Los Angeles. I'm being sent to me by our sports producer, our sports reporter, Pablo Alsina, telling me about all sorts of problems in New York City tonight. Manhattan has had a whole lot of problems with looting in the streets there. This is back now in Southern California. We're looking at that sheriff's vehicle. We want to go now to Rick Lozano. We've been hearing about Costa Mesa as the site of a protest tonight and concerns there. Rick, are you by the South Coast Plaza? Is that your location now?
Well, we got plenty of company now. I'll tell you, Alex, we're just outside the property line of the South Coast Plaza Mall, and behind me you can see a good 150 to 200 protesters who had planned a protest a little bit further down Bear Street from our location here for 8 o'clock. However, Costa Mesa Police, along with sheriff's deputies, have been blocking this street since, maybe 5 o'clock this afternoon, determined not to let these protesters any further down this street. And you can see that sheriff deputies are here along with Costa Mesa PD, and they are holding the line here as these protesters crossed the street just moments ago, apparently attempting to make their way down to their original destination, which is a bit further down Bear Street, to position themselves right in front of South Coast Plaza Mall. Now, from our understanding, mall security had been receiving threats of possible looting all day long. Now, I can tell you that we were at this location yesterday, and every entrance into the mall was blocked off by security and also by police officers. Now, there was no incident here yesterday. There was no protest here yesterday, but one was planned for tonight, and you can see the response that these protesters have been met with. They've been chanting, they've been talking to police, but so far law enforcement has not responded. They're just holding the line here, and for the time being, that's all that's happening. Now, there is a curfew here in Costa Mesa that was went into effect at 7 p.m., so technically all these people are in violation of that curfew rule. It remains to be seen whether law enforcement is going to take any action, take any of these people into custody. We're going to be here through the course of the evening to keep you posted on what happens. For now, we're live in Costa Mesa. We're going to send it back to you in the studio.
And Rick, of course, that curfew gives police the ability to arrest people just for that curfew, and that essentially could end one of these protests if they make the decision to do that. Clearly, they haven't made the decision to do that here. Give us some sense, because we haven't had a whole lot of reporting tonight from Orange County, what it's like driving through the streets of Orange County tonight.
Well, I can tell you, Alex, that getting to this location was quite problematic. We were coming along the 55 freeway into Costa Mesa, and every single exit on the 55 freeway as we passed this area was shut down. We had to go well beyond the South Coast Plaza Mall and circle back to get to it. They were not allowing any traffic on the 55 freeway to exit in this vicinity. Otherwise, the streets seem to be fairly empty. The freeways aren't that well traveled at this hour. It seems that the curfew is having an impact on people who live here. And so, no, very little traffic out on the streets, and that is not a problem at all.
Well, that is good to hear that most of the people seem to be complying. Rick Lozano, keep us up to date on what's happening there in Orange County. We go from Orange County to L.A. County to Elysian Park, where Laura Diaz is standing by. Laura, you had a chance to talk with many of the law enforcement leaders of L.A. County today.
Yes, Alex, that is correct. We're here in Elysian Park, as you just mentioned, and night has fallen, so it's difficult to see the black and whites behind me. I can tell you that this is a major staging area for the LAPD. In fact, just moments ago, we saw quite a few motorcycle officers coming in at a good clip, and that is what it's been like for most of the evening. But earlier today, as you mentioned, I was at a meeting that was held by top law enforcement, county and city, and they were expressing their great concern and outrage over the violence of the last few days, which, of course, we have all watched in horror on television. Let's watch right now. This was the scene Friday night when the protest turned ugly in downtown Los Angeles. Looters and vandals destroying businesses in the gentrified city corridor. Today, Chief Moore said air support helped identify roving caravans of looters. How effective do you think it was to have the eyes up in the air and then those on the ground and the ability to try to arrest folks.
Of the airship was able to identify those caravans and bring in resources. So the air supply, air support, the patrol units that are in the air, the reason they're painted black and white is because they're part of our very public safety net. They're critical to our success, and I'm thankful for them.
It was a similar story in Santa Monica yesterday, horrified as vandals, looters, destroyed the storied businesses in the seaside community.
And it appeared from the air to look somewhat peaceful. But what you couldn't see from the air and what we could hear over the radio was that the officers were taking rocks and bottles, and that among the peaceful protesters from the back of the crowd, there were people inciting violence. That crowd was substantially larger than the smaller number of people who looted several businesses in Santa Monica.
The sheriff declaring resolve today alongside his colleagues in law enforcement.
It turns out that the group had circled around to the backside of the Citadel, and they were lying in wait, waiting for people to eventually leave. And we didn't. We showed up with a TST bus, and they did dozens of arrests of these people. They were all wearing the backpacks, the hoodies, that crowd. They're there for only one purpose, and that is to loot.
You know, a lot of people have expressed concern about zero bail, and I had a chance to ask DA Lacey about that today, what was going to become of these looters, and she said people are mistaken, that zero bail does not apply, and in some instances, they could be charged with a felony. I'm Laura Diaz reporting live near Dodger Stadium. Now back to you.
Which cases are those, Laura? Because I've heard from some of my friends in her department that said if it's anything under $1,000, it's a misdemeanor.
Well, she was quite strong about that today. She said that it would be analyzed on a case-by-case basis. We had to leave right then, so I didn't get to speak to her one-on-one. But I will make that phone call tomorrow and see what I can find out about it. But I can tell you for sure that there was a show of solidarity today. And also, these law enforcement people wanted to express that they supported people's right to protest in the streets peacefully, that they thought it was an intrinsic piece to the discussion going on across this country. So it was interesting to get all the pieces of the puzzle today, but keeping in mind that the most important thing is that peace be kept in our Southern California community. I'm Laura Diaz reporting live.
And
okay, one more time.
Laura, one more time, because it's so great to talk with you, so I'll take advantage of this opportunity. This concept that there's been a lot of controversy of this idea of like sort of catch and release, that the jails, they've been trying to keep people out of the jails because of COVID-19, because officers were so overwhelmed that these people would be caught, detained, maybe arrested, but then released in part because of this $0 bail thing. How did they respond to that criticism today?
Well, that was specifically what I asked about, and not only did DA Lacey talk about it in the formal comments at the top, but she came back at the end as if to say, look, I don't want bad information to go out. We want people to understand that these looters will be held accountable, that those pictures, those images that were seen on television, that those people will be prosecuted. So I'm going to call her again tomorrow and try to have a direct conversation with her one-on-one, because we were in a formal setting. But as I say, she came back to the podium twice, and she wanted to make that point, Alex.
Well, it is a key point. I think it's the biggest point for a lot of people out there. And Laura, we appreciate your tenacious reporting out for us tonight.
Laura, thanks very much. All right, we've been following Riverside developments all day. We're going to check back in with Haley Winslow now that it's nightfall to see what's going on there with that curfew. Have the people left, Haley?
Christine, I have good news. Yes, it is a lot calmer than the last time that you saw us live. The protesters have retreated. The sheriff's deputies have left the lines, and they've gone home, or they're still monitoring the area, but a lot different scene. This was one of the businesses that was broken into, though. You can see a purse, broken glass. This is a CVS on Market and 3rd Street. One of only 2 businesses, thankfully, in Riverside that were broken into. The other one is the Citibank, the ATM. Looters got the ATM there. So some significant damage here. Thankfully, we didn't see the same destruction along all the businesses that we saw in Santa Monica and other parts of LA over the weekend. But there's hydrogen peroxide bottles and there's glass, and this is the second time these looters hit CVS tonight. These nice gentlemen are coming to board up the windows. The police just left once they got here. But they came during the protest when they knew that the police were mostly over there, and they broke in the first time. And Jeff and George boarded up the windows, and now they're back again. What was it like when you guys were here before?
Just a lot more chaos. It's really clear now. It's really quiet. But we had quite a few people here before.
So the police spokesman, I just got off the phone with him. He said they had about 6,000 protesters and a handful of arrests. I don't know if you saw any of the chaos, but it got pretty scary, pretty ugly.
Pretty scary. Pretty bad.
Well, thank you for your work, and we're glad that the message is getting out that police brutality and the violence has to stop. Now, there was a pretty powerful moment earlier today where, after an hour of protesting, Sheriff Chad Bianco, trying to come together in unity, took a knee in the middle of the intersection with protesters, and I want to get you his message out to the community.
The unfortunate part of this is this is a huge divide. There's no work in here, voices be heard. It's just a big, huge divide. And the leaders of this have to work with us to make a difference. And if this is what starts it, then this is what starts it.
We're working with them right now by taking an answer.
100%. 100%.
What is your message to the community?
The message to the community is this does nothing. This does nothing. Your voices mean everything. Actions do not. Actions are contrary to what our voices say sometimes. And if we all, the leaders of us and all of us together, want to come together to make a difference, especially here, then the only way we're going to do that is together, not individually I mean, all you got to look at their signs. You look at their signs, and yet somehow it's supposed to demand respect. Respect gets respect from us to the community, from the community to us. If it has to start right here in the middle of the intersection, then it does.
Sheriff Bianco, what change would you like to see, not only in this community, but in the nation?
It's about relationship. It's about everybody says that everybody else is wrong. Why can't we all work to make something better? It's just about me telling you you're wrong or you telling me I'm wrong. It really isn't about how we're going to fix this. Right now, it's about everybody pointing fingers at everybody else. And we got to get past that. We got to get past that.
How do we get past that?
This is a start.
Wait. Okay. So they're throwing the glass, the purse, the stolen items that were dropped along the way back inside, and then they're going to board up the window. We have seen fireworks and heard them around the CVS area, but for the most part, it's been pretty calm now. The curfew was at 6 p.m. Officers gave the protesters about another hour and a half. Then they sent out an emergency alert on people's cell phones and got on the intercom and said, all right, guys, it's time to go home. And after a lot of frustration and a lot of effort, they finally succeeded in getting everyone to go home peacefully. So we'll have more on this coming up tonight at 10, but for now, back to you guys.
Haley, what a difference a few hours makes to feel the calm there now in Riverside after seeing those protesters who didn't want to leave past the curfew. I've got to think for you, too, being out there in the intensity of it with all those law enforcement officers there, just your own nerves. It's got to feel good to be able to calm down yourself for just a little bit.
Yes, it's a 180-degree turn. I can tell you, in the thick of it, my photographer Justin O'Brien and I had fireworks coming right at us. We had the SWAT team with their rifles drawn. It was scary. It was really scary. But the important thing is to get the message out and to hopefully bring peace through all of this.
All right. Well, hoping for a continued calm night there. Haley, thank you so much for your perspective and your coverage. Hey, Alex, it's been an interesting night of developments.
It's been something else, as it has. And let's get an up-to-date on those developments at now 9:30 here on Fox 11. Alex Michelson with Christine Devine. Those peaceful protests we saw throughout most of the day have given way to a night of chaos in certain parts of Southern California. We've seen a series of pursuits tonight. We saw a remarkable moment with community members chasing off looters in Van Nuys. And then, as Haley just mentioned, that moment with the Riverside Sheriff taking a knee with some of those protesters. We've been hearing from different voices of the community. Our Hal Eisner talked with the daughter of Muhammad Ali.
As she watches the unrest play out on television from her LA area home, Miriam Ali isn't surprised by the protests. Muhammad Ali's oldest daughter tells me they're important, but the fires, the looting.
But no, I don't think people should. I think they need to stop. It's going to, there are people who work really hard for their businesses. They're not wealthy. They just worked hard.
Ali says people, community groups, and public policy makers all have to come together to deal with a problem generations old that her dad talked about when he was young. She posted this clip of her dad on her social media pages, making the point that much hasn't changed since he said these words.
White men 50 years ago told my granddaddy that when my daddy got free, things would be better when he got grown. Now my daddy's grown. Somebody told my daddy that when I got grown, things would be better. Now I'm grown. Now I have the white boy today telling me that when my children get grown, things will be better. So they'll see that this is just the old trick.
And on that social media post, she lamented, quote, "Yes, Daddy, I'm grown, and many things are not better."
Now it's a time where white, brown, president, governor, it's not about them telling us when things are going to get better. It's about us finding the information on how to exercise our power and rights in the process.
Wow, she's got a strong, commanding voice. I would love to follow her perhaps on social media just to continue to hear what she has to say. She certainly is very passionate.
And you think about the long struggle from the time of Muhammad Ali to now, and all the progress that has been made in the fight for civil rights, and all the work that we still need to do.
Powerful interview. Hal Eisner, thank you so much for that one. So, Alex, we've covered everything from looting to protest to pursuits. And I think what that shows with the pursuits is that you have law enforcement starting to go after some of the looters, people who've taken off with stuff in their vehicle, and try to make those arrests.
Well, so, and the criticism that we were just talking about with Laura in the early days of this was that there was not enough law enforcement, perhaps, and that they allowed some of this to go on too long. Tonight, we've seen a different tactic. We've also seen less looting, so it has been easier for law enforcement to sort of get on that one or two bad places when before there were so many incidents happen. It was hard for them to get on all of them, but it has been a tougher sort of tone tonight, and we have seen those pursuits as a result of that as well.
Predictability, too. They kind of know the types of stores that are being targeted. It's been your sporting goods stores, it's been your drug stores, it's been even some grocery stores, it's some of your trendy clothing stores. So they've been kind of been able to put some eyes and ears on some of those stores ahead of time to kind of keep a watch on some. And
I've seen some writing and reporting online about the drug stores may be a particular target because some of these people may want to get the prescription drugs and then to be able to sell those as well. So that's interesting that I'm seeing some of that out there as well.
Yeah, okay. Well, we're going to continue our coverage right here on Fox 11. Rick Lozano has an update for us. We're in Orange County now, Costa Mesa. Rick?
Okay, well, we are right in the middle of a discussion that is taking place between members of the group that are gathered here in Costa Mesa and Costa Mesa PD officers, and that's because as the protest has advanced, the crowd has begun to advance on the skirmish line that police have set up here across Bear Avenue, right between the two sections of the South Coast Plaza Mall. So this gentleman who you see with his hands raised has been having a discussion with the sergeant from Costa Mesa PD, and the request by Costa Mesa PD is simply for the protesters not to come any closer to the officers who have a skirmish line set up out of view right now. So they're having that discussion, and they're trying to get everybody here on the same page so that this line doesn't advance any further. Let's come out here, Gino, to show where we're talking about. Here is the skirmish line that Costa Mesa PD and the Sheriff's Department have set up. And as you can see, I don't know if you remember our last report, but the line has advanced very, very close to within maybe 10 feet or so of that skirmish line, whereas before they were a good 50 feet back. They keep advancing forward, and that, of course, is making these officers very, very uncomfortable. And their simple request is for them to stop advancing on them. They've given them a warning, and now one of the members of this group has gone to bat for Costa Mesa PD and trying to get them to comply. So that is what we have right now. It was a little touch and go there for a second. We're going to keep you posted through the course of the evening and let you know how things are developing here. That's it from Costa Mesa. We're going to send it back to you in the studio.
I'm wondering, Rick, if we could continue to talk with you just a bit, because that is such a visual right now when you think of curfews going on across Los Angeles, and you still have people out there feeling like they can be there by those law enforcement officers. Have you been able to talk to anybody? Are they from the neighborhood? Do they live in that area? What is their concern about staying out so late tonight?
Yeah, in fact, we have an opportunity. We can seek out someone to talk to, but they continue, as you can see, they continue to try to bait officers into some kind of a confrontation, it looks like here. And in fact, the officer that we showed you just a second ago, the sergeant who was talking to the young man, informed all of them that they technically are in violation of the 7 p.m. curfew here in Costa Mesa. They're not going to enforce that at this time, but they are all in violation at this time. That's the warning from Costa Mesa PD. So let me ask you, young lady. Okay, let me ask you. Okay. Okay. If I can just ask you for a little. Here, what's your concern?
I'm here because people keep getting murdered and nobody seems to do anything about it. If they can't even take a minute to take a knee, and all these people are being murdered, and I'm scared for my family members, and they can't even take a knee. We're not asking for much. We don't have weapons. They have weapons.
Right. Their concern is that you continue to advance on them, and as they advised you, you're technically in violation of the curfew in Costa Mesa. So they're giving you that leeway anyway.
Why did they put a curfew on us? But when everyone was protesting
with guns in their faces, where was the curfew then?
Ben, where was that curfew?
Okay, so there are two of you talking. I didn't quite get what your message.
We got a curfew because we're protesting.
The curfew the curfew has been in place for a while. It's a 7 p.m. curfew. It's well past that now, and you're out on the street. So technically, they could arrest you if they wanted to, but they're not doing that.
I'm just asking to protest what I believe in, which is lives. This is not about hating the police. This is about lives that are in danger. This is institutionalized racism. If they took a minute to realize that this country was built on the backs of slaves, and literally all they have to do is take a knee to support us. Literally, there are people all over the country I've seen taking a knee and being with protesters, and they can do that too. But are they too prideful? Yes.
Thank you for your words. I appreciate that. So there you have the words of one young lady who is just wanting some cooperation from Costa Mesa PD, but things can be a little problematic on that end because they do have a job to do.
Yeah.
So let's, if you guys want me to toss it back to you, I will. Otherwise, I can continue to search out people to talk to here. I'm just...
I think it's interesting to hear from some of the voices, Rick, especially because we haven't heard from them enough tonight because of some of the looting. I think it is valuable if there's anybody willing to talk with you.
Sir, if I may talk to you real quick, you've been out in front on your knees, raising your hands. Obviously, that's symbolic. What message are you trying to send to the officers here?
Take a knee, take a knee, take a knee, take a knee.
Humanity.
Take a knee, take a knee,
be more human. Be more respectful and mindful how you treat people. What if it was your son? It just has to stop. Just because you're a police officer doesn't mean you have to agree with the brutality and senseless deaths. They make your job harder. That's all. Treat me like a human.
As a group, what's your intent tonight? What is it that you're hoping to accomplish? And I mean, they politely asked you to keep your distance. What's your response to that?
For what?
Keeping your distance from the skirmish.
Exactly. For what? Why?
So that there won't be a violent confrontation.
Change takes violence. Out of chaos comes order. Read.
Thank you, sir.
I'm not doing anything violent.
You are not. I will say that you are not. We'll continue to search out more people to talk to. Things are getting a little bit testy over here, so for now we're going to throw it back to you. We'll come back in a moment.
All right, perspective there from Orange County, where we've seen a lot of the other areas kind of quiet down tonight. Rick Lozano talking about how it's still quite active there in Costa Mesa. You see a woman there. Okay, people on their knees, it looks like? Yes.
We see all the passion on display in Orange County and throughout our region tonight. We want to go now to Hollywood. That's where Ed Laspos is standing by. Ed.
And at this point, Hollywood has been jumping tonight, and we're looking at a new tactic that we're seeing for the first night after all of these several LAPD moving in and sealing off the protesters. As in this case, look at all these vehicles. This is Sunset. Cross Street is Schrader, but there's at least a dozen and a half vehicles here stopped right in their tracks. LAPD shut them off because LAPD investigators say this was a roving group through the Hollywood area, looting stores. These vehicles would pull up right next to the stores, load them up with material, and then they would drive off. And maybe this entire convoy was also surrounded by maybe like 100 protesters, investigators are guessing at this point. In any event, they have made dozens and dozens of arrests. These vehicles stopped right here. Tow trucks are moving in now, and police have been going through and really marking up, categorizing all the evidence. They say stolen evidence, looted evidence from some of the storefronts. We've seen clothing and other items that look like it came from maybe some of the drugstores that were also hit in this area of Hollywood over the last couple of hours. But it's been a new tactic that LAPD has been using tonight. And as the lieutenant was telling me a little while ago, the trouble is with these looters the last few nights is they would have these little roving bands of vehicles, and they would move and elude capture very quickly. But tonight, with these mobile task forces that LAPD has put together, talking well over 100 officers who move in on their motorcycles or their black and whites, and they basically seal off this neighborhood. One block right here on Schrader and Sunset, as some more units come in here, they're just stopped right on their way. And as Bruce, as you showed, look at these vehicles. They were all turning to the left. So as they were coming up on Sunset and police moved in, they tried to make an escape over here to the left of Schrader. And LAPD quickly brought in some black and whites there, shut that down, so they had nowhere to go. Then the officers moved in, made the arrest. They brought in a second bus from the LA County Sheriff's Department, moving away more and more of those who've been arrested, well over 100 at this point. Also bags of evidence, the stolen items, the looted items that they're taking out of these SUVs and other vehicles. But it's been a big night. The lieutenant says we've been moving, we've been very active, and this was a big score because they really tonight wanted to target the looters, those who have been moving and have been hard to capture the last couple of nights because they just slipped through some of the side streets here in Hollywood or in other areas, Santa Monica, some of the other locations, the Fairfax area a few nights ago. But tonight, LAPD seems to be a step ahead of them, watching them, good surveillance, and they move in very quickly, Alex and Christine. And tonight, it's a whole different mood out here, and you begin to see it shift. The last few nights, you kind of felt when you're on the streets that the rioters, the looters were the ones running the show. Tonight, it's the guys and the women with the badges who are running the show.
Very interesting. So, Ed, let me ask you this question, too. Besides the looters, if you're out past curfew, they could also make that, detain you, make that arrest, right?
Oh, yes, we've seen that in some other stops through tonight at a Pavilions grocery store that was looted maybe about an hour ago. They made about a dozen arrests there. They weren't sure if those were the actual looters because as police arrived, a lot of the folks were running around the parking lot. But as the sergeant told me at that point, at least they were going to be making the arrest, taking those people into custody for violation of curfew. That's something we've seen in some other locations where they hit some apartment buildings, some apartment complex. That was the California Highway Patrol in their tactical gear, if you can imagine that, moving in, and as vehicles were moving out of that parking garage from that big unit, that big development, they were stopping the vehicles and arresting people for violating the curfews. That was about 7:15 tonight. So that's been another part of their plan, besides trying to find the looters, trying to seal off some more people who will be coming out here illegally. As one officer told me, it's like taking the fuel away from a fire. We're trying to isolate more and more of the troublemakers, keep them off the streets, try to regain order.
Interesting perspective, and good to hear that some of that is happening tonight. Ed Laskos, thank you so much.
Well, think, too, if those cars are being towed, then you then also incur the expense of getting your vehicle back, right? One more question to you, Ed, as we pan over to see that shot with that bus, right?
There's the bus. That's the second of the bus. And Bruce, there's the, give us a look, that's one of the tow trucks right over there. And the tow trucks right around the corner here on Stewart are lined up. There's probably about a dozen tow trucks, maybe even more. So they're going to be coming in one after another. And you're right. Folks who are arrested for this then have to find, I'm sure, be paying a huge amount just to recover their cars again, their vehicles. Amazing. And we also talked, I could mention, I know I mentioned it before, but as Hollywood's been jumping tonight and police at this area, they wound up in a clearing the block here on Schrader, forgot the name of it, and halfway up the block they're in a parking lot. It's all dark, and they wind up on some prostitution activity that's going on there. So they're making all kind of arrests in this area, in this neighborhood tonight, but this is really what they wanted. And as you can see, making all the evidence, writing down the VIN numbers of the cars, and also, I wish we had a shot, but I think they pretty much cleared all the evidence, but they were opening up the trunks and everything and taking out bags of evidence, apparently looted evidence of clothing and other items that these folks have been grabbing the last couple of hours.
Quite a scene. Ed Laskos, thank you very much. We go from there in Hollywood back to Costa Mesa. This is where this protest is now underway, and it's a reminder, Christine, of sort of what led to all of this. Of course, the death of George Floyd and the frustration over that, and the frustration that there hasn't been more arrests in that case, and the frustration that the one officer that was arrested was only charged with third-degree murder. These protesters feel like if they were in that same situation and they weren't a police officer, they would be charged with first-degree murder for that.
So let's go back to Rick Lozano, who's there on the ground. Rick, what time did the protest start there? Because we've seen different times. For example, we were in Westwood earlier this afternoon, then in Van Nuys as well. Riverside's quieted down, but here this is kind of more energy here. So what time did this start?
Well, it was supposed to start at 8 o'clock directly, but it didn't start until just before we went on the air with you a few minutes ago. At least it didn't start in earnest until that time. For the most part of the evening, most of these protesters had been on the opposite side of the street, yelling at police from a vantage point off the street. And then all of a sudden they decided to rush the street and begin advancing on the police skirmish line. And at first they were a good 50 feet away from them, and they kept creeping closer and closer to the officers and the deputies. And then finally, at one point, a sergeant from Costa Mesa PD pulled one of the leaders of this protest group aside and said, listen, we're okay with whatever you do. You're technically in violation of the curfew that began at 7 p.m., but we're going to ignore that. Just don't advance any further. Now, to their credit, they haven't advanced any further since last we talked to you. And so for now, things are okay. The chants continue, the insults continue to be hurled in the direction of law enforcement officers, but they have held their ground. They haven't advanced any further. But I got to tell you that when law enforcement spoke to these people, they were very stern in the warning they gave them. They said, do not come any closer. That's all I'm going to say. That's what the officer said. I'm quoting him directly. He said, I'm going to tell you, do not advance any further. That's all I'm going to say. And that implied that if you do, there are going to be consequences. Luckily, to this point anyway, there have been no consequences. Again, we're going to be here through the course of the night and keeping you posted as to how things develop here.
And I'm wondering, Rick, behind the Costa Mesa officers, is that SWAT team? They don't have National Guard there, correct?
From what I can tell, it's SWAT. I haven't seen any National Guard men or women here. It appears that that is a SWAT team from the County Sheriff's Department.
All right, Rick, we're going to stay on top of this situation. Obviously, it is an active, live situation that we'll follow for the rest of the night. We want to show you some of the other areas where we have seen activity tonight, including in the Hollywood area. There was active looting a little earlier today. We want to show you some of that video. This is the Gower Gulch, a place you're familiar with, Christine. And check out what happened. This was at the Rite Aid store when we were live on the air. You see people trying to loot that. They broke through the window, and there was just a large swarm of people that started running into that Rite Aid, and a bunch of cars showed up that clearly they had coordinated with so that they could make a quick getaway. The difference between tonight and last night, Christine, is last night this sort of looting would have probably lasted for a half hour, 45 minutes. Tonight it only lasted for a few minutes before the cops were able to show up.
Yeah, this is Sunset near the 101 freeway, and we saw when we had this shot on the door, you could tell when they made entry to the store itself, because then the crowd just rushed in. And you're right, we've seen in past days where they've been able to go in 2 and 3 times to load up their vehicles with clothing and items that they've taken. That wasn't really the scene here. LAPD, who had been, not too far away on Hollywood Boulevard, able to quickly make their way to this location in force. And you could see when the crowd realized that LAPD was there indeed. But also law enforcement getting a better idea as to the kinds of stores that are being hit. Look there, the businesses there, the restaurants there being boarded up, having been boarded up there, anticipating crowds perhaps. So watch here as people are piling out of the store. You can see them get wind perhaps that LAPD was very close. But like I said, with law enforcement now getting a feel for the kinds of stores that were being hit, they've been kind of keeping an eye and ear on some of these stores and trying to also stop those cars making the getaway.
And we look at these folks, it looks like it's a whole lot of young people, most of them in, many of them in sweatshirts, most of them wearing masks because of coronavirus, but it makes it, of course, harder to identify who they are. They try to sort of get as much as they can and get out of there as quickly as they can.
Yeah, we also talked about, though, law enforcement being able to try to stop some of the cars that have been, they call it the mobile looting, that they've been able to try to go to location. And we've seen a couple of arrests tonight where they've been able to track some of these cars down or stop them as they've been making their getaway. But watch here. So that's the side street where you see some of the cars where they're just kind of 2 and 3 friends are just piling into the cars with they've been able to take.
So their cars are ready to go, the sort of getaway car that they have stacked. They throw as much stuff as they can, and then they start moving. You see, they're even moving before the doors close. Other people start moving here. You wonder how many of those people were impacted, if all of them were involved, or some of them might just be innocent bystanders who got stuck on the street. And here you see it, the LAPD moving in force. This guy, one of the last guys to get out. They keep running. Now the LAPD moves in, and that looting was over at that store. But we saw multiple different places in the Hollywood area that were looted tonight.
We also heard from the LAPD chief about the number of arrests that they've been able to make as well. So it's certainly one of those interesting situations where when you talk to why people are doing this, Bill Malusian talked to one young man who came from another county over to LA. He said, I just wanted to get the loot. Well, he got caught, and he was sitting there on the corner in handcuffs there as Bill talked to him.
There is a bit of good news, though. And there was a lot of concern as we look at this picture from Costa Mesa. A lot of concern tonight in the San Fernando Valley, because there were news about the protests in Van Nuys. There was news about potential protests I heard in Encino, Sherman Oaks. A lot of that was trending on Twitter earlier today. There was thoughts that that area could be targeted. We have not seen reports of mass looting in those areas. There was concern about Westwood because we had a big protest there. The protesters went onto the freeway. Thankfully, that protest was peaceful. We heard that the National Guard was in Westwood guarding the village there. I know there was a lot of concern in the Brentwood neighborhood. Almost the entire street of San Vicente was boarded up. Concerns that Westwood protest would descend over there towards the Brentwood neighborhood. Thankfully, no reports of looting in that neighborhood. So a lot of these neighborhoods that were concerned, that did proactive measures tonight, breathing a sigh of relief that they have not been hit by the looting that we saw last night in Santa Monica and Long Beach.
We were watching this live picture here in Costa Mesa where if you were to go there minutes ago, you'd hear this crowd chanting. Now it seems to be much more of a calm there as they continue to protest there, but so many there on the ground there, sitting there quietly exercising the normal right to protest except for a curfew. So this protest starting, I guess Rick Lozano said around 8 p.m. That is past the 7 p.m. curfew there, but watching what's happening there.
But that's another neighborhood we should point out, though. There's been a lot of concern all day long about protests in Costa Mesa, and that could potentially lead to looting or problems in Orange County. And thankfully, we haven't heard any of those problems. Rick Lozano, it looks like you have a guest there. Why don't you take it away?
Yeah, I do indeed. Let me get your name first of all.
Rashawn Burns.
So, Rashawn, you've been here since the very beginning, even before this crowd began to assemble.
Yes, sir.
What role are you trying to play with them? Because I've seen you up there trying to negotiate whatever it is that's going on between the crowd and police.
I was actually just taking photos. I have a first aid kit in my backpack in case anybody got hurt. I didn't come to play any role other than documenter and photographer.
Well, you seem to have fallen into that role.
Yeah.
And what is the attitude of the crowd here, and what's the intent?
They're angry, but they're peaceful, and they want to communicate that what happened isn't okay. And I was hoping that maybe we could, both sides, come to some sort of peaceful coalition. I personally think that's the goal, and I think that's the goal everywhere. That is with reforms in the police, system, but we'll see.
The crowd advanced twice on this skirmish line, and that's when the sergeant said in no uncertain terms, do not advance any further. And they haven't, to their credit, but still the message has been delivered by law enforcement.
Yes. So we try. They asked us if we can take a couple steps back and maybe we can come to some sort of agreement, but the crowd knows through what's been shown in the past couple weeks maybe not to trust cops. I will see.
So you realize that there is a curfew in effect at this moment. Technically, all these people are in violation of that. Do you give law enforcement here tonight credit for at least not citing you on any of that, at least not yet?
Yeah, absolutely. I know that it's within their legal right to set an ordinance. For the curfew, that is. I don't necessarily agree with doing it to prevent a protest. I do with the looting. So I do give them their props for allowing us to peacefully assemble. It is our constitutional right, however, so if they were to prevent that, I wouldn't. I'd do the exact opposite of give them credit.
All right. Gino, turn around over here. I'm going to try to walk up here and talk to the sergeant who's been mediating on behalf of these folks, and he's talking to one of the young ladies who has been sort of negotiating back and forth between the crowd and law enforcement. And as soon as she has a quick break here, I'm going to try to step in. Excuse me, let me just try to sneak in a quick question.
Can we have the conversation first, please? I would appreciate it.
Absolutely. You go ahead. That's fine. You go ahead and take care of your business, and then we'll try to step in for a quick question or two. But we've got a higher vantage point from here, and you can see the size of the crowd. And I'm guessing maybe 150 to 200 people who are assembled here, and they've been slowly trickling in through the course of the evening. And again, technically, all of them are in violation of the curfew order, but so far, no arrests, no citations have been handed out. As soon as this officer breaks free, we're going to try to engage him in conversation, but for now, we're going to send it back to you, Alex.
All right, Rick, thank you so much, and we will get back to Rick, and this is usually the time of night where we join you. A very special edition of the Fox 11 News at 10 starts right now.
They're protecting the stores. Their looters are over there.
It happened live on Fox 11. Community members fight back trying to stop looters, but one innocent woman winds up in handcuffs.
Watch out, there's a firework.
Protesters face off with police in Riverside.
And we're all trying to show that this is the land of the free. We're all able to do anything. We can be with whoever we want. We can do whatever we want.
The sheriff took a knee with protesters to start a conversation. That moment right there, the sheriff taking a knee in Riverside with protesters. Good evening, everyone. I'm Christine Devine. We welcome you to the Fox 11 News at 10 o'clock.
And I'm Alex Michelson. It's been a day of peaceful protests and then a night of chaos in certain areas. Curfews in effect now all around Southern California, most until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Protests beginning peaceful in Riverside, but turning violent when protesters threw some fireworks at sheriff's deputies.
We saw several incidents of looting in Van Nuys and Hollywood, but we also saw quick response by the LAPD to take suspects into custody. We want to remind you that we will continue our coverage of LA in crisis tomorrow morning, very early, 4 a.m. right here on Good Day LA. Our Christina Gonzalez has been in the middle of it all in Van Nuys all day.
Yeah, we've seen protests morph into looting, that morphed into standoff. Christina, what a day you had, what a night you had, and you were in the middle of some incredible events. Take it away.
Yeah. Well, thank you. What a night all of us in the Southland have had. And what the latest incident before we show you some of the stuff from today is we are at the Walgreens, which is on Sherman Way in Van Nuys, and looters tried to get in there. Quick response by law enforcement and people from the community who actually tried to block them. Just one of the many times today when that has happened, including this one incident at a liquor store where we ended up in the middle of a showdown. Let's just show you. Monette is the one who's going to narrate this. She is one of the people, the residents, who tried to help the business owner, stopped some people who were seemingly, allegedly about to start looting again. Do listen. This vehicle and those guys over there got out of the other vehicle. There's a gold store in the parking lot, and they were heading to it. And these guys came out and they said, "No, you're not." And he is with us. They're having a standoff here, arguing about why they're not being allowed to break into the place.
They were going after the gold store, but being that me and my family were out in the front with the owner to the liquor store, they just wanted to jump out the car, and they wanted to harass me because I was talking a lot of stuff. And I just turned around and said, "We're not doing that. We're not tearing up nothing over here." I was flagging out the police with the owner and was asking, "Can you guys help?"
All right, here they come. Over, and then from your perspective, what happened?
I was handcuffed, thrown up against a wall with my husband, my brother-in-law, and I'm just like, the hell? The news people are here. They're telling you it's not her.
They're putting this lady in handcuffs. I've just told them.
And then the owner of the store was like, "No, it's not them. You know, they're helping us. They're protecting our store." Then they let us go. But then my son and my daughter, somebody called them and said, "Your mom is on TV." And they pulled up in the middle of the street, and I'm looking at them like, "Okay, here we go." I understand the protest. I understand what this is about. I get it. I understand that. I'm fighting for the same protest. But what we not gonna do is we don't want other people from different cities to come and tear up where we live at, because we have to rebuild this. We did this once before.
And what she is referring to, of course, what she's referring to is 1993, the LA riots back then. Now, when we come back at 10:30, we're going to let her talk a little bit more about her thoughts about what's going on this time and possibly what's going to need to be done. A shout out to her. She is a wonderful lady. She and her family are fine. They did let them go. The misunderstanding. And, of course, an amazing shout out to my camera person, Joe Prince, who has done an incredible job all day. And to all the people in the city who are living this with all of us. Thank you for your support. I am live in Van Nuys, where we do have a curfew, and officers are asking people to stay home. Keep that in mind. I'm Christina Gonzalez. Back to you guys.
Christina, one of the great joys and privileges of reporting in the field is you get an opportunity to meet new people every day. But every once in a while, you meet somebody that stands out, that you'll sort of remember for the rest of your life. And, and Monette is one of those characters, isn't she?
Oh, yes, yes, yes. I have a feeling we're going to, after this, hopefully when it all comes down, get together. She has a wonderful family and a wonderful story, and her kids are amazing. And she was saying that the store owner, the reason they're protecting them is there was a time when she didn't have money for diapers, and these people were saying, "Don't worry about it. Come get milk. Come get what you need." And that is what a community is about. And that's why they were out there, whatever people may think, whatever, you know, outside of all the controversy, outside of everything. If we remember that we are a community, all of us who live here, including me who lives in the valley, perhaps we can draw from that and make it stop. A lot of the protesters have been stopping the looting. I got to give them credit for that. I've seen it again and again.
Well, that relationship between her and the store owner was very special. Christina, thank you so much.
Now to this, another credible scene. This in Riverside this afternoon when the sheriff took a knee with protesters, live on Fox 11.
Haley Winslow live with the latest on that in a much quieter Riverside, we should note as well. Haley?
Yes, we are able to take a breath and catch our breath here. We're at CVS downtown. This is one of two places that were broken into tonight. The other one was Citibank. The looters got into the ATM, but it's a lot quieter now. People have finally gone home, but earlier today, things got pretty ugly.
Oh God, is that a fire? Justin, watch out! Justin, is that a firework? I think that's a live firework right there. I just want to make sure that's live. They're throwing fireworks
That was
all over the place.
photographer Justin O'Brien and I safely trying to get as close as we could to the action to bring you guys the story. And what happened was they had a very peaceful protest for about an hour and a half around downtown. They met with the officers on 10th and Market. There was a peaceful standoff. The sheriff was trying to talk to the protesters and tell them to go home. They refused. They asked him to take a knee several times. He joined. He decided to try to tell everybody that we're all on the same page, we're all in this together, and in a moment of unity, he took a knee and got his message out to his community.
You guys can take it first.
Looking at the moment when the sheriff was talking to the protesters, trying to get through to them.
There's no work in here, voices be heard. It's just a big, huge divide. And the leaders of this have to work with us to make a difference. And if this is what starts it, then this is what starts it.
We're working with them right now by taking an answer.
100%. 100%.
What is your message to the community?
The message to the community is this does nothing. This does nothing. Your voices mean everything. Actions do not. Actions are contrary to what our voices say sometimes. And if we all, the leaders of us and all of us together, want to come together to make a difference, especially here, then the only way we're going to do that is together, not individually on, I mean, all you got to look at their signs. You look at their signs and yet somehow it's supposed to demand respect. Respect gets respect from us to the community, from the community to us. If it has to start right here in the middle of the intersection, then it does.
Sheriff Bianco, what change would you like to see, not only in this community, but in the nation?
It's about relationship. It's about everybody says that everybody else is wrong. Why can't we all work to make something better? It's just about me telling you you're wrong or you telling me I'm wrong. It really isn't about how we're going to fix this. Right now, it's about everybody pointing fingers at everybody else. And we got to get past that. We got to get past that.
How do we get past that?
This is a start.
So right after that moment, the sheriff stood up, he hugged the protesters, they shook hands, they even smiled at each other, and it was peaceful for about another hour. At 6 o'clock, they asked people to go home. They sent out an emergency alert on their phone. They gave them until about 7:15, 7:30, and then they said, okay, they got on the megaphone and said, you need to leave now. And that's when all of the sheriff's deputies and the SWAT started slowly moving in. The fireworks went off, and they started throwing stuff at the deputies, and that's when everything turned haywire.
All right, Haley, thank you. By the way, Sheriff Bianco is going to be on Good Day LA tomorrow talking with them about that moment. It was quite the moment.
It really was.
Look forward to hearing more from him. Haley, thank you. We want to go to Skyfox now. Kevin Takumi, who has gone from pursuit to looting to basically every story you could possibly cover from the air, continues our coverage tonight. Where are you at now, Kevin?
We're up at Elysian Park here, and we're off of Stadium Way, just below Dodger Stadium. This is where LAPD staging is at. You can see all their units come in here, they check in, they put them together as a field force, and then they send them out to the various locations where they need them throughout the city here. We've heard a lot of them heading up into the Hollywood area. They are still heavily patrolling the Hollywood area as well as places in the valley. So they are still working hard here throughout the night. There's sporadic 911 calls of possible looters, and they are moving very quickly to contain those looters and take them into custody. It's the latest overhead. Skyfox, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Kevin, you've covered a lot for us tonight. Thank you so much. We're going to go back now to the ground with our reporter Ed Lascos, who's been on the ground there in Hollywood. Ed, an interesting development there with all those vehicles behind you. Explain.
Yeah, and it's exactly what Kevin Takumi was just talking about. Police tonight have been targeting the looters, the mobile looters. They've been hard to catch them the last couple of nights. Go elusive, driving around, cutting in and out of alleys. Not on this night. Have a look. This is Sunset. Schrader is the cross street. There's at least a dozen or so. They've already towed away several of these vehicles, but they were part of this looting convoy that would pull up to the stores, fill them up with items, and then move away. And you see how they're all kind of turned here to the left because they were coming down Sunset, and then they saw police in the block ahead, so they tried to hit Schrader, and black and white shut them right down, and everybody taken into custody. And if Bruce will give you a look, see those two officers over there in that white SUV. Well, we'll look at that here in a second. But this is some video from earlier, about an hour earlier, when this scene was really jumping. They had maybe about 100. Okay, we're back here again live. Bruce, show us that. See that vehicle? You can look through those two officers. Look at all the camera equipment on the hood of that SUV. Police have been telling us that is some of what they've been seeing here, the MO of a lot of these looters, that they want to shoot video, their own video, and then post it online of them actually breaking the law and looting. And in that vehicle actually got a couple of cameras up on the hood, and he was the one who was leading this convoy of looters, if you will, through the streets of Hollywood, and he was taping everything. Now he's off to jail. Bruce is also giving us a look across Sunset here. There's still dozens, at least by my count, at least a couple dozen people in handcuffs waiting for the next LA County Sheriff's Department bus to arrive here. They've already had 2 bus loads, because besides these looters here in this convoy, they also had maybe about 100 protesters who were moving along this section of Sunset, of course breaking the curfew because they were kind of, as we say, cuffed and stuffed maybe around 8 o'clock tonight. So this area is still sealed off, but the lieutenant was telling me from LAPD this is a big score, because their problem the last 2 nights were these looters in their little vehicles zipping around eluding capture. But tonight police, with their roving mobile tactical squads, lots of motorcycle officers and a lot of undercover officers, they move in and they basically shut down a block of the street, in this case a half a block, and caught these looters in their getaway vehicles right dead in their tracks, nowhere to go. And so a big hit. And tonight, you kind of see, when you're out here on the streets, the turning of the tide. The last few nights, unfortunately, we see the looters, I hate to say it, having their way with law enforcement, but tonight it's the other way around. Law enforcement, LAPD at this site, shutting it down very fast. And one more thing I got to tell you is, besides the busloads of the suspects, they've already taken away bags of evidence. They'd open up the trunks of all of these vehicles, and with plastic bags just load out clothing and other items apparently stolen in the looting of several stores in Hollywood along Highland that we've seen with windows smashed over the last couple of hours. So a crazy scene here, but this one going LAPD's way.
Ed, I got to ask you, your perspective, all those vehicles there are from looting situations? Because those are some pretty nice vehicles.
Oh, yeah, you better believe it. Some really nice SUVs here. Bruce, give us a look. Some of them are being hooked up there, and police checking all the VIN numbers. But yeah, very much so. And that was something, and you saw the camera equipment too. So there's a lot of money involved here. So you got to wonder what the heck is going on. But one officer said, you know, it's become almost like a game, because these guys the last couple of nights would be zooming around, and we'd try to catch them, and they would cut down an alleyway or something. And it was just very, very difficult. We had to mobilize better. Tonight they did that. But it does give you a look, you know, with the camera equipment and some of the other vehicles like that, really nice. This is a black Escalade here, I think, right in front of us, Bruce. Yeah, it sure is. So that's big time money. So there, you got to wonder, big time money, and then you're out allegedly breaking the law.
And potentially creating your own evidence against you by filming the whole thing.
I hate to say, they're not the brightest, you know, Alex. They're not the brightest.
By the way, you know, if you watch us regularly, there are plenty of Ed Laskos isms that appear in his work, and I am shocked it's taken until 10:12 to hear cuffed and stuffed on his reporting tonight. One of the great Ed Laskos isms for regular watchers of the Fox 11 News at 10.
As we are looking here at this shot of Ed's, I just want to put this information out that we got from our assignment team here, our assignment desk. This was put out by the LAPD that says they, of course, are directing the public to stay away from the Hollywood area. They said they were aware that looting was happening on foot and via caravans, and they were enforcing this to the full extent of the law. They also put out this information if people want to report crimes. You can remain anonymous, they say, by calling the LA Regional Crime Stoppers. The number is 800-222-TIPS. That's 800-222-TIPS. Or there's also a website for LA Crime Stoppers that you can also visit them, or visit lapdonline.org. And again, you can click on anonymous web tips if you want to get involved and report anybody you know that has been looting and doing this destruction.
Meanwhile, this tonight, Christine.
Yeah. Yeah, all right. Thanks, Ed Lascos, for your report there. Sky Fox over a Walgreens in Van Nuys, LAPD, making more than a dozen arrests. Take a look here. Take a look at this visual here. All those people there on the ground in handcuffs. And at this scene, too, why is the fire department there? Well, some people got hurt. They got cut by the glass going inside that store there. A van on the scene to transport those who were arrested.
Meanwhile, a couple of apparent looters arrested in Van Nuys this evening after a police pursuit. Officers saw that white car with the back door open, a big screen TV sticking out of it. The suspects dumped the car, fled through a fast food drive-through. Officers caught up, arrested them both. That looted property was then recovered.
We're going to go back now to a story we've been watching tonight. Rick Lozano is live for us once again in Costa Mesa. Rick, how are things now? Looks like it's kind of quiet there.
Well, the magic word is poof, as in a puff of smoke. Everything here has disappeared. Take a look behind me. This is the remains of the skirmish line, which at one point had stretched completely across Bear Street here in Costa Mesa. A skirmish line that was too deep, with officers and sheriff's deputies as they blocked this street. There was a large group of protesters here who kept advancing ever so slowly on the officers, till one of the officers, a sergeant, had to step forward and say, listen, we don't mind you being here. We're not going to arrest you for violating the curfew that's in effect. And now these officers are beginning to leave themselves. But at any point, the sergeant said, you step any closer and there are going to be consequences. And he said it in a very matter-of-fact way. So the protesters stopped their advancement. And then, without warning, they simply all got up and started stepping back, and then they took off altogether. They went down Sunflower Street, and they advanced completely out of sight. And so at this moment, there is no more stalemate here at this intersection. So we will continue to keep an eye on things and let you know if anything further develops. We're live in Costa Mesa, guys. We'll send it back to you.
I did see a change in the mood there, where they were chanting quite passionately, and then you saw some sit on the ground and get very calm. So perhaps they felt like they made their statement. They know there's a curfew, and they called it a night.
All right, Rick Lozano.
Yeah, they certainly did. Hands up, don't shoot. They kept chanting that all night long, but in the end, they got the message and they left peaceably.
Rick Lozano, thank you for your reporting tonight from Orange County.
We're going back down to Hollywood, where looters hit up some stores. We've been covering that throughout the evening.
Coco McAvoy there for us. Coco.
Hi, Alex. Hi, Christine. We're here at Hollywood Boulevard outside of Wilcox. Now, we're outside of a store that's called Souvenirs and More, and you can see it has been hit by looters here. Now, what's interesting, though, as my photographer Rudy walks inside carefully, you can see that there's still a lot of merchandise here. So what that tells us is that maybe perhaps police moved in quickly and then people scattered from this location, because, again, you're looking on the walls, you're looking at the floor. Though it's a mess, this place is still fairly intact. Merchandise on the shelves, hanging on the walls as well. This is, again, Souvenirs and More. The interesting part, though, is because police were able to use a little bit more force this time, people moved out much quicker than last night, than what we saw in Santa Monica, and perhaps that stopped some of the massive destruction that we saw in Santa Monica. Now, Rudy's going to step out to be careful here, but we want to walk this way to show you that police are still out here in force. You can see a number of police officers on the corner here on Wilcox with police cruisers as well. They've been here. People have been talking to them, asking about curfew, and they've told them, hey, you got to go home, and the people left and they went home. But something that is interesting too, that we're starting to see more of, is citizens defending their own businesses. That's something that we saw at AutoZone. Now, we're going to show you that video of AutoZone right now. You can see that it was heavily damaged. People who were looting were going inside of that store constantly. However, the owner of the business next door decided to get a group of his friends, and he started defending that business. He told people to get away, and he was able to do that successfully with a group of friends. Now, we did speak to one of those men. His name is Adam. Take a listen.
Yeah, I'm really happy that we were able to at least do something. I mean, you know, it's a shame, of course, that AutoZone got broken into. At least it looks like, from what I can see, that a lot less got taken than the other places that got cleaned out. Fat Sal's wasn't broken into, the sushi restaurant. So, you know, it was worth it to be out here. Luckily, we weren't injured. No one was injured, I don't think, and it's not our intention to injure anyone. It's just to, you know, keep ourselves safe, keep businesses safe, and just try to open back up when we can here, so.
And something interesting, of course, that you just heard Adam say was try to open back up, because we have to remember that we are in a pandemic. So a lot of these stores were closed and now they were preparing to open back up. But the problem now, of course, is the fact that some of these protests are not ending peacefully, even though throughout the majority of the day, the protests have been peaceful. So that's the story here. Again, police are out here in force. They blocked off a number of streets. You can see police officers coming this way. And so right now, Hollywood is pretty quiet. I'm going to throw it back to you.
Yeah, and we don't know what those lights and sirens, that's about right now. We hope it's not another emergency that they're heading to. Coco, I just wanted to give you a moment to reflect on and compare and contrast today's reporting versus yesterday's reporting. For people that watched last night, Coco was in Santa Monica all day, and the stores you were just completely cleared out, right?
Yes, and really, my experience today has been much different from my experience yesterday. In Santa Monica, we saw a lot of destruction. We saw a large, peaceful protest that unfortunately turned into something else, but a lot of businesses were damaged. Residents were coming up to us saying they don't think their city will be the same for a while. However, here in Hollywood, it's a little bit different. Although you're seeing some damage, like we showed you Souvenirs and More that's damaged, we're not seeing that widespread damage that we saw in Santa Monica, and that could also be because the Hollywood area is a little bit more spaced out. But I'll say that police also responded much more quickly today. We noticed that as soon as that curfew was coming, police started blocking off streets. That was also the case in downtown Los Angeles, where we were earlier. They immediately blocked off the streets, and then protesters ended up going home.
Coco, I've got a question for you. Yesterday, you had that incredible footage of a woman protecting an REI store as looters, which they look like they're, you know, professional looters, tried to break into the store, and a woman tried to protect it. I posted that clip on my social media, got tons of response. Have you had a chance to connect with our viewers and chat with viewers online about what you witnessed yesterday?
I have, because people were really blown away by Natalie and her friend Zishan, because what you saw there was incredible. You saw a woman who doesn't work at REI, who doesn't know the owners, and she said that she wasn't necessarily trying to protect the store, she was trying to protect the message. And I thought that was so powerful, and a lot of viewers have thought that was powerful too. And I did connect with her today, and she says she's going to keep doing that with her friend Zishan, and she's going to keep making sure that the message is clear for people.
Let me clarify it. Maybe I didn't mean to say professional looter, but professional agitator. Because, you know, we think of those people that are all completely dressed in black. He was there with the hammer. He had true intent there to break into that store and cause some damage. But great story to think that they're going to still want to step up for businesses, but you worry about their safety too. One
of the many heroes that we've met along the way, Coco McAvoy, thank you for your continued excellent reporting, tireless reporting on the streets of Hollywood tonight. Meanwhile, LA's top law enforcement officers speaking out against that violence today, even as they said that they do support the right to peacefully protest.
They come together to give us a lot of information. Laura Diaz was there at the Hall of Justice, where the sheriff, the police chief, and prosecutors stood shoulder to shoulder.
The group included the LA County Sheriff, the County DA, the LA Police Chief and City Prosecutor, and the police chiefs from smaller cities. They all want to restore peace, and here's what they had to say.
Some merchants are asserting that all the focus went to the protesters rather than to protecting their businesses. And as a result, their businesses were looted and vandalized, and they may never recover from it.
Yet at the same time, while we were trying to make arrests and control that group, ultimately, given the size of it, we ended up pushing it and dispersing it. And in the midst of that, we then began seeing looting. On Friday night, we began seeing cars being black and white search targets. And our efforts were to protect the businesses. And while we weren't able to do that entirely, Saturday night, it accelerated even more. And our efforts were to protect it. The reason the National Guard is here, the reason we decided on Saturday for that, and also to mobilize the organization, was we recognize and we fully want to protect the businesses.
Your question about zero bail is important for the public to know. Looting is especially exempted from zero bail by the Supreme Court Justice's order. So those who are charged with looting are going to be in on bail. And it's a strong possibility, if they are part of an organized group, that it will be a felony.
In Los Angeles, Laura Diaz, Fox 11 News.
All right, you're looking at a scene that's been repeated across the Southland, in other parts of the country as well. Look at this here. Officers, LAPD officers, taking a knee, being joined by others there as you hear protesters. And notice many races there connecting with the people there that are trying to express their concern about the relationship with law enforcement in the community. This is outside LAPD headquarters after protesters chanted, "Take a knee." The crowd cheered. They briefly exchanged some fist bumps with those officers.
You know, and this is a beautiful video. We haven't seen this yet. This is a reminder of our joint humanity, right? At the end of this, police officers are people, those protesters are people, and so much and so often we forget that. And people turn people into caricatures or these evil, you know, examples. And in reality, there's so much more that unites us, and to see the fist bump, to see the smile between the two, to see the acknowledgement of each other's humanity is a hopeful sign that maybe we can move past this.
Well, this was a headline that hit the news several days ago. The numbers of law enforcement personnel who came out on their own as they saw the video and heard of the death of George Floyd to speak out how they felt about that, how they stood up with the protesters in thought and perspective and passion about how wrong they felt that was. So to see officers coming forward like that so publicly is not so much of a surprise now in 2020, because you're seeing that even a lot of police chiefs have been speaking out about that, and that actually made the headlines.
And what is different about this case is because it was entirely on video from start to finish, there's not that debate really about whether what happened was wrong. Almost every single leading law enforcement official has said it was wrong. That has not been the case in all of these killings in the past, where there's been controversy and he said, she said, and lots of dispute. And I think the fact that it was so black and white is what has made this case such a thing that has connected with so many people as well.
Yeah, you're right. And a sign of the times with cell phones and people able to capture things for people to see for themselves. And the black community has been saying that for so long, that, you know, these things happen from time to time and nobody knows about it, or we don't get any media attention on it because we have to, you know, say that this is happening and you're not hearing us. That's been a big concern. But that's video right there that showed what happened.
And even in an example of body cameras, which is a moment of progress, you know, oftentimes that video is not released till days later or sometimes months later. And then, you know, you don't know how it's been edited or what's been released. But when it comes to this was real time that day. And I think that is also what made this whole thing feel so immediate for people.
All right, now for the latest at 10:30, we're talking about those curfews again. Like there's any question that they are now in effect around Southern California, most until 6 tomorrow morning. The protests, they've continued again another day. They did begin peacefully in Riverside. There was some concern there as protesters refused to go home. A group staying there throwing fireworks at sheriff's deputies. We did see several incidents of looting in Van Nuys and Hollywood. We also saw much more quick response by the LAPD to take suspects into custody. And we do want to remind you that we will continue our coverage of LA in crisis. It's tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. on Good Day LA.
At 10:30, we now go to Sky Fox and go to Tevin Takumi. There have been some reports of potential looting at the Nordstrom at Westfield Topanga Mall. What are you seeing?
Well, there were some reports, but it doesn't look like it got into the mall here because you can see down below there, the National Guard has taken up posts around the entire mall and as well as several of the other shopping centers here in the West Valley. There's also LAPD units we've been seeing driving around, checking in all of the other businesses, the strip malls, everything that's up and down Topanga. So they are keeping watch on all of the businesses up and down Topanga, all the way from Ventura Boulevard all the way up to the north. You have LAPD patrols, and then you have National Guardsmen that have been deployed around some of these malls you see right here. So far, everything is starting to quiet down through the night here. We haven't heard any more calls of looting in mass or anything like that, even small ones so far, but we've just seen people that have been kind of out and driving around, but they are starting to stop cars and pedestrians that are out during this curfew time.
Kevin,
that's the latest overhead. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
As we have that shot there of the National Guard, I was on the ground last night at about 1 a.m. heading home and passed by the 3rd Street Promenade in Santa Monica. And I can tell you, every few feet you had members of the National Guard just like that, standing there with their weapons. Some were even on a bench taking a power nap, you might say, trying to get some shut-eye as they had to, continue their watch there. It was the most interesting sight, something that will stick in my mind forever. As I drove past the promenade and around the block, you could see them around the whole property there, and there were so many of them, because the only shot that I had seen of the National Guard had been in their vehicles as they were arriving or in a staging area. But to see them stationed throughout the night in Santa Monica truly was something. And we even connected eyes with one of the guardsmen there and just kind of gave him a nod. And just to think that they're citizens by day, and then they get called into service here for the National Guard.
Yeah, they've all got other jobs or doing other things. And now that they're all of a sudden all have to be working on this as well. All right, Kevin, thank you very much, and thank you for all your great work tonight in Sky Fox. We look at an eerie sight of an empty what used to be known as the Topanga Plaza, the Westfield Topanga now. We want to check back in with Christina Gonzalez.
She's live in Van Nuys, where we have seen some really incredible images and conversation today. Christina?
Yes, and we're going to go to more of that. We're going to go to more of that conversation. But first, I want to show you they mean this about the curfew. Okay, these people were walking down the street, and the unit saw them. They turned around and they asked them, "Where are you going?" And they're citing them for curfew violation. So if you decide to take a walk at this time of night out here for whatever reason, you better have a good reason. Returning from work, and that you can prove it, because they really want to get people off the road and into their homes. Now, we were talking to Monette earlier in our newscast, and we have been spending quite a bit of time with her today. I know some people didn't get a chance to hear some of her point of view about what is going on right now and what may or may not happen. So here's what she had to say.
It's not going to stop until justice has been served. That's all we're looking for. We just want some justice, that's it. I get it. I understand they tired. They wore out too. We've been worn out. I'm 55, we tired too. The same thing, injustice y'all did to us years ago, and my fathers and my forefathers, you guys are doing to our young black men and our young black women, including Latinos.
What do you think is going to happen in the next 24 hours in this city?
They're going to continue to tear the city up. But if they don't arrest the other 3 officers that are involved, they're going to tear it up more than what you guys think. And I don't understand. It don't take a rocket scientist. Everybody's seen the video. How much information do y'all need?
And that's the point that a lot of people are saying. They want to see some action on this situation that has been the flashpoint for all of this up in Minneapolis. They want to see that officer who's now off of bail. They want to see serious charges, or what they describe as serious charges, and they would like to see the other officers charged as well. Right now in Van Nuys, like I said, if you are out, they are stopping people for curfew violations and citing them. And in terms of looting, we have some reports that they're around the Northridge Mall. You saw the helicopter, but that they have been able to stop. And this is going to be going on all night. Hopefully nobody will end up hurt. In Van Nuys, I'm Christina Gonzalez, live. Back to you guys.
Well, here's a bit of a sign of hope, Christine. For the first time in 10.5 hours, let's talk about some other news.
You're talking about the weather? You actually want the weather forecast?
Yeah.
We'll get it. Pablo Pereira has that.
I tell you what, I was hired to do 2.5 minutes so you guys could breathe tonight. So
thank you for that.
Enjoy your little break. Great work. I mean, I have become a news viewer all over again, and you guys are doing a great job, as is all the crews out in the field. All right, it's June. You know what that means. The gloom is here, but we're going to try to keep the forecast light and airy and the best we can. Let's take a look at the numbers outside this afternoon. A good-looking day out there. 80 degrees in downtown Los Angeles, 5 degrees above where we were yesterday. 62 was your low this morning. There's the cloud cover on the Earth's surface all over Southern California. This is what we get in the month of June, that onshore flow, that marine layer pushing in, and it pushes all the way up into the high deserts, up into the mountains this evening, into the Inland Empire. Out west, we've got a little bit of a low off the coast there. That's bringing in all the cloud cover. But the ridge you see off in the Four Corners there is going to build over the next couple of days, and we're going to warm up in a hurry, and in 48 hours or so, we're going to see some triple-digit numbers up on the board in just a second. 58 will be your wake-up temperature at Apple Valley. 56, cloudy skies at Ventura for a good part of the day. 64 down Anaheim way tomorrow afternoon. The numbers are getting warm in Woodland Hills, low 90s there. Ditto in Pasadena, 73 out at the airport. That's where the clouds will be, obviously, so we'll see more of that cloud cover once again tomorrow. Inland Empire, over the Century Market, Hesperia. Up at Barstow, 107, Palm Springs, 74 at the beach, so quite a variance in temperatures there. All right, gang, here's the 7-day outlook. 76 at the beaches tomorrow, 85 inland, 95 in the valleys. And then look at Wednesday, the hottest day of the week. Will be well above normal by 10, 12 degrees or so. 102 in places like Woodland Hills. And look how fast we cool down on Thursday. I mean, it's still warm. It's still above normal. But the valley temperatures will cool as much as 12, 14 degrees. And then Friday, we'll see more clouds and sunshine. Into the weekend, temperatures looking really, really nice. All right, everything's looking good at the coast and the inland areas. The mountains are looking good as well. Lots of sunshine up there. The high deserts are going to be awfully warm. The low deserts hit a stretch of days where we're going to top out midweek at 111, 110 degrees. Hey, don't forget to download the Fox 11 Weather Authority app. You can do so now at the App Store, Google Play Store. It is absolutely free of charge. Keep an eye on your weather, your temperatures, and over my shoulder here, we'll do a double promo tonight. We've got the Fox 11 News app as well, so you can keep an idea on what's going on out there around Southern California. We know there's a lot going on. There's a check of your forecast. I hope you guys had a nice little break, and I'll see you right back here.
What do you mean you become a news viewer all over again? You're reporting from home. Normally you're here with us.
I know, but it's fun. I mean, it's really great to sit and watch you guys, and I don't know how you do it. You have the unbelievable stamina, both of you.
It's been a long day.
Says a reporter who's been out the field many times himself. Yeah. All right, Pablo, thanks so much.
We're on hour 11 right now of our coverage. It has been a long day indeed, but it's been an important day and an honor to be on with you and to be telling these important stories as well. And one thing we saw in the midst of all this chaos today, the sunset looked stunning. It was a beautiful, beautiful sunset, and sort of a reminder that a new day will come every night. That sunset is Mother Nature's way of telling us that.
All right, we've been hearing from a lot of voices of the community in the past few days. Hal Eisner talked with the daughter of Muhammad Ali about everything that's been going on.
There are people, voices in our community, who are not on the streets and have feelings and frustrations. We've been talking with them for several days. One of them is Miriam Ali, the daughter of Muhammad Ali, and she says if he were alive today, he wouldn't necessarily be surprised at what he's saying. As she watches the unrest play out on television from her LA area home, Miriam Ali isn't surprised by the protests. Muhammad Ali's oldest daughter tells me they're important, but the fires, the looting.
But no, I don't think people should. I think they need to stop. It's going to, there are people who worked really hard for their businesses. They're not wealthy. They just worked hard.
Ali says people, community groups, and public policy makers all have to come together to deal with a problem generations old that her dad talked about when he was young. She posted this clip of her dad on her social media pages, making the point that much hasn't changed since he said these words.
White man 50 years ago told my granddaddy that when my daddy got free, things would be better when he got grown. Now my daddy's grown. Somebody told my daddy that when I got grown, things would be better. Now I'm grown. Now I have the white boy today telling me that when my children get grown, things will be better. So they'll see that this is just the old trick.
And on that social media post, she lamented, quote, "Yes, Daddy, I'm grown, and many things are not better."
Now it's a time where white, brown, president, governor, it's not about them telling us when things are going to get better. It's about us finding the information on how to exercise our power and rights in the process.
To Miriam Ali, all kinds of people are protesting because the way she sees it, there's an intersection between many problems that people have been feeling, all coming to a head. I'm Hal Eisner, Fox 11 News.
What an interview there. What an inspiration she had growing up throughout her life, right?
Totally. I mean, one of the most inspiring men in the history of our country.
Yeah. President Trump vowing to bring peace to the streets of America. We heard from the president today.
Yeah, in a Rose Garden address, the president called the looters and violent protesters domestic terrorists.
I am mobilizing all available federal resources, civilian and military, to stop the rioting and looting, to end the destruction and arson, and to protect the rights of law-abiding Americans, including your Second Amendment rights. Therefore, the following measures are going into effect immediately. First, we are ending the riots and lawlessness that has spread throughout our country. We will end it now. Today, I have strongly recommended to every governor to deploy the National Guard in sufficient numbers that we dominate the streets. Mayors and governors must establish an overwhelming law enforcement presence until the violence has been quelled. If a city or state refuses to take the actions that are necessary to defend the life and property of their residents, then I will deploy the United States military and quickly solve the problem for them.
So before that Rose Garden speech, Lafayette Park in front of the White House was cleared of protesters by police using tear gas and rubber bullets. After the speech, the president walked through that park and visited the historic St. John's Episcopal Church, which was just burned a few nights ago. There you see it. He held up a Bible.
Ed Laskos reporting for us in Hollywood, where it's been a pretty active day and active night. Ed?
Yeah, very, very active night here at Hollywood. Police, though, LAPD targeting the looters, the mobile looters. And in this area, Sunset and Schrader, they hit the jackpot. Over a dozen vehicles, looters driving these vehicles, trying to get away. LAPD shut it down. Quick look, one of the lieutenants telling me this is one of the cars that was stopped here in this looting caravan, if you will. But look at the hood. Check out the hood. Look at all that high-tech recording equipment with a camera. As the lieutenant was telling me, that seems to be something now that a lot of these looters are doing. They take video of their criminal acts as they happen, and then they post it all, boast about it on social media. Bruce, can you look in there? Look in the back of that SUV with the one with the camera. Look, there's a light on back. You might be able to see some of the merchandise. Police have been pulling out bags of evidence from these vehicles that they say is evidence, stolen evidence from the looters. It's been happening through Hollywood here over the last couple of hours. Some video now, if you'd like. This was the scene here about 2 hours ago when it really broke. LAPD with their mobile task forces seizing the areas. And the trouble is, in the last couple of nights when they've had the looters, they get in their vehicles, they drive away all in different directions, hit side streets, and they're tough to contain, they're tough to get a hold of, really. So LAPD tonight with these mobile task forces, as they call them, with their motorcycle patrols, they move in on an area. They got the call here that they had maybe about 24 of vans and vehicles involved in this convoy, so they raced over here, shut down the area, and a lot of these vehicles were caught right in their tracks. As we come back out live, some more vehicles, LAPD moving in. They're also bringing in another sheriff's department bus that you can see down there at the end of Sunset. Looking as we look further east, some more units arrive because they still have, I'm looking at them, maybe about 3 dozen or so folks. See them all over, lined up there against the sidewalk. They're already cuffed, waiting to be put in those vans, and off to jail they go. Police saying, of course, they have charges really dealing with people who break the curfew, but also this is the area, the hotbed for the looters, and this is something that LAPD really wanted to target tonight. Over the last 2 nights, they haven't been able to do it because they were just too elusive, but tonight they really made a big haul here. A couple dozen vehicles stopped right in their tracks, lots of evidence, and dozens of arrests, and as you see, still more waiting, and these tow truck operators are the ones making out big tonight. They've been coming in one after another, towing these vehicles away. So these folks who have been arrested for alleged looting also have to deal with the fact of getting their vehicles back, and you're talking some big time money for that as well. So Hollywood continues to jump here. The sirens you hear, they're bringing in another bus. Bruce, why don't you give us a look all the way over this way. Another bus coming in because they still have, actually it's coming around this way. Bruce, you want to look over this way? There you go. Sirens getting everybody out of the way because they still have dozens of people they've got to get out of the way and arrest and take them off to jail, because this has been one big area. And as Coco was showing us earlier, a lot of the stores here, some of the drug stores, looted in Hollywood over the last couple of hours. Presumably this was the crew, as police said, it was doing a lot of that, and LAPD shut them down. All righty, that's the situation here tonight. We'll keep an eye on it, but you're right. It was what you're saying, Christine. Hollywood has been jumping tonight, but it's in LAPD's favor tonight.
All right, Ed Lascos and his photographer, Bruce, thank you so much for your reporting there. Let's go back to Rick Lozano in Costa Mesa. Rick.
All right, Alex, things have quieted down considerably here just to the north of South Coast Plaza Mall. In fact, as you take a look at the background, there's one lone police vehicle there. Actually, there are two. There's a motorcycle off to one side, which you can't really see. But earlier tonight, here along Bear Avenue, there was a large group of protesters confronting police officers who had formed a skirmish line across Bear Street. Now, we got some video to show you of that confrontation because it became quite tense during certain moments of that engagement. There were about 200 or so facing off with Costa Mesa police officers and also sheriff's deputies. Police formed a skirmish line that stretched across the entire street. Now, we want to tell you that mall security had received threats of possible looting to take place here at the mall, and so that's why law enforcement completely surrounded South Coast Plaza Mall. Now, the protesters kept inching closer and closer to officers till at last one sergeant stepped forward and said, "Do not step any closer or else." And that probably sent a strong enough message that there were a couple of people who stepped forward and tried to act as mediaries between the two groups. And I talked to one of them.
I didn't come to play any role other than documenter and photographer. They're angry, but they're peaceful, and they want to communicate that what happened isn't okay. And I was hoping that maybe we could, both sides, come to some sort of peaceful coalition. I personally think that's the goal, and I think that's the goal everywhere. That is with reforms in the police, system.
And as we come back live, you can see maybe 10 or 12 officers who remain in the parking lot of South Coast Plaza Mall here, just standing by in case anything should develop further to tonight. Now, we should also say that the protesters who were here this evening were in violation of that Costa Mesa curfew. Okay, thank you very much, sir. Your tax dollars hard at work there. But I should say that no action was taken by police, even though those protesters were in violation of the curfew. And here he comes again. So we're going to send it back to you because we don't want anything further to develop here.
All right, Rick Lozano, thank you very much. You never know who you're going to meet out in the field. Thank you. Let's go to Kevin Takumi. He's live in Skyfox. Kevin, what are we looking at now?
Yeah, giving you a look at the routes here. This is at the area of Van Nuys Boulevard and Burbank Boulevard. You can see they have everything boarded up here. There's a couple of slots open left so that some workers, probably for overnight stocking, and a security guard down there below keeping an eye on things. We can see everything else has been closed up here. Van Nuys Boulevard and Burbank, very lightly traveled at this time. There's just a few cars here and there. Most of the way down, it's almost empty as you look your way towards south, towards the 101 freeway, and then the one, and then all the way down to Ventura Boulevard. There's still a lot of police activity out here. They are still cruising up and down looking for looters. You can see right here they stopped in front of a Verizon store. They found a broken window. They checked it out, but there was a call there earlier. So one by one, they are keeping an eye out all over the city here, all over the valley, looking for looters, and just anybody they see that's out walking around here. We are way after the initial time of curfew, so if anybody's out here, they are stopping them.
So
that's the latest overhead. We'll send it back to you.
So is basically everything closed, or all, grocery stores closed, restaurants? I mean, even though we have that curfew, is everything basically shut down tonight?
Pretty much. You haven't seen a whole lot that's open. There's a couple of gas stations, but it was hard to tell if they were manned or not. It looked like they were just on the debit card or credit card, just on automatic. But you can see all the way up Van Nuys Boulevard here, very few cars. There are black and whites that are still checking the area, checking a lot of these businesses here, both on Van Nuys Boulevard and Sepulveda Boulevard, Laurel Canyon, everywhere throughout the valley. We've seen black and whites cruising, checking out, responding to calls of mostly like possible looter calls, but the ones they have apprehended 2 or 3 people at a time. We're not seeing those large groups in the cars doing smash and grabs like they were earlier today, and as well a few of them were last night, because maybe they've gotten the message now that LAPD is out here and they are definitely moving in quick to any calls they get of looting.
Well, a true sense of calm there for Angelenos. Kevin Takumi, thank you so much. We saw there in the middle of the screen an LAPD car going by. All right, thanks for your perspective from the sky.
Earlier today, Santa Monica Police Chief Cynthia Renaud said she made a surprising discovery in a looted store this morning.
This morning, when I walked through Santa Monica Place and I went into one of the stores that had been looted, I found a book bag. And in that book bag, along with the videotape of the person looting, in that book bag was the person's wallet with driver's license matched up to the videotape. You know who you are, and you'll be hearing from Santa Monica Police Department in the coming weeks, I can assure you.
The suspect's wallet. All right.
I mean, the cleanup in Santa Monica is pretty extraordinary, and I think in the days ahead, Christine, hopefully some of this looting now, we're starting to get a hold of it. The story will be, one, the story of these continued protests, and we'll see that may not end until there could be more arrests in Minnesota. But also the story of the cleanup. You know, we haven't gotten to focus very much on it tonight, but the story of this morning on Good Day LA was the extraordinary amount of community members that came out to the Fairfax district, to Santa Monica, to San Bernardino, to Long Beach, to work even and help clean up places that they didn't own, didn't have any financial stake in, but just wanted to support their community and do their part.
Well, if you remember, with the fire there in Long Beach, a friend of mine had bought a suit there for his father's funeral. He actually went back to the store to show his support, and Sandra Endo had a really nice interview with him as they talked about the owners there being such a part of the community. And you saw all of that cleanup. It was a really, really beautiful visual of the community coming up to support those businesses.
And with all the discussion of the looters, and that's an important part of this story too, we should not be lost on us that there are way more good people than there are bad people. And when you see all those communities coming together to help clean up, it's a reminder of that, and it does give you hope that maybe we can get through this and get through not only this, but the coronavirus pandemic and the economic catastrophe and everything else that's going. But we want to get to Hollywood.
Yeah, speaking of amazing people, we're going to take a look at that video in Santa Monica that Coco had yesterday of a woman who stood up on behalf of her business, but also she's been out there in Hollywood talking about the looters as well. Coco?
Hi, Christine. Hi, Alex. Yes, right now we're at Melrose and Cahuenga, and you can see a heavy police presence here. You've got LAPD, but you've also got the LA County Sheriff's Department. They're all posted up here. This is one of the tactics that they've been using to make sure that they're restoring order in the streets. They're maintaining their ground here. You can see, again, dozens upon dozens of police officers and sheriff's deputies here. But as you mentioned, of course, we've seen a lot of incredible things things here. We've seen peaceful protests, and I have to point out that the majority of people that I've come across are peaceful protesters, but then there's another group of people who are going through stores, taking whatever they can, and it's really a tale between two different protests. Now here, when I was in downtown Los Angeles today, I saw something similar. There were two different groups, but the bigger group were the peaceful protesters right in front of the National Guard. And as you mentioned, there was an incredible moment yesterday in Santa Monica outside of REI. A woman named Natalie and her friend Zishan, they defended that store. They don't work there, they don't know the owners, but they decided they wanted to protect the message, which is about George Floyd. I don't know if we have that video available, but if we do, let's take a look at it right now. Hey guys, you see this? Okay, do you guys want to come back to us? Hey, do you guys want to come back to us? Yes, this is really quite a scene. It's called recreational equipment it seems right now. REI actually is what this business is, and it's really quite a scene unfolding here. You can see that there was someone with really some kind of weapon trying to break into the store, and this woman here with a sign saying "End all violence" literally shielded the store. And at one point, it put her in a really dangerous position because people were trying to push her at that point. Okay, now someone just flew. Yeah. So yeah, it's getting a little hostile here. As you can see, this woman, though, is very brave. She has not moved from her spot. She is still defending this store, even though someone literally threw some type of device at her. She did not move. And so now there's another man who's right there with her, trying to guard her and defend her. We're going to try to talk to these people about why they did this. Hi, if you could tell us about why you decided to stay here and defend this store.
Because it doesn't need to get looted. That's not what this is about.
United we stand, divided we fall. Social distancing is not
And the good news is Natalie and Zishan are both okay. I checked in with Natalie today. She says she's going to continue to spread the message about George Floyd, which is very important to her and important to the number of peaceful protesters that have been practicing their right to protest every day for the past several days. And it's also interesting because there are a number of people who have been reaching out on social media, which is great because we're going to let the Sheriff's Department get through here. But the great part about that is that people are recognizing what she did and why she did it. So I'm going to throw it back to you all.
That was a big guy, kind of a scary guy with that hammer there, but it also kind of did make me sad to think that he might be the anarchist type, but somebody that was also looked like some kind of protester as well, who was there, threw a rock at her. But for her and her friend Coco, I mean, as you've been able to process it for just a moment, because if that video went kind of worldwide, I know on my page, 4,000 likes on just posting that on my Instagram.
It got millions of views.
Yeah,
millions of views around the world today between all the different things. What do you think connected with her story? Why did that story connect with more than so many of the other stories we've been telling?
I think the reason why it's connecting with people is because you see how much she's up against. You see that she's out there. She's a smaller, brave young woman, and she's in front of that store using her body as a shield with her sign that says "End Violence," and yet she's getting pulled, and also an M80 or firework thrown at her, a rock, as you mentioned, also thrown at her, a bottle thrown at her, and she, at the end of it, she doesn't run away. She doesn't even step down from REI. She stays right in front. And I think that's just
much more
really
courageous than I would be up against a big guy with a hammer, a weapon. She easily could have gotten hurt, and the friend, too, that backed her up. I think that's really what stood out to me as well, that he backed her up. All right, Coco, thank you so much. We're going to continue our coverage right here on Fox 11 News.
The
They're protecting the stores. Their looters are over there.
It happened live on Fox 11. Community members fight back trying to stop looters, but one innocent woman winds up in handcuffs.
Watch out, there's a firework.
Protesters face off with police in Riverside.
And we're all trying to show that this is the land of the free. We're all able to do anything. We can be with whoever we want. We can do whatever we want.
The sheriff took a knee with protesters to start a conversation.
Well, since this is one of the busiest news days in the history of Los Angeles, we are staying on late tonight. Welcome to an edition of the Fox 11 News at 11 o'clock tonight. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Christine Devine, one of the busiest few news days, right? We thank you so much for being with us here. We've been on 11 straight hours. It's been a day of peaceful protests, also a night of chaos and looting.
Yeah, curfews now affect all around Southern California, most of them until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Protests began peaceful in Riverside, but turned violent when protesters threw fireworks at sheriff's deputies there.
We saw several incidents of looting in Van Nuys and Hollywood, but we also saw that quick response by the LAPD. That might be the takeaway today, that quick response by LAPD to take suspects into custody. We want to remind you that we will continue our coverage of LA in crisis tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. on Good Day LA. Christina Gonzalez has been in the middle of all of this all day in Van Nuys.
We've seen protests morph into looting, that morphed into standoffs. Christina also in the middle of events, speaking of going viral, some moments that have already been seen by millions and millions of people online. Christina.
Yes, and before we could talk about that, let me show you what's going on behind us, because what you see is the County of LA Sheriff's Department. In the old days, we used to call it the paddy wagon, but this is where they're actually putting all the people that they are detaining. And this is for alleged looting. It is also some of the people we showed you earlier who have alleged violations of the curfew, which they are enforcing. Now, with that said, you were talking earlier, we've had a lot of people, of residents, trying to help some of the store owners to protect those stores from some of the looters and some of the people who look like they were going to loot. And it's been an ongoing day like that. One of those people was Monette, who we have been interviewing throughout the day. And here's what happened in their case. Take a look. This vehicle and those guys over there got out of the other vehicle. There's a gold store in the parking lot, and they were heading to it. And these guys came out and they said, "No, you're not." And he's with us. They're having a standoff here, arguing about why they're not being allowed to bring.
With the owner to the liquor store, they just wanted to jump out the car, and they wanted to harass me because I was talking a lot of stuff. And I just turned around and said, "We're not doing that. We're not tearing up nothing over here." I was flagging out the police with the owner and was asking, "Can you guys help?"
All right, here they come. Over, and then from your perspective, what happened?
I was handcuffed, thrown up against a wall with my husband, my brother-in-law, and I'm just like, the hell? The news people are here. They're telling you it's not her.
They're putting this lady in handcuffs. I've just told them.
And then the owner of the store was like, "No, it's not them. You know, they're helping us. They're protecting our store." Then they let us go. But then my son and my daughter, somebody called them and said, "Your mom is on TV." And they pulled up in the middle of the street, and I'm looking at them like, "Okay, here we go." I understand the protest. I understand what this is about. I get it. I understand that. I'm fighting for the same protest. But what we not gonna do is we don't want other people from different cities to come and tear up where we live at, because we have to rebuild this. We did this once before.
And her loyalty to the store actually comes from the fact that the store owners have been there forever, and they've helped her and many people with milk when they didn't have it for their kids and diapers. We are going to follow up on Monette's story, because we're getting a lot of offers to help her out. So we're going to follow up on all of that and definitely tell you all more about it. I'm Christina Gonzalez, live in Van Nuys. Back to you.
Christina, I think the alarming thing, too, is that those store owners had weapons. They had big guns there.
Yeah.
So when LAPD pulls up, they see that as well. Wow. Christina, thanks.
You know, a lot of weapons out there.
A GoFundMe page has already been up for Monette because so many people are transfixed by her story tonight. Incredible scene in Riverside this afternoon when the sheriff took a knee with protesters live on our air.
Haley Winslow is live with that visual and the latest for us. Haley?
Christine and Alex, yeah, Riverside County deputies are debriefing behind me. This was the intersection, 10th and Orange, of a very powerful moment that we saw on live television earlier today. Right after the protest ended, started at 4 o'clock, I would say an hour and a half later, so about 5:30. Protesters had made their way around downtown Riverside. They stopped at this intersection, and on the other side of the intersection was the sheriff deputies, and they couldn't go any farther. They stood next to each other. One sheriff deputy, I'm going to go ahead and show you that video. He had his arms up saying, "Don't shoot," trying to get his point across to the sheriff, Chad Bianco. And the sheriff was saying, "Look, we're on your page. We realize that you have a message and that not all cops are bad and that we want to end police brutality as well." They couldn't get anywhere and find common ground, so they asked Sheriff Bianco to take a knee, and he did that. And it was a moment that a lot of people were applauding. The protesters had stopped their yelling, and they were so grateful to have that moment of peace. I want to go ahead and get you to Sheriff Bianco's message to us tonight.
The unfortunate part of this is this is a huge divide. There's no work in here, voices be heard. It's just a big, huge divide. And the leaders of this have to work with us to make a difference. And if this is what starts it, then this is what starts it.
We're working with them right now by taking an answer.
100%. 100%.
What is your message to the community?
The message to the community is this does nothing. This does nothing. Your voices mean everything. Actions do not. Actions are contrary to what our voices say sometimes. And if we all, the leaders of us and all of us together, want to come together to make a difference, especially here, then the only way we're going to do that is together, not individually I mean, all you got to look at their signs. You look at their signs, and yet somehow it's supposed to demand respect. Respect gets respect from us to the community, from the community to us. If it has to start right here in the middle of the intersection, then it does.
Sheriff Bianco, what change would you like to see, not only in this community, but in the nation?
It's about relationship. It's about everybody says that everybody else is wrong. Why can't we all work to make something better? It's just about me telling you you're wrong or you telling me I'm wrong. It really isn't about how we're going to fix this. Right now, it's about everybody pointing fingers at everybody else. And we got to get past that. We got to get past that.
How do we get past that?
This is a start.
So after that moment, things did get heated. Fireworks were thrown. There was a screwdriver thrown near the sheriff. They had a bit of a standoff, and then that's when things got heated up. But 6,000 protesters, there's still a lot of trash in the street. But after a couple of hours, they were successfully able to get everybody back home with about a handful of arrests using these zip ties. Other than that, just a couple businesses looted, and everyone back home tonight. Sheriff's deputies wrapping their business up as well. Back to you.
Who lost their zip ties? All right, thanks very much, Haley. We're going to check in with the weather. Pablo Pereira at home because of the coronavirus pandemic. Reporting for us now, Pablo.
Well, I tell you what, we're getting a bit of heat around Southern California for the next couple of days, so all those open beaches would be an awfully nice place to go, wouldn't it? Although it is June, and you know what that means. We get that cloudy weather early in the morning, and in some cases doesn't burn off till late in the afternoon. So take your pick. Get a place on the sand early. Camarillo, by the way, tied a record high today at the airport there, 79 degrees. Let's take a look at the other numbers outside at the 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock hour. I guess it's a little later than I thought. Cloudy skies just about everywhere, and look at how far inland. They're stretching all the way up towards Lancaster, up to the mountains of Big Bear, in towards Ontario, Ventura as well. We're going to see more of that certainly tomorrow morning. 75 on Sunday. This weekend, though, we started to see temperatures warm up today all the way to 80 degrees. They're going to get warmer than that. In fact, in the next couple of days, they'll jump up 10 to 15 degrees, and by Friday, our temperatures will fall as much as 20 degrees. So it's kind of an interesting weather pattern there. There's that low pressure, and boy, it's going to be nice and cool along the coast, but very warm inland. 50s and 60s inland, and the numbers tomorrow warming up, just depending on your particular location. It's going to get hot in the valleys and hotter by Wednesday. There's a check of your forecast. Have a great evening, and I'll send it back to the two of you as well.
All right, Pablo, thanks so much. We're going to end tonight with the thought that it seems to be much more calm across the Southland.
And that is good news at the end of a tumultuous 12 hours together. Thank you very much for watching. And thanks to all the people that are stepping up to make our community great. Alex Michelson for Christine Gabine. Good night.
Be safe, everyone. Take care.
3 derm ingredients in 1 cream? Don't settle for less. New Revitalift Triple Power with proretinol plus hyaluronic acid and vitamin C. It visibly reduces wrinkles, firms, and brightens. Now that's Triple Power. Revitalift Triple Power Moisturizer from L'Oreal.
I like Liberty Mutual. They get that no two people are alike. And customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. What do you think?
I don't see it. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Only Daisy Cottage cheese.